Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of states with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, welcome to the public hearing of the committee here in the Parliament of Ghana. The committee is considering two reports today. The first one, it's the foreign exchange receipts and payment of Ghana for the year ended 31st December 2023. You know, we usually have it it's a half-year report and a consolidated report. So the 2023 one for December is a consolidated report. Then we also have reports on the management of petroleum funds for the period January to December 2022. I welcome you all to this public hearing. We have invited the agencies that are involved, and Bank of Ghana is involved in both reports. They have a role to play in both reports. Then we also have Ghana Revenue Authority. We have the Public Interest and Accountability Committee. We have the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. We also have the Petroleum Commission. Then we have Ghana Gas. I can also see KPMG. That's the auditors who did the audit. So I want to welcome you all to the public hearing of the committee for today. We'll start with introduction of members of the committee and our staff. Then I'll call you to take the oath. I will continue from there. So let's begin with the introduction from my right.
Good morning. My name is Ajay Boatin, MP New Job North, and member of the committee.
Good morning. Kofi Adams, MP for Buim and member of the committee.
Good morning. My name is Musa Abdulaziz Ayaba, MP for Mian Constituency and a member of this committee.
Good morning. Samson Tangwangu Chiregia, MP Navrongo Central, a member of the committee.
Good morning. I'm Samuel Atamils, MP for Commander Edna Eguafo Abrim, and a vice chair of the committee.
My name is James Kluche Abaji, MP for Katuno and the chair of the committee.
Yeah, Honorable Ochre Ajekum, MP for Fantiakwa, and the ranking member of the committee.
Good morning. My name is Akwesi Kunedu, the member of Parliament for Menshan of Constituency, and a member of the committee.
Isaac Opoko is my name, MP of Ansah South, and a member of the committee.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. My name is Yusuf Suleimana. I'm the MP for Bole Bamboy in the Savannah region. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Ernest Yawanim, Member of Parliament, Kumahu, and a member of this committee.
Good morning. My name is Robert Kofi Fiajo, Greater Accra Regional Auditor, Audit Service.
Good morning. My name is Kwadwo Treme, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
My name is John Musa, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
My name is Michael Addo, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Thank you very much. Let's have the following agencies to come forward to take the oath. I haven't mentioned Ministry of Finance. In fact, Ministry of Finance is actually leading all of them. So Ministry of Finance, Bank of Ghana, Ghana Revenue Authority, GMPC, Petroleum Commission, Ghana Gas, PIAC, and KPMG. All of you to take the oath.
Someone is missing a Bible. Doesn't have a Bible.
Please repeat after me. I,
Abena Osei
Williams, do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll start with the Petroleum Management of petroleum funds. Have you all taken the oath? The Deputy Minister, have you taken the oath?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. No, please.
Okay. So they will take you through.
Okay.
Do you have any other person who didn't take the oath so that both of you or all of you can take it together?
I,
John Kwabena Abam Abuasani,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
Thank you. Kindly introduce yourselves now to the committee.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my name is Honorable John Kwabena Abuasani, MP for the good people of Impoho, and also Deputy Minister for Energy, in charge of the Petroleum. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Ansah Asare, Member of Parliament for Itiwa East and Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, and a proud former member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning. My name is Stella Dede Williams, Coordinating Director at the Ministry of Finance.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Stephen Opata, Advisor to the Governor, Bank of Ghana.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Jamra, Head of the Ghana Petroleum Fund Secretariat, Bank of Ghana.
Good morning. My name is Zachary Momoni, the Head of Financial Markets, Bank of Ghana.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Edward Apinti Jamra, Commissioner for Domestic Tax Revenue Authority, Ghana Revenue Authority.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Ebenezer Kranti Hama, Manager Economics and Project Evaluation, Petroleum Commission.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Joseph Dazi, Managing Director of GNPC.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Benjamin Kweku Akolache, Deputy Managing Director in charge of Finance and Administration, GNPC.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Emerita Professor Elizabeth Adefio Shandoff, the Chair of PIAC.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Hayford Amo, Director Internal Audit at the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Colleagues who were not here before we do the introduction, can you introduce yourself?
Good morning. My name is Comrade Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP for Tamale Central, and a proud member of the committee. Abna, former friend.
My name is Teddy Safori Adi, Member of Parliament for Ayinsuano constituency.
All right. Minister of States at the Ministry of Finance. Can you take this committee briefly through the processes involved in transfer of funds or disbursement of the petroleum funds? Can you do that to the committee? We want members to know how the process is undertaken all the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I do that, I would like to thank the committee, for the support we have received from you. I look at the Auditor General's report, and I'm happy to say that the infractions have reduced drastically. I see the first one says they've discussed all the material findings and results, and from that, there were no misstatements identified during the audit. There were no fraud or presumptive fraud in there, and it's all due to the guidance that we received from you, and also the fact that we want to really follow the systems that have been put in place. So, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of all of us here, I would like to thank you so much for the support we have received from you, and thank the people of Ghana, because I believe that they are all watching us, and together we have arrived at this very fine audit that the Auditor General has really confirmed that they did not identify any uncorrected audit adjustments, neither did they identify any fraud or presumptive fraud. Mr. Chairman, then to your question. At the Ministry of Finance, the Division for Economic Research does the transfers. So they will take you through the process, every process of how the monies that we receive are transferred to the various accounts. So respectfully, I'll invite Mr. Kojo Sapong, Mr. Sapong, to take us through. And he is the head of Petroleum at the division. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sapong.
Yes.
Have you taken the oath?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of State, and thank you, Honorable Chair. So, when the liftings are done, the crude oil liftings are done, it takes about 28 days.
We don't understand what is lifting.
Okay. So, the crude oil cargoes,
when the oil is produced.
Yes, produced and sold.
And sold.
Yes.
It is carried, the quantity that is lifted.
Yes, please.
That is, they load it into the ship, right?
Yes, please.
And then the ship take it away.
Yes.
That is the lifting, isn't it?
And the lifting is sold. Yes, Honorable Chair. So when it's sold, it takes 28 days approximately for the funds to hit the Petroleum Holding Fund. So basically the Petroleum Holding Fund is a fund established to receive all the proceeds from petroleum sales. So when the funds hit the petroleum funds, GMPC will then notify the Ministry of Finance.
When the fund hits the Petroleum Holding Fund or the Petroleum Fund?
Petroleum Holding Fund.
Yes, you made a mistake. That's why I'm correct.
Okay, thank you. So when it hits the PHF, GMPC will notify the Ministry of Finance with all the documentations and invoices for the Ministry of Finance to effect the transfers. When it comes to Ministry of Finance, there's a formula prescribed by the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, Act 815 as amended. And so we use that formula to distribute the revenues from the sale of the crude oil. And so when that is done, an instruction is issued to Controller and Accountant General's Department for them to authorize Bank of Ghana to transfer the funds into the various allowable designated accounts. Example, the portion that goes to GMPC, a part also goes to the annual budget funding amount, and then the remaining also goes to the petroleum funds, the Ghana Stabilization Fund and the Ghana Heritage Fund. So that's the process. Thank you.
Well, we'll come into detail. But broadly, that is the process. So the fund, where is the fund? The holding fund, where is it? Where is it? Look, is it at the Bank of Ghana or where?
Yes, please, at Bank of Ghana.
So if the money hits the fund, how come GMPC is now notifying the Minister of Finance?
Chairman, if I may come in. Actually, it's Bank of Ghana that notifies. So the funds sits with Bank of Ghana, actually at the Fed. So we will notify GMPC, right? A Ministry of Finance, the Minister for Finance, who will notify the Minister of Finance that the funds has hit the account.
So when the money hits the fund, the Bank of Ghana, who is keeping the account or the fund, notifies Minister of Finance that the petroleum that have been lifted, the money has arrived. So you have to go by the distribution. So what do you do at the Bank of Ghana after notifying the Minister of Finance?
So thank you, Chairman. So we'll wait for instructions from the Minister of Finance because they will do the allocations, yeah.
The allocation is in the law. Why do you still have to get instruction from Minister of Finance again?
Yeah, but we have to be instructed, and I understand through even the controller, you know, because the funds, we don't own the funds.
Yeah.
And I agree with you that there's a sharing formula, but we have to be instructed before they will determine how the funds are being distributed. Yeah.
Okay. So when you notify the Minister of Finance, how long does it take for you to receive the instruction?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll let the heads of petroleum funds answer these parts of the questions. Yeah.
Thank you. So usually it takes a day or two to receive the notification at the Ministry of Finance. And then we also send soft copies as well.
All right. How does the Minister of Finance know the quantity of oil that is lifted? How do you determine the quantity of oil lifted?
GMPC advises the Ministry of Finance on this with the invoices and all the documentation on the lifting. Thank you.
GMPC, can you come in and how do you determine or get to know about the quantity of crude oil that is lifted?
Honorable Chair, so at the terminal, we have our reps, we have those of GRE, and the quantity that is discharged into the vessel is measured. And on the back of that, the bill of lading documentation and all the other documentations are then released. So it's on the back of those documents that the pricing and the quantities are disclosed to Ministry of Finance and to other relevant agencies.
So it means that you have your permanent staff and that of GRA on a rig, or where?
So there's the FPSO, and there are meters that measures the quantities that are discharged into the various tankers that load. So those numbers are collaborated because at every every day we know the stock, how much is being produced, the stock that is available, the stock that is then sold or discharged into a vessel. So those numbers are collaborated, not just by GMPC, but the partners and also GRA.
Okay. Now, tell us, Bank of Ghana, based on the instruction that you received and based on the sharing formula, can you tell us how much goes to which entity for the people of Ghana to know? Let's assume that 100 million or 100% is a revenue that has come. How do you distribute it?
Thank you, Chair. The head of Petroleum Funds will take that.
Thank you. So once we receive the instructions from controller, typically GMPC will take their equity financing portion, and then 70% goes to the annual budget funding amount account, 21% goes to the Ghana Stabilization Fund, and then 9% goes to the Ghana Heritage Fund. Thank you.
What is equity financing you talk about? What is it?
Honorable Chair, GMPC will take this question. This is what we pay the operators of the field. So it's our cost, the Ghana portion of the cost of operating the fields. So these are cash calls that they make on us.
How do they determine the costs that GMPC must pay? And how do you confirm it? Do you take part in the determination of that cost? So that we ensure that the cost that is being allocated to you is a fair value or cost that you are to pay?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we're part of the various committees. So you have what we call Joint Management Committee. That basically, you call it like the board that oversees almost everything that goes on at the level of the operations. And then we also, and GMPC chairs that committee. And then you have a technical committee, you have a financial committee. And so budgets typically will be done, the various allocations or the various, both CAPEX and OPEX will then be agreed on. And then the actuals are measured. So we get cash calls, which are collaborated by all the partners, and we also validate even at the level of GNPC. So when these cash calls come, we go through, make sure that everything is okay before we sign off. And so those are typically the process that we go through to ensure that we're not overcharged for the cost.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, I think we now have a fair idea of how the petroleum revenue is distributed, what goes to what. But apart from is it revenue from all the fields, lifting from all the field, or you have to add the surface rental on all those things? We have to add the tax revenue that you have collected to the money before you share, or it's only the revenue crude that is lifted and paid for that you share?
Chair, so it's not only the liftings, but other receipts, such as the corporate tax and the surface rental, and even interest earned on the petroleum holding transit account. All of that becomes part of the revenue flow. Thank you.
Colleagues, I've opened the floor.
Honorable
Yes.
Chair, just to clarify, when it comes to GMPC, it's only from the sale of the crude. So we don't get shares, we don't get any allocation for the other incomes that go into the fund.
Well, the share, let me get this clarification. The cost that you are supposed to pay is taken from the petroleum revenue for the money they receive for lifting.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
But when we are giving the 30%, is it the 30% of the balance after taking the how do you call it, the cost?
Yes, so we call it net capi. So after the equity finance.
Equity finance,
and
you,
then
the 30% of the net is what you get.
Yes, yes, sir.
You don't get 30% of the tax.
No.
It's not for you.
No. So no, I just wanted to clarify,
Eh,
Honorable Chair. Yes.
You are not entitled to that. That's for purely government. Okay, honorable members, I've opened the floor. If you have any question, you want some clarification, the floor is open. Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I have a number of issues at the early pages, but let me do page 34 first. And that's to do with statement of cash receipts and payments for the year ended 31st December 2023. Petroleum funds. I wanted to find out the relationship between the GMPC equity finance cost and GMPC share of crude oil carried and participating interest. I'm asking this because of a comparison I'm trying to do between 2022 and 2023, where
This one is to December. It's 2022.
It's 2020. Well, Chairman, then I have the 2023 report. That's what I have here.
2022.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let me.
Honorable Yusuf.
Yes, so Chairman, I want to refer to outstanding and late payment of surface rentals. And that is on page 12 and 13 to 14. Yes, so as a result of non-compliance, some contractors did not pay their rental surface charges or whatever. And you were supposed to surcharge them. Have you done that? And you're supposed to do this in collaboration with GRA.
Honorable Chair, yes, those that are required to pay, we have. And let me say, Honorable Chair, that once tax is due, per our processes, we compute and taxpayer fails to pay. The interest or penalty is computed based on the provision of the law. So that one is established that once the operators fail to pay the tax, the interest and penalty thereon is computed. So on the substantive issue, Mr. Chair, we have two aspects of agreement that we want to discuss. We have agreements that are currently existing and those that have been terminated. Mr. Chair, for those that are existing, we've collected $330,781,000 out of $971,578. Mr. Chair, the outstanding balance of 64 we have one company, that is Gosco, and now they are called OPCO. For them, their license has been suspended.
Excuse me, which page of the report are you speaking to?
I'm responding to page, paragraph, okay, paragraph 41, from 39 to 41.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, continuing on the existing one, we have a standing balance of 798. Mr. Chair, out of this, we have OPCO Offshore. That's a company that's supposed to have operated in the East Qatar offshore. But for issues relating to where they are supposed to operate and the dispute between the country and Togo, their licenses have been suspended, and as a result, they have surface renter of 537, which is still outstanding. So that is the situation on the existing petroleum agreement. Then for those that have been terminated,
so
for obvious...
Before you go to those that have been terminated, clearly there's some outstanding that you've not been able to retrieve. And you've given the reason why you've not been able to do that. What happens to it? Are you allowing it to stay in your books, or is there a way you want to deal with it so that next report, it doesn't appear?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, yes, Mr. Chair, we are still pursuing collection.
When you say you are still pursuing collection, can you give us definite timelines, or are you sure you can retrieve this money? Given the example, the reason you've given, do you think you can retrieve this money? I'm asking this because if we don't deal with it, it will continue to reflect in subsequent reports.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, so far, we don't have any information as to whether the company has left the shore. And once they are in the books as operating, we'll keep the debt and pursue it. So when the time comes and we feel that we have exhausted all processes and the tax has become uncollectible, we will inform the House. So in the meantime, this is not a bad debt yet. It is a debt that we are pursuing for the state. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so you went into an agreement with them. And at the time of the agreement, did you ask for any bonds or whatever that would have reduced the risk? In the event that a company is not able to pay, you can rely on that. Did you do that at the time of going into a contract with them?
Okay, I would say yes, but I want the Petroleum Commission to respond to the bond process.
Okay. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. So with the petroleum agreement, there is a bond that we take, but usually for the performance of obligation that has to do with exploration. So for the taxes and other components, it's quite different, and I think that one we do not have that cover to that effect.
So will you consider going forward taking a bond for that aspect too? Is that something that you want to consider? So that if the person is not able to pay, you can fall on the bond.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is something that we could consider, but then it adds to our attractiveness as a country and the fact that it will be difficult to estimate how much that obligation would likely be. So the chance will be that you may take something that will be lower or higher, but it's a good recommendation that we could consider. Thank you.
Let's go to the existing ones. We are done with the termination one, so now let's speak about the existing ones.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for the terminated agreements, it's only one of them that is Sahara Energy that has redeemed its indebtedness. For the rest, because the agreement has been terminated by various infractions by the ministry, the liability still stands.
And that is where I have a problem. You have terminated them, and they have some outstandings. And what happens to these outstandings? How are you going to get it? Because if you don't do it that way, I mean, if you don't ensure that you're able to get this money, I can come take a contract with you, perform abysmally, and then you terminate my contract. Whatever that I was supposed to pay, I go home with it, and that ends it. So what are we doing to ensure that these things don't reoccur?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You are right on that trajectory, but what I would like to say is that when we as a commission, and I'm speaking from the position of the Petroleum Commission, we use our regulatory control and permits and some sort of licenses that we give them as levers to enforce these collections. So once the companies are operating and they are defaulting in these, we deny them some of these things to force them to pay. But these terminated PAs did not occur just out of the blue. There were a lot of issues about non-cooperation, non-performance, and all that, which led to these surface rental amount piling up from period. So it wasn't only in the year 2022. It took over a long period, and then the Minister of Energy, on the advice of the Petroleum Commission, assessing the situation and realizing that the company is not cooperating and not willing to honor its obligation, terminated the petroleum agreement. And it comes back to the recommendation that you made that if there were bonds or guarantees, even after the PA had been terminated, we could have fallen on these bonds or guarantees to cover these outstanding amounts. But we are still pursuing, in collaboration with the Ghana Revenue Authority, using other options like Ganishe and others, except that when you go, the accounts are empty in that regard. That is the challenge that we have now.
Now, in the banking sector, they do what we call the know your customer, so that they appreciate the abilities and the inabilities of their customers before they go into a business with them. You sign contracts with these companies. Do you do any due diligence in order that you are able to establish the capability and the ability of these companies to be able to deliver what they want to deliver? If that is not done, that is why we're facing these problems. So tell us, what measures have you put in place to ensure that you know your customers very well before you go into such agreements with them? And in the agreements, what clauses do you put in there that will ensure that when there are defaults, you are able to rely on those clauses to be able to take even legal actions against them? Two questions in one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So regarding the know your customer, it is something that we do to ensure that the company signing on to the petroleum agreement has the technical capacity and financial capacity. And these are a requirement by law. So the Ministry of Energy, the Petroleum Commission, GMPC, before we sit at table as government negotiating team, would have done this before we engage the company. But then circumstances change along the line. We have had reputable companies gone bust over time because of debt that they took and other circumstances. Some companies will drill, and having a dry hole alone, the expenditure they had incurred can cause them to actually go bust. And so some circumstances changing over time had led to some of these companies losing their financial capacity that we saw at the beginning when we entered into agreement with them. Then the next one is on the bonds, the clauses that we put in there. We have a bond, or we have a parental company guarantee that we take. But the company is as good as its parents that we see. So if the company is refusing to pay and you are looking to go a step higher to go to the parent company, then it will just also be a fruitless exercise. So the recommendation we've taken on board from what you mentioned to take a guarantee for the tax liabilities and other financial obligation is something going forward we would look into it.
Chairman, let me yield to you so that others will also have the chance to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Honorable Isaac.
Chairman, I'm looking at page 11, paragraph 36. Surface rentals, indebtedness. You terminated 4 petroleum agreements. And I gather the termination was not just as a result of their indebtedness. Perhaps there were other infractions. I want to know, once the agreements are terminated, is there any opportunity for the companies to be readmitted?
Mr. Chairman, once a petroleum agreement is terminated, it cannot be resurrected again. The company, if wants to dispute the termination, then in effect, the termination had not taken effect. They may go to court to challenge that decision and all that. If that gets a ruling in that favor, then they can continue their operation. But if they don't get a ruling to the contrary, then the petroleum agreement is terminated forever. If they come back again for a new petroleum agreement, then we will consider that on a different merit, but not on the same PA that had been terminated.
In other words, the same company can reapply.
But for their history, there will be implication to that, given the fact that technical capacity assessment will go against them and they may not get a new license.
Have you had any such experience?
Not that I know of for the time I've been at the commission.
Yeah, but the law doesn't preclude them from applying again. They can do, but only that based on their performance, you might not grant them the agreement. Maybe they will go and then go and have proper training. Maybe they went and performed somewhere, their records have become very good. You don't know, you may not know what magic they can do. Anyway, colleagues, yes, Honorable Sampson, then I come to Honorable Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my question goes to GRA. Paragraph 69, third line, under response and action plan by stakeholders. You made a complaint. It must, however, be noted that audit in the upstream petroleum sector are very complex and involving. Admission of a problem. What are you doing to resolve this problem?
You, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, the Ghana Revenue Authority has been working to reduce the tax audit cycle for the petroleum sector. So we've put in place measures to ensure that the cycle is reduced. We acknowledge the comments in the audit report. So these are some of the measures that we have put in place. But currently, we have regular meetings with the Upstream Petroleum Chamber and to discuss and understand processes of both parties. That is, the chamber understanding audit processes, tax audit processes, and we also understanding the business process of the Upstream Petroleum. Because in most cases, because of disagreements, that's how we get challenges with our audit. So we've put in place this mechanism to ensure going forward we will be able to minimize the audit cycle. So as we speak now, we have regular engagement with the chamber. We do quarterly meetings, discuss audit issues, topical ones for the members to understand. And we've also been doing regular reconciliation meeting with the contractors so that some topical audit issues that come up is discussed among the members so we can resolve that. So currently we have this collaboration and we work closely with Petroleum Commission, GMPC, and Ministry of Energy as government team so that we are able to minimize objections and disagreement that come out of our audit. So, Mr. Chair, I want to assure you that with these measures in place, we are working to reduce the audit cycle and hoping in the next audit report from Auditor General, we won't see this infraction again. Thank you.
Commissioner, I know you have the audit unit, the oil sector. We are looking at the capacity because you are complaining of the sector is very complex and involving. The capacity of your staff to go into this sector and do an audit, that will not be disputed. That is where I'm looking at. How regular do you train do you have your people trained in this particular sector? How vibrant is the sector, the oil and gas sector unit of GRA?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, Mr. Chair, let's get it that this is a very specialized sector. And as I indicated, you need expertise from other regulatory bodies to support in the audit. So the collaboration that we're having with the Petroleum Commission, GMPC, and Ministry of Energy alone bring in a lot of information to GRA audit. But let me say that on our part, we've also stepped up training of our auditors, sending some of them on foreign courses to deepen their knowledge in petroleum accounting, petroleum tax, and what have you. So we're working on that to ensure we are able to deal with this sector. And I think in recent times, the audit of the petroleum upstream sector has improved from the previous era. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
When was the last time you sent people to outside, especially we know that we have this area, Texas, that people go to trade. When was the last time you sent auditors, GRA staff to that for training, and what number? How many of them went for the training? How recent is it?
Mr. Chair, we will finish the committee, our training program for the unit for your review. I wouldn't be able to give you the details of the training program that we have embarked on in the last couple of, but we'll finish you with that. Those who have attended the various programs and the courses, the people who attended. So we'll provide the details to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
How soon are you providing us? Timelines?
Mr. Chair, we can give it to you within a week.
Follow up to this question? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What role are they playing now?
They are, Mr. Chair, their role is in the downstream.
Mr. Jamra, if you say downstream, what do you mean?
Question.
You said they are operating in the downstream. Tell us what is the downstream, so that the people of Ghana will know what you are talking about. Because it's a term that you are using, we all don't understand.
So, okay, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, when we talk about the upstream, we're talking about those that are into exploration, development, and production of petroleum oil. That is the upstream. Then the downstream, we're dealing with the refineries and the OMCs and others. That is the downstream side of petroleum. Thank you.
Which part of the downstream the SML is operating?
Mr. Chair, SML is operating the downstream regarding petroleum that is imported into the country. What is produced. So we're looking at what is refined and brought into the country for to ensure whether we're getting the correct volume for purposes of determining duties and taxes that are supposed to be paid.
How do they do it? How are they doing that? They import crude oil. How do they check? How do they do it?
Mr. Chair, the work, what I know is that it has to do with the monitoring.
Monitoring.
They monitor to ensure
so
correct information regarding the volume is declared for tax purposes.
So we don't have any experts, or if it needs expertise service, we don't have that one with GRA to do that work.
Mr. Chair, I think what you are using is more of technology, which currently I'm not too sure if we have that.
You don't have that technology?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So before SML came, you were not actually doing any work to save this country. A lot of things have gone down the drain. Is that the case? Is that what you want to tell us?
Mr. Chair, we've been doing that.
Well, you say you don't have the technology or technique to do it.
No, Mr. Chair, I think you asked whether we have what SML is
doing,
using, whether we are doing same.
No,
I'm saying
that is not the question. I didn't ask that question.
Sorry.
I said, you said the SML is kind of monitoring the volume or the quantity that have been imported to be sure that you collect the appropriate tax. And I said, so you don't have anyone or expert in GRA that can do the same job? That's my question.
Mr. Chair, we also do monitor. We also have a way of monitoring, except that the SML monitoring may be different from what we are using.
So
it doesn't mean that we don't monitor. We monitor.
So you still monitor?
Yeah, we still monitor.
And SML also monitor?
Sure.
Do you compare their work with yours to see if there's any variance?
Mr. Chair, we will have to look at the reports that is generated by the Custom Division.
You are the commissioner in charge of domestic tax.
Domestic.
And you should know, per the work that your staff are doing, vis-a-vis the work that a contractor you have contracted to do. You can't tell this committee that you need to go and look at the data. No. I don't want you to dodge the question.
Mr. Chair, I'm not dodging, but you rightly
Then
said,
respond to the question.
You rightly
Per
said,
your work, your staff's work they do and that of the SML, do you see any variance in the outputs?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think you rightly said, I'm in charge of domestic taxes. What we're discussing and what you're trying to get is done by the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. And that is why, in terms of the numbers, the reconciliations, and that you are asking, I will need to confer and get the information from you. It's not a report that come to mind.
I have invited, as a committee, I invited Ghana Revenue Authority. So if you are the one representing the Commissioner General, you should have all the knowledge.
Mr. Chair, I think we are here. Yeah, GRA has been invited on this report.
Yeah, it's a petroleum.
Yes, it's a petroleum.
What we are asking is also petroleum.
And no, this is on upstream. This report is on
From the upstream, it comes to downstream.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yes, but when in terms of tax, they are different because we're dealing with the upstream taxes. The upstream taxes, as was mentioned, we are looking at taxes that these companies are paying in terms of corporate royalties, surface rent, and what have you. This is what this report is talking about.
Okay.
But what you are asking has to do with custom
all right,
duties.
I'll move to another area.
I'll
move to another area.
Thanks for understanding.
And the area I'm moving to is the upstream. In fact, I have a serious issue that we must consider as a country. In fact, the petroleum sector is one of the sectors that illicit financial flow take place a lot. If we don't have the expertise, that is the area where they can take a lot of money from our country. I was trying to look at the presentation done by Dr. Ali Nachab, but I'm not getting it. I wanted to quote figures that he has in his presentation, that this is the money that we are losing as a country through the petroleum sector. So, if even the downstream, we are getting contractors to monitor, what about to the upstream? What is the Ministry of Finance doing? This was not GRA alone. What is the Ministry of Finance doing to ensure that illicit financial flow don't flourish at the petroleum sector, especially the upstream? Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a collaboration. We need collaboration between the Ministry of Energy and all the agencies handling petroleum. I believe that we have started engaging, and we will also go and look at the reports you just mentioned from Dr. Ali Nachia. And together, I believe that we can come out with something that will best serve the interests of our nation. Thank you.
No, Honorable Bauer first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine has to to GRA. If you look at paragraph 53, I think in order to ensure that at least entities make payments as and when it is due, the Petroleum Revenue Management Act has put in a clause that at least in any entity that defaults is charged 5% on every day that they default. And if you come to paragraph 55, penalty amounting to about 8,317,985 United States dollars, expected to be paid by the entities did not make the payment into the petroleum holding funds on or before the due date of 2022 financial year. And there's the table 7 catalog the companies or the entities that defaulted in this act. So I would like to find out from GRA what steps are they taking to ensure that at least companies that default are able to pay the penalties to deter them from holding these monies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I indicated earlier, for us in GRA, once the tax is due and the taxpayer fails to pay, we impose the necessary sanctions. So once it's established that the liability has not been paid, as I explained earlier, those that have redeemed their indebtedness includes the penalty for failing to pay on due dates. So we enforce this to the letter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So are you telling us that this amount that we were supposed to have generated from the late payments have been collected?
Mr. Chair, as I explained for my introductory remark on collection of surface rent, and indicated that these amounts are broken into two. Those that are having existing agreement and those that are whose agreement have been terminated. So depending if the agreement is still existing, then what we have collected is the penalty is included. But if the agreement has been terminated, then it will be difficult to collect the penalty that has been assessed, just as we explained earlier. Thank you.
Commissioner, these entities that are in table 7, are you still, have their agreements been terminated or they are still working with you?
Mr. Chair, if you look at some of them are working with us, some have also have their agreement terminated.
Commissioner, how many of these companies are still working with you?
From the table, Sahara Energy Flood is gone. ExxonMobil is also gone. And that the ExxonMobil has been taken over by Goet. Springfield is operating. They raise issues on the penalty computation. We've done reconciliation, and we've served them with a demand notice, and we are expecting payment to be made soon.
Commissioner, can you tell us how much of the $8 million have been paid?
Which one?
Mr. Chair, out of the 8 million, Mr. Chair, Sarah Energy has redeemed its liability. For ExxonMobil, it's outstanding. And as I indicated, Springfield Exploration, they have contested the penalty computation, and reconciliation has been done between us and Petroleum Commission, and they've been served with the liability. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, that will be all for me.
Thank you.
Chairman, I just want to ask a follow-up.
Okay.
So, does it mean that ExxonMobil has gone with their money, or we will get it with our money?
Mr. Chair, no, we were owing them VAT refund of 4 million. So they requested for us to use to offset the liability against their refund. So this money has not been lost. It will be paid.
Okay, Chairman, thanks.
Honorable Roxon.
Chairman, thank you very much. My focus is on Petroleum Commission. Petroleum Commission, the 2021 Auditor's Report regarding, okay, before I proceed,
2021.
What is surface rental?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, surface rental is a fee that is paid to the government of Ghana, just like ground rent. It operates like ground rent. So, it's the area that you occupy as a square kilometer, and then there is a fee, a dollar rate that is multiplied with that, and that is determined as the surface rental amount to be paid. And now it's called acreage fee by the new EMP Act.
When did the EMP Act come into effect?
We had the earlier one, but the latest one we have is the 2016.
The
it came in
amendment
effect.
one.
Yeah, it came in
Yes,
effect.
exactly.
In August.
So why are you still referring to it as surface rental in your books, and the auditors keep capturing it that way? Because the Amendment Act took effect from 2016.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that post 2016 audit, the appropriate term will reflect as acreage fee. But you are still maintaining the name as surface rental, and the auditors keep capturing it as surface rental. So let's remedy this situation. Now,
Noted.
in the 2021 report, the auditors were very specific in their recommendations. They determined that as much as 2.5 million was due. Now, in the 2022 report, even though they gave very strong recommendation for you to comply with in the 2021 report, 2022, our situation has worsened. And I heard you explain the situation when in answering Honorable Yusuf's questions, but I'm worried that if after an audit, some monies are due the state and is determined, and you are giving strong recommendation to take serious effort, to make serious efforts to recover, and then a year later, another another audit determines that the situation has worsened, then I think we have a problem regarding management's commitment to recovering the money. So what assurance are you giving us that in the 2023 report will not be in a more worse situation, or in a much worse situation than we are now?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So as GRA earlier explained, there are existing petroleum agreement and terminated petroleum.
I don't want you to repeat the answer. I want assurance that when the 2024 audit is done, 2023. No, we already have 2023.
Yes, Honorable Member, I wanted to mention that so far as those that have been terminated are frozen and are part of our debt schedule, then the number will still come up that way. But then we are working with the PAs.
The auditors established in the 2022 report that even though you got some receivables, those receivables were in respect of terminated contracts. it was not from efforts to recover. So I saw that.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to belabor it. But I speak of real efforts in recovering what is due us.
Yeah. So
what assurance do we have?
Yeah, I would like to say that the position as it stands now has improved, because from the end of 2023, we use the approval regime, permitting and others from the perspective of the commission to get those who are working. And that is where I was stressing on the existing PA, to get those who are working to actually redeem their indebtedness. But then there are a few, if you check media and others, they have not been cooperating with the commission in terms of their obligations. So sometimes they don't even appear to come for permits and others. So it will be difficult to use that kind of framework to recover that. But then we are doing our best to ensure that we recover much. And the position, as I said, has improved as we speak.
Okay, so I want to dwell on that positive news. So the improvement is what? How low have we reduced the current level of 2.5 million? How low have we come?
Mr. Chairman, I would not want to pick it on the 2.5. I would want to pick it on the 970 to see the part that had actually left. If you pick the 970, OPCO, Isketa would not change because the PA has been suspended for force majeure. The minister had written, so 537 will still continue to stay at 537 out of the 970. For Guel offshore, they have paid down their indebtedness, leaving the 73,700 that Exxon left, and for that to be offsetted against their 4 million.
Petroleum Commission, I'll leave those details, but I want the assurance that come the next audit cycle, the auditors will not be flagging this because then it makes the recommendation non-effective. Because when they make recommendations, it's supposed to be implemented to bring some positive results.
Yeah.
Part of the exercise we do is also to help to improve our governance system in the public sector. So the situation you spoke of, have you informed the auditors?
Which situation?
The one the minister wrote.
The one the minister wrote. Yeah, we put comment on that.
Have you alerted the auditors?
I think yes. I think we did. Yeah.
Okay, auditors, you can confirm that this
there was comment on
brought to your attention.
Isaac.
If no, we can ask them to bring that to your attention so that you can update your records on this matter.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, before I ask my substantive question, did I hear you say that Sahara is still operating?
No.
They are not. Okay. If you look at paragraph 3.1, the outstanding and late payment of surface rentals, the auditors recommended in paragraph 46 that the Ghana Revenue Authority could consider requesting bank guarantees from prospecting companies such that any default by them can be mitigated. Have you taken this recommendation on board? It was asked. Let's look at page 37. Sankofa. There are liftings. You have second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Between 8 and 9, there is excess of overlifts. What does that mean?
Honorable Chair, so we have cargo sizes, typically...
Page 37. Page 37.
Over. So, Honorable Chair, so we have cargo sizes. So typically you have 950 plus or minus 10%. In a situation where it exceeds that quantity, we tend to call it an overlift.
And how come it's with respect to just Sankofa and it occurred only once?
Mainly due to operational, it could be operational challenges. So, you know, we have limited tankage on the FPSO. So if for any reason the operations are such that you don't want to have stop in operations because you reach tank tops. Basically what it means is that the tanks will become so full that you will not be able to manage the operations. You need to give the cargo, you need to allow the vessel to lift a bit more. And that's what we will typically will call it.
As a layman, I don't understand. Because
So what it is all companies have, we all have percentage stake in the various production. So your allocation is calculated on daily basis till you reach a cargo size and then you lift. Sometimes for operational reasons, you are allowed to lift a lot more than you should to manage the operations of the terminal. And that's what we call. And sometimes you may lift less depending on the operations going on at the terminal.
You mean it couldn't have been added to the 9th lifting?
No.
It couldn't?
No, because the overlift will be, is an additional quantity. It's not just enough to be classified as a cargo. And between your 8th and 9th will be a period. So for instance, if you are to, you do about $1 million, instead of 950,000, you do $1 million, you've had an overlift because it's more than the cargo size. And if you did less than the 950 minus the 10%, it will be an underlift because you've not met the cargo size. So those are just operational efficiencies of the terminal.
So did it go together with the 8th one, or it went separately?
No, so it will be added to the cargo size, but in the classification, we just will indicate that it's an overlift or an underlift, yes.
But it occurred only once. That's why I'm struggling to. I've traveled only once, so.
Honorable Kofi.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I just want to ask a few things that is of interest to me following the other ones that have been asked. I want to find out whether the Ministry or Bank of Ghana, you are supposed to do some investments with these petroleum funds. And by law, you're supposed to have what we call investment advisory committees. Do you have them in place? Whether the Ministry or Bank of Ghana, any one of you can take it. Do you have the investment advisory committees in place as per the law?
So, Honorable Chair, if I may take this. So, the Petroleum Revenue Management Act requires that an IEC, an investment advisory
yes or
committee.
no, then you can explain your answer. Yes, we have. No, we don't. Then you explain.
Yes. The tenure of the IEC that was in place has expired, and a new one is being reconstituted.
So when did it expire? Did it expire before this audit that we are considering or post this audit?
It expired in January 2023.
January 2023. So, you had it, how regular was their engagement and involvement in terms of your investment decisions?
So the IAC is required by the Petroleum Revenue Management Act to advise the Minister for Finance on the investment of the petroleum funds. And so Bank of Ghana usually submits the report on the petroleum funds. The IAC will then review it and then based on the findings, advise the Minister. And so that is usually what happens.
You are telling me what I know the law says, for which reason I'm asking you the questions. I've read the law. The law is supposed to be applied by somebody. And I'm asking that somebody who is supposed to use the law how you have used it. I'm not asking you to read the law for me, the provisions in the law for me. I know there is that provision in the law. That's why I'm asking you, what have you done practically to apply the law that has been passed by Parliament? That's what I want, not recap what the law says. So before the expiration of these IACs, I want you to tell me how involved they were in terms of investment decisions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we haven't fully complied as we are supposed to. So, I mean, clearly, yeah, we need to do better. That's what I can say. That is what is on the table. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for this answer. But we encourage you to do this because of sometimes these days people are interested in investment decisions and how it goes. The chairman, the last one I want to find out from them is especially Bank of Ghana, who does the distribution, and per your presentation, you say BOG checks the accuracy of the distribution against the provisions of the Act, and proceeds from liftings are distributed, and you stated as follows. I've not seen it in this report, but has there been an occasion where the instruction from Ministry of Finance, which is also supposed to follow the Act 815, that the instructions they gave you was contrary to the Act in terms of allotment of funds?
Thank you, Chairman and Honorable. No, usually we will be rounding approximations, but it's not a material issue. Almost always the same. Thank you.
But then, in case one day it happens, this one is just asking out of that it happens. What will you, should it happen, what will you do? Would you send the advice back or you comply with what the minister tells you?
So when they send us the advice, Mr. Chairman, we also check. And if the differences are significant, we draw their attention. But like I said, it has not happened. Usually around in decimal places. Yeah. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you.
Chairman, I want to continue from where the Honorable Member for Buim left off. And let me refer the Ministry to table 12B of the reports. That's the investment schedule. Now, Honorable Minister, if you can explain this to me and the rest of the committee. Now, page, that will be page 46. Now, you've just told the committee that since January 2023, we do not have an investment committee in place. So for 1.5 years, we do not. And that's a breach of the law. You are aware that any investment carried amounts to a breach, because it has to be subject to advice of the the investment committee, which is not in place. No, working on it doesn't mean that the law has been complied with. I just want to set the timelines. That since January 2023, we do not have an investment committee in place. Now, according to table 12B, in 2022, we undertook some investments. So, for instance, a total investment of $751.96 million of the Heritage Fund was invested in treasury bills and bonds. And then if you add how much we invested from the stabilization fund, which is 91.77 million, for these two categories of funds, we invested a total of 843.74 million. Is that correct? As the auditors have established. Is that correct?
Thank you. So, yes, so these are the investment holdings.
No, is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
It's correct.
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, so I'm saying that as the investment schedule we have here are the holdings that we've invested in the Petroleum Heritage Fund as well as the Stabilization Fund. So that's correct. But I just wanted to explain that, you know, we've established guidelines based upon the Act, right? And therefore, the Investment Advisory Council, Investment Advisory Committee is supposed to provide strategic direction on what we should do. So even though I think 2023 has been active, operationally we are working because the guidelines has been established.
No, hold on. Even though 2023 has been active?
Inactive.
Okay.
Inactive, yeah. But I just want to assure you and Ghanaians that the framework has been set up already. So we are investing.
The law didn't say that you should invest pursuant to the guidelines.
No, the Investment Advisory Committee is supposed to provide guidance.
Yes,
and
but
strategy.
the law didn't say.
So, but we set up, the Bank of Ghana will set up the guidelines based upon the strategy.
Please, hold on.
Okay.
The law says that you must have the investment committee in place that will provide guidelines regarding the investment. So the existence of guidelines provided by the defunct committee does not make the investment post January 2023 regular. You agree with me?
What I want to say is that the investments are...
No, you agree with me, yes or no? Then you can explain.
No, I don't agree with you.
Good. So let me hear you.
Okay. What I'm saying is that the holdings had been invested already based upon agreed direction from the committee. So you have, these are not new investments. These are investments that have been done based upon guidance from the committee, right? So
I haven't said they are new investments.
Yes.
In fact, I told you that these are 2022 investments.
Yes.
I only set the tone that since January 2023, the committee is not in place. And
I agree.
It's been 1.5 years. So I'll get to that in the 2023 report. So I just want to set that correct. So what we are dealing with is your investment that you undertook in 2022.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the report doesn't tell us the exact periods that these investments were initiated. So, for instance, when you say a 91-day to 1 year treasury bill, we don't know whether this was done in January 2022 or December 2022. And then, for instance, when you say that bonds 1 to 2 years, and you stated the amount that was invested from, for instance, the Heritage Fund, you didn't indicate that this happened, this was initiated, or the life of that bond began from June 2022 or July 2022. You appreciate my point?
Thank you. So as you see here, this is an investment schedule summary, but we can provide more details, actually line by line holdings of the investment schedule if we are asked for. And we invest in a number of securities, but the schedule we have here is just a summary. So I agree with you if the committee request for more detail, it's available and we are more than happy to provide it.
Yes, it's a summary. So my suggestion is that next time give the date to the auditors so that they can indicate it. Because I'll be asking questions regarding the dividends. Because the dividends are tied to the timelines.
I agree with you, and we provided all of that information.
Okay.
And we are happy to do if
Okay.
if you ask for it.
So if we have a 1 to 2 years bonds from the Heritage Fund, are you able to tell us that as we speak, July 2024, some dividends have come through?
Yes, yes. As members will probably know, if you invest in fixed income portfolio, that's bonds, you earn interest income, and therefore they are being earned. You earn interest income as well as change in the market valuation of the portfolio, and that is recorded when earned. Thank you.
So,
these investments, are they offshore or here?
Yes, they are all offshore.
So they were not affected by the haircut?
No, they were not.
Ah, they should have been here.
Okay. Chairman, thank you. Actually, that was where I was headed. Then, okay, now in 2021, now my anxieties are settled with that question from Chairman. So I'll move to 2021. Oh, you want a follow-up?
What is the percentage of investment? What is the return on the investment? What's the percentage? No, I want to hear it. See, you are investing about 840. I know what I'm asking. You are investing about $840 million. How much, for instance, did you get from those investments in 2022? How much?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Honorable. So, in 2022, out of investment of about $843 million, the income earned was $17.66 million.
What is the percentage of that to the investment?
You know, I don't have it here, and
calculate it.
You see, this is I can calculate, but the
calculate
reason why
it and
I'm
let
hesitant
me hear.
is that I want to be able to tell you the investment return, which is not just the interest income, but the change in the market value of the portfolio. I don't have that here, so I want.
I'm only interested in the interest income.
Interesting. Okay,
as you have
can you
stated
calculate that for me, please? So that's 17.66 divided by roughly the investment balance of 843.78. 2%. And like we explained, these are investments in mostly in U.S. portfolios. And as at the time, because of accommodative monetary policies, interest rates were quite low after the COVID and so forth. So those were the returns. Roughly.
I've not even said that it is low. I have not said that. You are saying.
I'm explaining to you.
I'm not
somebody might say 2%.
You are saying it.
And I'm saying that
Chairman,
these are international
okay
investments at a time where interest rate regimes were generally low.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Chairman, thank you very much. Now, what is the difference between cost of investment and face value of investment? Because I see two separate figures. I see 843 and 811. If we combine heritage and stabilization, and then heritage and stabilization, the face value of investment and the cost, there are two figures. And people want to appreciate what that means.
My colleague Ellen will take that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the face value is just equal to the number of bonds that you have. So where you see a face value of 15 million, it means that you have 15 million of that particular bond. Now the cost of the investment is just a function of how much you bought it for times the quantity. So it will be 15 million times the price. So either you bought it at a discount, meaning less than $100, or you bought it at a premium, meaning over $100. So that's the difference between the two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this means that if we look at the cost of total investments for, as the auditors have indicated, for 2020 actually, which came up to 828.8 million. Then 2021, which came up to 918.3 million. Then 2022, which came up to 843.7 million. We are looking at about cumulatively 2.3 billion of total investment. Hold on.
So thank you, Honorable. It's not.
So
it's
are you
the
plowing
holding-
back?
You can't add it like that, right?
Okay.
Because it's like the investment continues, so you can't add year to year. It's the investment that is the value at a point in time. Yeah. Right. Not like you are each year. There's a holding value.
Exactly. So
I think
explain
that's
it
how
to
you
me,
should look
because
at
the
it.
figures vary.
Yes, I agree with you.
From 9 to 6 to 8.
Yes, because it depends on what you have available. Some are maturing and you are reinvesting and so on, right? So at each point in time, let's say at the end of the financial year, then we assess what's been invested, right? But I think
That is why the dates when the investment.
No. It's part of the
okay.
Petroleum.
All right.
Page 29.
Okay, thank you.
Statement of cash receipts and payment.
Okay.
That's the petroleum funds. Now, if you look at the page 29, Petroleum Funds Statement of Cash Receipts and Payment for the year ended 31st December 2022. The first item, petroleum revenue receipts, $1.428 billion. If you come to page 30, the statement that is Petroleum Holding Funds Statement of Cash Receipts and Payment for the year ended 31st December 2022. The first item, petroleum revenue receipts, the same amount. What is the difference between Petroleum Funds Statement of Cash Receipt and Payment and Petroleum Holding Funds Statement of Cash Receipt and Payment?
Thank you, Chairman. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first that looks at the statement of cash receipts and payments for the petroleum funds is a combination of the Petroleum Holding Fund, which is a transitory account, Ghana Heritage Fund, and Ghana Stabilization Fund. For the statement of cash receipts for the Petroleum Holding Fund, that's just specifically one account, which is the Petroleum Holding Fund. Thank you.
Now, the total petroleum receipts for the year 2022 is 1.428 billion. Then we have the investment income, 17.6 million. Now, I look at the notes. That's note 4. On page 36. And I've seen that if you look at the comparative figure for 2021, the total petroleum receipts that came to government was $783.3 million, as compared to $1.4 billion for 2022. A total of 82.3% increase. So a lot of money came to government in 2022 from the petroleum sector. Is that the case?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's the case.
Oh, okay. Now, we have the Ghana Group lifting proceeds. We have the corporate tax income payment. We have the surface rental. What is that other receipts? The 2.3 million.
That's the Petroleum Holding Fund income. You know, the transient account. When the money is there, we still invest it until it's allocated.
So,
interest income.
It's like an interest or investment income?
Interest income.
Interest income?
Yes.
What difference between interest income and investment income?
Interest income is the percentage you are earning in the account, right? But investment income is more than that. You will usually invest it in a security, such as a bond. And therefore, apart from the interest income, you earn change in the market valuation of the bond, you also earn that. So it's a total of interest income and the change in the market value of the portfolio that will give you the investment income. Or investment, I would rather call it investment return, really.
So if the note 4 is actually to explain the figure you quoted in the statement, then titling this as other income or other receipts is not sufficient. Like you just explained, that is an interest income. Why don't you just make it interest income? Or other income into bracket, interest, other receipt into bracket, interest income. So that we understand that this is where that other income is coming from. Unless there are other sources which is not disclosed. But if it is only the interest income, at least you will explain it further to put into brackets interest income, apart from the other receipts.
Okay, thank you. Very, very well noted.
Chairman, this is just an observation. Again, if you look at page 36, you note where we've just been talking about, you notice that over the years, the surface rentals is going down. So, Petroleum Commission and GRA, you have a lot of work to do. It's actually going down. Because in 2020, well, why is it going down?
Thank you very much. So, first of all, the number of petroleum agreements we have has reduced by 4. So, all those acreages are no longer having that. And the collection has also been an issue. So, that is just to explain that.
That's where I'm worried. That the collection has been an issue. So, both of you should redouble your efforts because clearly we are losing money there. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, colleagues, any further question?
Let's move on to the next one.
Now, my other question is on page 52. Withdrawal from the Ghana Stabilization Fund. So the total transfer of oil lifting proceeds is $507 million. Interest withdrawn from income reserve, 1.5 million, giving a total of 508.6 million. Now, the Ghana Stabilization Fund, cap, was maintained at $100 million in the year 2022, giving rise to an excess of $508.6 million. Into bracket, 2021 figure, which is 114.9 million, which was withdrawn and transferred to the Contingency Fund in 2022 in accordance with Section 23(4) of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, as amended by Act 893. I want to ask the Minister of Finance, Minister of State at Finance, the 508.6 million was transferred to the Contingency Fund. Is that the case? Because this is what the report is saying.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that is what the report is saying, and I cannot doubt that.
Why is
what the report is saying. But, Mr. Chairman, I would have to also go back and verify. But this is what the report is saying, and I know that once the report is saying this, that is what it is.
So the Contingency Fund is located at Bank of Ghana, right?
Bank of Ghana.
So Bank of Ghana, can you confirm that the money in the Ghana Stabilization Fund, the excess, because the cap is at 100 million, the excess, which is 508, is transferred into the Contingency Fund. Can you confirm?
Yes. Confirmed.
Okay.
Chair.
There's Section 23 of the Act. Does it talk about transfer of the assets to only the Contingency Fund, or can also be used to service our debts?
It's either the contingency or the sinking fund to help with debt repayment. Yeah.
Did you get any instruction from Ministry of Finance to transfer this one to the Contingency Fund?
I'm sure we did. So we will only act on instructions.
Don't be sure. Tell me the facts.
Yes, we did. We will not on our own move funds to the contingency. We will act on the instructions.
I'm sure my clerks are taking note of everything.
Yes.
Eh?
Yeah.
They have gotten instruction from the Ministry of Finance to transfer this assets to the Contingency Fund. That is the position. Yes, any further question? If you don't have any further question, I'll, unless my eye sees something again.
Your eyes should not see anything.
Why are you praying that my eyes should not see anything? All right, colleagues, I think we have integrated the report. The officers have also responded to all the questions that we asked. We are going to draft and prepare our reports and submit same to the House for debate. So I want to thank the... No, there's a question I wanted to ask. Ghana Gas, is Ghana Gas here? Ghana Gas.
They are not here. Oh, they are here. They've taken the oath. There's a question on Ghana Gas. Let me go. Let me go back. Yes, Ghana Gas. There was a directive by government on the gas sales. Page 20. The auditors confirmed that Ghana gas sales from the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation indicated that a total value of 302 million was sold to downstream off-takers, whilst 345.9 million was sold to the Ghana National Gas Limited. Based on a directive from Cabinet instructing the Minister of Energy to scrap government royalties and GMPC shares in the pricing of gas for the energy sector from the Sankofa Field and Jubilee Foundation gas. These sales were made at a nil value. This was to standardize power generation, subsidize power generation in the country. The auditors also noted that outstanding balance due from the Ghana Gas Company Limited of 334.2 million prior to the above directive remain outstanding as at 31st December 2021. It is not clear how this outstanding amount is being resolved or recovered. There is a risk of this balance being held in the records indefinitely if there is no clear payment plan or any other directives on the recovery of the outstanding balance. I want to find out from Ghana Gas, have you paid this money to GMPC? Yeah, 334.2 million. Ghana Gas.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. No, this money has not been paid yet.
Why haven't you paid the money up till now?
So this money actually is part of the legacy debt, which is part of the energy sector debt that we have currently.
You say legacy debt, energy sector debt. Which of them?
It's the energy sector debt, and the amounts outstanding have been termed legacy debt because they have been outstanding for a certain number of years. And per my understanding, I know that Ministry of Finance has put together a debt matrix, and that debt matrix is supposed to take care of that legacy debt.
Okay, kindly introduce yourself. We want to record that.
Sorry, my name is Jennifer Kufuor, and I work with Ghana Gas Finance Department.
Okay. Can you tell me what make a debt to qualify to be called legacy?
So what I said earlier on, this is, these are monies that have been outstanding from inception, from maybe 2015 up until 2020, when the CWM was first introduced. So all the monies that were outstanding before the CWM came in, those are all the monies that they've termed legacy debt.
Are new debts being paid by Ghana Gas?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat?
New debts. If you incur new debt, are you paying those ones? Fresh ones? Or since 2015, when this debt started piling up, all sales to you, you have not paid them, and the debt keep rising, or you have been clearing the current new ones?
We have been clearing the current new ones through the CWM and also through other receivables.
So you owe somebody. You decide not to pay that one, but decide to be paying the current creditors. Why?
Honorable Chair, that's not the situation, please. We've not ignored the past debt.
If you have not ignored, you would have cleared the past ones, then the new ones come. So it will be a rolling kind of thing. But if you hold the past one there and dealing with the current one, that is deliberate. It's deliberate. That is why you're calling it legacy debt. You have not incurred that debt, so let it be there. Who come to pay? Governor, is it a continuous thing?
So as I mentioned earlier on, the CWM, the cash waterfall mechanism, was put in place to take care of the revenues that were coming in from 2020. And that government was supposed to decide on what we were going to do with the legacy debt, because it's not just Ghana Gas. It involves all the other stakeholders as well, please.
Does government tell you how to manage your company? Do they tell you how to manage your company on a daily basis? The government have to tell you that, hey, today, all the workers, this is your schedule, do this before you do it. Why are you waiting for government to tell you how to deal with these debts?
We are not waiting, please.
Then who took that decision not to settle these debts? Who took that decision? Honorable Minister of State, the cash waterfall mechanism is meant to probably not to accumulate more debt, or maybe it's just a sharing formula, how to settle within themselves. How to settle
yes,
within
how
themselves.
to, yes.
Why are they not dealing with the one you are calling legacy one? Why are they not dealing with those ones?
Mr. Chairman, I'll have to verify and then get back to you on that. Clearly, I know that some payments are going on, and so maybe the balance will not be as maybe it was maybe bigger than this, and then we have been able to reduce it. But Mr. Chairman, I cannot sit here and speak without facts. So I'll prefer I go back and then get the facts, because this house is a house of records, and so that I can be able to give you as it is, and what and how the cash waterfall mechanism has been able to have been used to reduce any indebtedness that we that is in the energy sector, please.
Honorable Minister, if this meeting here were to be your vetting, will you tell this committee that you want to go back and check and come back to us, or you provide an answer?
Mr. Chairman.
Vetting. How?
Yes, I know that the cash waterfall mechanism is part of some structure that government set up to help us reduce the energy sector debt, and it's based on some sharing formula. What you are asking me is in respect of a quantum of debt that is outstanding, and I'm saying that with that particular one, I will have to go back and verify how much it was and how we have used the cash waterfall mechanism to reduce it. So that one, yes, I'll still have to go back and verify, so that I can give you an accurate answer.
You'll be coming here on Monday, so can you provide the information on Monday when you come?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this committee really loves me because consistently I've had to appear.
Because you're a proud former member of this committee. Honorable Kofi.
Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity. And the cash waterfall mechanism, it's like an allotment mechanism, but not a generation mechanism. I knew under the John Dramani Mahama's administration, ESLA was developed as a mobilizing mechanism, and an assessment of debts existing were done, and a projection was given that if these collections were to flow through for a certain number of years, we should be able to clear the existing debts. This was further enhanced through the mobilization of more quicker resources through sale of what? Bonds, what we call the ESLA PLC bonds. Why is it the case that we still have such huge outstanding legacy debts as described by the Ghana Gas Company rep here, when we have continually collected these ESLA monies beyond the stated period of collection at the time the law was passed? Can you really help us? Why the case?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, like I said, this house is a house of records. Let me go get the facts, and then we can look at the revenues that have come in and the existing debt at that time and how it's been utilized from that time.
Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Is it one pay coupons are many pa I had you one pay fuel coupons are many pa a day.
Commander, car no.
Yeah,
they are going to see the Bobie's no. And I hear 2 handbrake. To break and Ankasanso or gear and the mono gear boss.
Present free.
Baby, I'm not copy the one among them.
So, Nipa does a near to handbrake, knee brakes in the car.
Almost to be there, and they say there, one of the word young conqua.
Young conqua, zonto.
Commander.
On a more serious note, Ayadania Babedrua, 4%. Me who post, I think 3 days ago, who make keep predictions. And here we are. And it seems like I had Ding. Pacho, Ayadania Drew High.
Commander, Maka, Namesa is to be you. Oh, that's sorry. Now, what is that? See, you know, I'm a little numbers. Now, one who said, the baby, no. The wound chalo to crowd, but be. Over the sorry, 12.5. Now, I ever chain, they are bought 12.8, they are bought 13, they are boboko. So, what to see about bobo numbers and one? Oh, yeah, Yamisumuni, I be out there also lot of wound chubby, but the baby are petrol into betra. There's a certain unspoken rule about 1 liter, $1 in this country. Emperor no, so Obesha say city no 12.5. Petrol stations do na ton petrol no around 12 cities.
Yeah. Okay, as a children no.
Oh, that's sorry. Na akota 13 na. Ebi that day no petrol ni nko. Obetwen the Bank of Ghana antimi anye ho hwe. Na ekukuru kojina 13 ho no mo a. O manu 2 weeks petrol no so be 13 no. And then me no okazai. O dole anope me say mo stations mabobo bia mo go so bobo lotto numbers no.
Men na da no say kwabasa.
Aha, nti e go so bobo no. And then pound no grade matese bobo 20 oh.
Oh yeah.
Aha. Nti se city no nyina ya there commander. There's every danger. Say even if international market is stable na city ni nyina ya ma menkyerɛ nsunsuanso a obe ebenya wɔ yɛ so sɛ na bosome mmienu entamu nie mekɔtɔ ebia petrol ebia $10 million consignment cargo at the bar na exchange na nam 13.5 deɛ na mehia ɛde atua 13.5 no would have been 135 million Ghana cedis anameboa.
Okay.
And then the same cargo abesi ho na me se me ton suppliers se ton na tua me ka end of the month ebia July from sika mamia me here at least 155 million.
Yeah, to 60
from 130 million na newo no eko 155 enti se manfa kakra anka ho a commander meton be wie no na me de ka 25 million menko wie sika no koye nhwe
memfa nkodi manum memfa nya hwe
manum ento hwe but na koye ka enti so wo se see the name sir the simplest explanation is that bobo lotto numbers no wo say ye nyina ye bank kiosk no ye betwa
but Mira boye ye wo form ya ye obi kai fratamfui yes say ye the gold kwakoje oil aba and vice president catch said the reason you say you bet me to fuel ya ne bo no wo form sa policy no omo de so ye na omo ya adentia why what is happening
commander mame enfa wonko wachika krede Ghana mpanyimfo a omo bese ko ye nanka that's almost enyama ase or they were planning na say ye kokan kroma asem na nkrofo ko twen kroma dwuma o ye even with the young ones na ebi ya meton kroma no obeti ese temahabo temamoto way hwan Kwabena Nkrumah University of Science and Technology people did things to protect Menewo from getting to where we are. And yes, our generation we know. Ebi ana yenim de no was rododo ana yejimi yenso na was rododo the yes no. Commander, Nkrumah in this time na Ghana nyanya petrol in commercial quantity. But no mark of water basin no I exploration who say oil no ebi wa ha. E wa no ni Italians no e ko sign agreement omomesi refinery e ma Ghana. Enti bre ni enya petrol ni bia. Nanka ye ya chinchim ya de mu na hu nkohia. Say ye ko Holland, ye ko UK, ye ko Qatar. Ye ko Saudi, ye ko product e de abeton ama Ghana ko cause ne refinery ni bi wa ha. Commander, ye 32 petrol in commercial quantities. The oil refinery no ye adwuma kakra ni edum no. Ya ni edum no. For the past 3-4 years, the crowd the enemy is a point crowd. Yes, here man in adwuma bio. Na the actually ni match them. Every month we have 400 million at the imported petroleum products at the Ghana. Dollar and city. So refinery ni ye adwuma commander onim netre. Sikana wo de cut off finished product na ne bo wo soro no. So we got crude no form kakra. You will spend there half of that money. There 200 at the crude. At the bread refinery no chinchim. And yes, she crana on your forex pressure, no, and can be save about $200 million every month. So we talk crude at the amount a year and an answer to so I become home and I would crude Emma or more. You will not pay as much as we pay for finished product. Command out to me as a
Metiasiapa.
And yet do refinery, no, a home sometimes more. And one other gold for oil. 1993, Ompenyin for a walk away Mukotanase. Say, look, Yempe a cushioning, safety net, Emagana for Yengosi tanks a cassia. Now Yentuni D say bulk oil storage and transportation, boss. Commander, Tiedino, bulk oil storage. Near Costo the Inzo.
Debbie.
Yakotofango, Acosto, na Emreni do. Na yese petrol no wasoro dodo amansan dwa bo so a
near year p
nanka boss entimi anya hwekra no ko betimi aseve Ghana for 2 months going to 3 months anameboa enti nanka ho behia say benya strategic reserve margin kakra e dey atop petrol dibe bebo so memienu ntamunie international market prices were coming down from 900 and the buyer they drew 700. Petrol card they could do 600, 680. When him say petroleum no so on the pricing curve. Our season be a honor more. From season be a honor more because of demand and supply. And the boss no a junior entire chidanke because I tell boss no is to give me no yeah mobile for no a safety net. Senka ye beto BDSA. Anameboa commander.
Yeah.
Ananka top ye adwuma e no process here. The top beton no the beka no nanke de akosie. Ochina ye be sorry na international market e wo soro bebre anasi the nupo sabone a. Boss say look, ye to be this year ye to 600 and then I'm 900. Ye turn 900, ye turn 650 power. We'll be able to recover costs and make some profit. Commander. That was Arjuna Neta HDA Ecosi boss. And then they are the trading hub. And you see a kota ya beton. Now you kota beton was say you mean kota dollar and kota because you need dollar and any gold and you better gold and be the copper oil trader we know the oil number. Near the Standard Bank of Ghana near the Asama gold for the normal commander. Look and some basa. Meanwhile a solution now. Go back to the cardinal reasons why our institutions win. Refer to the copies. Is it a man? There be. Yeah, certainly say the bayer and away per Juma, way in per Juma, and away a CPP, way MPP, way a CPP, way a NDC. I don't know if say the bayer. Yes, it is the refinery need be chim petrol, Mama Ghana for any beato. There would have been some benefits. In the commander also arena, he pay lip service and I thought no yeah the top about that for a Juma near Canitra near Koda. Just know that we are all being exposed now to external pressure. We cannot internalize anything. Yentobi engine chimmo. Say Europe walk roa. Yakwa now say Europe. Ede born omo man for Europe now. Omo tua omoka. In euros in pounds per hour no. Near the Abregana for you tua omoka bosome at the end of the month. In cities. So omo tua in dollar. Commander, baby agent and one agent.
So now gold for oil no is not working any longer.
Commander, offer petrol I did bar. Gold for oil numbers. The last time I checked here, now contributed by 20% to market. Sebe 80% now can walk at all. I'm on Can the 20 sway the 80 now? Can the free international market directly? No. So it may not be the solution. It may be the solution. But can we just go back to the core cardinal business of both to store bulk oil for mineral?
No, but I say if Tor is not active, obviously it be affected boss. Meboa.
Commander, anything that may can be a friend is a reserve margin, no strategic stock margin, no. Say over sorry, the tax way out to petrol, so. First, the people told so ananka. It was a finance ministry. EDCA now, this all BDCs and now importers. Yes, and the friend is a price stabilization and recovery levy, no.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of menu that's 14 pesos and 16 pesos. A year, petrol and diesel, you know, auto utia. Diesel 14, petrol 16. Nanka yes stabilization there. Kabuano air qua near their stabilizer. It drew baby as the says cannot air premix. And then one the party for one change.
I see.
And yeah, they are no echo grow here. Boss is canka boss in ya, ABA say you have 5 pesos beer or 440 million liters consumption monthly, no. Now Kebenya bear 22 million, be there 30 million be at every month. Indica within 5-6 months or 10 months, no. Ya waka crank a bit immediate top petrol at the SCS. Now you watch the petrol. The American government use Oklahoma cushioning or store crude na or Sarena why Russia and Ukraine or more international price across 100. No, we're releasing reserves and I'm
yeah.
Yeah, reserve no way.
And it's sir, Mamma say where you, sir, I Esla, I live in Mahama, yes, a big cuisine, a war oil industry. What has happened to that levy?
Commander, business.
Really?
I almost started the ball business and the Esla PLC. Now, what the cut? Eh? Ghana for air contributing when they pay almost petrol, to diesel, to electricity. To pay off the debt. You may have the Bessiana, a Canada on Ghana for Tiano. That influence, no, Esla influence. You find the Anusa Bessia, Elia 20 years, 15 years, they in Tia. Commander, baby, near boy of Wabro, I'm even see her.
That's it. Ninka Shibio. Na we I say no kwa na be kwana nim
Commander car ni free no break be any as e be possible
yo
from anybody dey be ko dey be ko akopie be na akopie e be ko
yo any nyare jojo pacho ye da so hai look Charlie, I swear MPA for they for talk whether they day inside or they know day inside for talk. You guys you for talk. He said the all wabem. Se fa kan wo wabem. My men can so and pray. And you praying for. He say wabem. So said they not first pa no for reporters no they wouldn't mean for reporters ah. Now our program no so naturally yemu. The entire ya baba bedru say. Never bought the rubon some Kufuado neighbor or me so my idea. We didn't consider MP now in Jaya taxes and a moko your friend is a board meeting at the Tiamoka. Maybe a gun and ye tax. Me tax nibi. Minimo be our MP and Quamsifaka minimo. Chrim 1 3 brother. Any Kwame Plus to no assume better no and you'll be out. Because Massa, I want for to me more wagadress and for Muhuni. Obia send country broke, country no broke, we all day inside. No. Some people they enjoy. Some people get coupons in their cars. No mun to fuel. E been more 8 years no mun to fuel daw. Coupons e guomo kamu odu afele mame no ate odu afele mame na wate na ene so kura de kwame ayi bia me ko hu ye And you have 35-year-old having 200 million to purchase state assets. So yeah, that's their own problem. Anyway, so my main has been commercial drivers unions now. Now, yankotie almost so. Yaguto. Ena Yaguto we no any omo private a oil refinery. Yano no almost say Kufuado ya de chain Kwame Nkrumah no. Adakra nyame be kan akuma men ka hwe no okai Kufuado no ne na ponum Jimmy a then you want to go ballistic. Obi anani bie in the 50s AC a oil refinery ma ya sebe ya Ghana for ya no ye betimi atu ya de na ya refine na ya ton for ma ye menu mienu Ghana ni eni wo napo jimi no ma yi no running mate no ama ye ho atoye yetimi ya destroy de no baba be sina na de ko ya ground no ya guno kra hey mampani be na Ghana se Mahama se Rolling so why na betimi abie na no se ono ne yonko ne Kwame Nkrumah Mamene David Agbodo PR Concerned Drivers Association. David Akwaba
Yenia
to say
Cheri ampanda roma nkwani ahode wo akade nanado die
David say 4% abeto so almost say no 1 liter equal 15 cedis is that right?
Yeah, super 15 cedis 10 pesos. And diesel 15 cedis 25 pesos.
Anna V power I say
V power is 16 point BB, but the other one man captain.
The answer is 16.
Yeah.
Hey. And they say V power is more than $1.
Oh, about $1.
David, and then of course most say more just say more can I say.
Mimi medasi. This is here uni the say no. Your name ministry here ni community. The area the area what now Congress if you call it. Omo dia betu just say here. Close na wo omo bylaw no mo say the omo ni minister ko dia no. They say omo twemu.
GPLTU for say Omo Emra a guide GPLTU no.
What say every year Omo Congress?
Yeah.
Na Emra every 4 years be Omo Congress. Emra Omo say ekutia Omo nkanko no. No ma ye mun sakai. Nti di Omo say ekutia Omo sa article 2K. It's almost article 2K next go. I must say here, commercial transport operators here and even they determine the price. Near the other two just here. Omo mudi to month journey daily ubi money jano. Omo mudi tell omo depend time on price. They say endurance we have. Eniti many okate last week yes one say a day now omo elected the new leaders here on the year. That very day now
I see.
And you know ebeshia into all the transport operators of moving by na dey na committee e man share about the say no ya na print na here no ye wo ye beto lorry to mu a India premier sa ewa mu ana premier ewa mu enu ho na ye din a we asa be kum nti me ne wo ka se ne be ye mputumpushi da anye eda ya wada be ye tiada na ye hu se say no every 2 weeks we are a windows building almost 2 weeks. Yebra and percentage way. The minimum Casa 20% there at the whole 10 year. Yakushimu Friday. Yabedi Wabu, then Yabe.
So, more decided on 20% lorry fare increment.
Meanwhile, you be so air 20%. 20%, you know. Where a fool the other time I yet to lorry payment. Yet to lorry payment. We can wire to for consider time. Back on a 2.1%. Back we are 1.1%. Back we are 3%. And at the current one we after 4%. Who can in here? 10% now, better order than it brass here. That's the other. You know, for last year.
Maminjao, after Yawada, then we will take it from there. Mesumeda say, yeah, I take the veterans. Yeah, I take the so. Hey. My name is Abbas Ibrahim Moro, Industrial Relations Officer, JPRTU. Onia Akwaba.
Boko.
Bibia Boko there.
Boko Masha.
4% increment on fuel products, diesel, super, V-Power. Angabas, say,
yes,
sir. What is happening?
Oh, baby, I wanna. Well, say most of the time, the upward adjustment bar. Now, passengers maybe can say maybe I got to pango mona to lower fare. So, yes, we are about to make a castle and this and yet maybe way. Yeah, one of the justifications will be normally you want 10% threshold fuel and
Monfan Chemi article Monfan Chemi. Yeah, Baba Tetresa. Yeah, Baba Tetresa. And yeah, Multimeter and yeah, veteran. Yeah, David. What if it doesn't run? Yeah, Vama Hotavagana. Yeah, Vama Hotavagana. As Yakikan Kona. Fucking things. Hey, I'm as Cassima and Cassabio, or him, I'm as Cacafra. Would you watch your papa and you know go when you was? Dona, wo na neno. Yeah, no, yeah, Baba, take a fat, yeah, Baba, take a fat, yeah, Baba, take a fat, nonsense. Besides, in the Chakakramba.
Mupia me kosa bankese mu na me do also amen damage my mother me be shabo mupia me kosa bankese mu na me do also amen damage my mother me be shabo amen tumi ndiso me ko mupia me kosa bankese mu me do a me ba beti petrol so o do also ana petrol boa ana ekoso the Baba Tinyama so if the Baba Yafo is one breast of grad and Yafo one and then only cake once in the year. Cake once in the year. The Bia Wire Day. I mean, Yafo to me to be. One of my heads here says she said, power in the battle, so called better than she said, and discover by a good to go. Me free chebi. Chemione, who's Gabia? Nabis animal who's Gabia, Mamma Kosaba, Kesemu. Namidu also a main damage in Mamuda. Remember, Shabu, I mean to mean this. They call Rupiam Kosaba, Kesemu, Mudua, the Babati Petrol, so who do also an petrol bois and a coso. The Babati, Yama.
You want to go here? Baba would I don't want to be the other. Naye, and I go for the back on in a bush of much of Moon's Gabia. Today they have money pass Charlie. The money they have, I go for the name of Bush and Kwabet me a Bogana Bossian. Oh, yeah. So $3 billion no year cap $3 billion no year can want some FI China. Chale, I'm going to me I'm a Ghana Bosia. Yeah, Baba, take it back to also. Yeah, Baba, take it back to also. And the whole one city, what's in it on? What's in it on? The whole one city, what's in it on? Now I'm the doctor 1 city choir campaign. And there will be my doctor 5 cities now no more did not them. 5 cities now into a jaye. 5 cities no crime puna ye. Young Crawford, Sanya Ghana for a wa abotren and Kaye baby to say Mali and Ninja Omi Nipa and Kaye say Nipa do fuck and bonnet so papa. Because Unipa and people near Jimmy too much. Why Jimmy Nipa? Who Nipa does near what share MPP at a pay? One with Jimmy. I mean, I make a child now. As me, Miss Ru. Now, can I Japan him so much, Jimmy? Can I Japan him so much, Jimmy? On him. Baba, the better stop. Yeah, but that's better so. Kwame. But also, you say, I mean, sign baby mouth. Send us open. Casantana means sign baby mouth. Also, per se. Petro. Sir, boy, no man, Sanya Bogodu, no. Sikano, ya also here from one two. Bamjame sign check your mommy produce and Abba.
Last night, I received the news, as all of you have received, that upon all the troubles we are going through and trying to survive, last night, I received the news, as all of you have received, that upon all the troubles we are going through and trying to survive this phenomenon that they have inflicted upon us for the last 3 years, they have decided to increase the price of fuel by 9%. How uncaring can you be? This is the government that said, I care for you. Where is the care? Don't you have any empathy for the suffering of our people? You have to increase in this period where people are trying to buy diesel, to run generators, businesses and individuals. This is your thank you to them, to increase further the price of petrol and diesel and other fuels. And this is why we are saying this is the most uncaring government. Last night, I received the news, as all of you have received, that upon all the troubles we are going through and trying to survive this phenomenon that they have inflicted upon us for the last 3 years, they have decided to increase the price of fuel by 9%.
Yes, black politicians, Jimmy, only one Jimmy in a catchery. Bomia. Now, Kwawi, at me be the vice president. On your mind, Hong Kong. A good word to say, Jimmy for Baku, a trade the Amaya. How? Tino. Utufu and bra. Never careful once more or some yet the guitar. Oh, worry me, sister, Tino. Yana, a 7 canal, I star be. Bra never can once more. Once we had the guitar. Or see, what's a year coming in near that sorry, ya. John Mahama say to fool mu. And then the other cassa a kufa about Myanmar to fool moi, or see any coffee fool never. John Mahama no Jun so fool. Gonja hine no Jun so fool. Anna Chebi hine, I'm waiting on Jun so fool. Walla hine on Jun so fool, quasi a cacassi. Just listen to Baumia. Ye too full moi. Abani very uncaring. Ye too full muna. How they care about the ordinary Ghanaian. Yeah, Baba Tete Pedroso, yeah, Badia Baba, Baba Tete Pedroso, and then Doctor One City. What have you thought now? Hii nenga nesu komasi atum. Kade de yom. Ke kome o. Kade. Ke yom de. Yeah. Is it what? Is it waiting? I don't want you to be. You say waiting. Waiting. No, by Charlie, on the most serious note, can I speak no side the boom bay 5% to be near Yereko Yenenim Yerensaya Chiarada Yereko Yenenim Ingunim di Yendiada. Se wakunumu ya dendenara kunindi diada yereko therefore increase on 5% in addition maybe say next week no therefore increase more. If we increase them, they do August, then they do another 5 increment in August, no. In October, no, they do 5 in addition, no. That's the only way we go feed. We go feed do Ghana where we go sabi. Nyere Jojo. Oje ko jamingbe bu ngabo ya misi oje po sound. Oh, Kwame. Yeah, next card many say. I many say check no. Okay, let me do it. My many $30,000 for you. Why? Koko $30,000. $30,000 from my account. $30,000. Mpamcho moncha mi wo tie for me sign a yam obi. Why not so as ratano? Me sign check am obi. $30,000. Check in here. Kwa mbaji koyi. Kruma. Nya ibia. Kwabena bilonia mi 30,000. Brother Jine Kokoyi. Where my son?
Would you school fees? And I go for the head. Or no, quite president or boss. So, Bossy Hospital, Baku, 111. Way, now per day. That's all for the guy that could have done. Over that to be hung with the enemy. Now, why not the neighbor? Young Quatro. Young Quatro. Young Quatro. Namutia. Opia Odim. Motia. Moko hen na drawing. Motia. The 900 chip bois. As we call him. Motia the 900. As we call him. The Shamu. The Shamu. And then the baby be worthy. Samunia Nabo. Who just school fees. And I go for the head. Or no quite president or boss. So Bossy Hospital, Baku, 111. Way, now per day. That's all for the
What don't know? Jimmy say ya. Can you imagine Kwame? In the 50s. Then we have a black man who woke up one day and is like, look, we need an oil refinery. So I will build one in Ghana. That time and two oil. But now I hear exploration. I want to say, you bet two oil. Then we need our old equipment. So that many women know betting out of fuel at a cheaper price. How dare you compare a very reckless thief, a criminal like a Kufuado, very useless man in our generation, very useless guy, useless president. Nankwa yeti ro kra Kufuado yeti ro kra ko bi antono e odwaso. How can you compare him to Nkrumah? Today, Thor is grounded. Thor is grounded. Unyame amwa oman te se Ghana after Nkrumah no nkwasiafo nko an yenye omo saa bepemene eno omo killer omo last killer omo la me say nobody should dare, not even John Mahama onu kura waka say nya na fe ne Nkrumah. Why Kofo? Why? Then you have this stupid boy in Apo. Kikam kwasi asem. Ave no so konkro for akopo macho. You are a fool. You are a fool that we take you just running mate the same day you started your campaign with a friend. I beg. You are a fool. No, today, Mammy fan to form. What do you mean, fan to form? Say, yeah. Mammy fan to form. No, you see, yeah. No, don't dare. Don't go there. I go for the way. I go for the way. Obia what me about chimo man ko na chibe over about 30 years, 40 years. You have the guts to say that nonsense. No more the Ghana for the year or no MPP for no come ferry. So mo pia be kasa asem no. Akufo ni yonko ne ekofo. Akufo ni yonko within the MPP ni yonko na fe eno no. E o die bem. Akwa we abedi o man awu. Abe disturb o man, abe twi o man puntu okọ akire over be 30-40 years. Now Baba cancer man now Ube come kwasi asema chire. Who born dog? Napo, who born you? Now what's say premper the Croatia and the young Nkroma? What's say? Apaja fi on wine and the young na ko for the young Nkroma. Apaja fi on wine and the young Kwame Nkroma. Idiot of fui. Swine. Apajafio nipa papa be na o se ne yonko ne Kwame Nkrumah. Check. Muntwa nkomo mu wo Kumase. Wo yonko ne Kwame Nkrumah. Ha. Vako Jemensa we kru ene bedi Vako musika egu no. Jemensa yisi okunu. Criminals like you. Napo ma wenyo would last time ya beka sa nkwasi asem no obi afa your taxpayers money waka che se wo si agenda 111 4 years ni wadi sika no and what to foundation osi wo si eya hospitals mark 111 point ewe ifa esi ifa nesi Ogaza Nkrumah is a fool to use our taxpayers' money, 10.5 million Ghana cedis, and the Befa private jet, say Ordinam or Jinani womb. Ada ya na Nkrumah defense minister niti on wa bodam no ananti aba parliament abaka say president ni nya baby nyare ana oswa into Ghana airplane no Ghana Airways no ne 9 ontimi training name hwe ba matiati I want me training name. Just look at the Kufuor don't maintain the name. Charlie. Yeah, many panyuni no. Obia say or minor. Let's talk about it. Right now, fuel and edruso. Mesre Kwame Sifakan or China okwa anyere jojo. Chichim. Why we are here. These are do like I give you two. You see, it's either you will send the reporters, use 2 from Peace FM, 2 from OKFM, 2 from UTV. They go give you Dodowa station, so many, 1 to Kumasi, 1 to where Ekropon, your hometown, or you are your open. Open up on the side and up on my side. And go up because then you tell us. And now I say they are here. You get coupons from MPA. Board member near Yagayo. Yeah. Charlie, Monday enjoy you know the care. Now, yeah, ready you from. That's a fact I know bro for God and country. They say there for God and for stomach, brother. MPA, thank you, sir. MPA so is doing well. A car MPA. Ghana for a car at that MPA. Now say MPA road to the PR Mube Johnny. I'm into inflow. Juma be away as a year. I didn't know. Juma. But my main for yes, Agbesi Basil says, Nkrumah saw this coming. That is why he built the refinery. Yes. He saw it coming. Unfortunately, when you have nation records insulted, look, so a bit to say, Rollins Krat Yasinenka or Didi Nkrumah Temwa, and maybe I'm a fanasa. Yeah, could be a fanasa. Ode fa oba fa champon fa champon e compare and Nkrumah. Yeah, I will agree. You have this guy, somebody who can just walk to Bank of Ghana and tell Bank of Ghana print his scammer minkodi without approval. A president on famra, omumra, on fa Ghana constitution, on fa nyashe, omua de, o man akonya na wateso no anu omuno. You think Nkrumah will do that? Okay, Nkrumah do my sika ever fly nyum to need in Abaso metwa nyum a state house, a Flagstaff house. Because Nkrumah be this nkwasi ade no. Hey, Jesus Christ Savior. Do you know the efforts Nkrumah at the same in building a Kosombo dam, building Valco, Black Star Line, our aviation sector, our education system? Do you know the efforts? Huh? Napo, senye radio super anka mkacho so nya so. Abodam complete. Ay. Unso nyame. Ode mo pa ya mo nkoka Nkrumah bio. Mo be hu de Ghana fo nkola be mo. Ombe di mo mpamro. Mo hwe ade amo apiri ho. Mo be ka mo hia mo headquarters so wo yi asalam down. Na mo aka no inside ho no a na mo de kire yesi akufu ado so. Aha, e ho no obia me ya mo hwe obia ne mu ni asem. Obia nka hwe. Ba se mo di pie esi abonten dia. Mo be hu kwaya manfo de mo be fa so. Mo di o man awu destroy o man say. Mpam chow e ya desrede nyame ya aduma next week hwiebe 5% fuel mo fa nka homa yen e betua. Why? But John Mahama ya de bi. And Kwame is very interesting. John Mahama share meet the press, you know. When we say bepemene, none of the issues John Mahama Arezia MPP to be contested. None, not one. Not one. Not one. From corruption or fighting here under his tenure. No to challenge ma womo. Say, if they have any dent on him, Bepe me say me no wo ka say. Come to me. Yentie John Mahama na me round it up. *413#. And you could hear John Mahama on a social interventions.
I've heard this thing said so many times, and I wonder the basis why they say so. The NDC has no social intervention programs. It's the funniest thing I heard. Who brought the District Assembly's Common Fund concept? It was the NDC. We put it in the 1992 Constitution and said 5 to 8% of total government revenue should go directly to the districts for their development. So if you go to your district and the District Assembly has built a school, a KVIP, a nursery, a sports recreation, a community center, it is a social intervention of NDC that has produced that. Who introduced the GET Fund? It's Rawlings, NDC. We passed the GET Fund law. But for the GET Fund, where would our education be? Most of the educational infrastructure in this whole country is being provided through the GET Fund. And so, how can you say we haven't introduced social intervention policies? But in any case, what is social intervention policy? Is an action or policy that provides social services or social benefits to the people. And so, it's not only GET Fund and other things. We have provided more access to water than any other government in the history of this country. When Professor Mills came into government, access to clean drinking water was 58%. By the time we left office, access to clean drinking water was 76%. For Accra alone, we added 40 million more gallons of water. In 8 years, not 1 gallon has been added. And I hear the Ghana Water Company say, oh, Accra is overgrowing a supply of water. It's overgrowing a supply because in 8 years, you have not added a single gallon to it. You must plan and know what your population growth rate is. And you must continue to put in the capacity to bring in more water. And that's why I'm saying that we took water and brought it in from the northern direction of this country. And so Adenta and other places that had never gotten water for almost 15 years saw their taps flowing for the first time. Today, I'm sure your taps flow twice a week or something. If you don't store water, you will run short. And so we need to invest to bring more water supply, not only to Accra, but to all our growing communities around the country. And so if you are a government and you haven't invested in improving water, definitely access to people will be denied. We've extended electricity more than any government in the history of Ghana. Electricity is a public good. When electricity arrives in a community, it changes the lives of the people very rapidly. People can engage in small-scale enterprises. It was Rawlings who introduced the Rural Electrification Program and the National Electrification Program. And so today, when we say that Ghana has more than 80% access to electricity, it's because the NDC introduced those policies for us to be able to do so. So how can any person say that NDC has not introduced any social intervention? Even the NHIS. NDC started a pilot in Damango and Nkranza for the NHIS. Implementation started in President Kufuor's time. But what President Kufuor introduced was a mutual health insurance scheme. And so your card, your NHIS card, allowed you to access health services only in the district in which you were registered. Today's National Health Insurance Scheme was introduced by Professor Mills. He changed it from a mutual district insurance scheme to a national health insurance scheme so that your card could access health care anywhere in Ghana you go. And so I wonder what is giving these people this idea. You know, I can refer to free school uniforms and free sandals. The free school uniform policy was introduced by Professor Mills. I can refer to the free textbooks for basic schools. When Nana Jane, seated here, was minister, she came and met a situation where 3 children had access to 1 textbook. By the time she left office as minister, every child in basic education had access to 4 textbooks of their own. If that is not social intervention, I wonder what else is social intervention. Even let's take progressive free SHS. It's a policy, the free SHS. I launched the free SHS. And so you can't say that we have not had any social intervention. If you talk about the cocoa sector, our policy of free fertilizer and free cocoa inputs and free seedlings changed the lives of the cocoa farmers. And if you remember, when I was leaving office, we did almost 1 million tons of cocoa because of the policy that we had of giving these inputs to the farmers free. If that is not a social intervention, I wonder what else is. That argument must stop. I've heard this thing said so many times, and I wonder the basis why they say so. The NDC has no social intervention programs. It's the funniest thing I heard. Who brought the District Assembly's Common Fund concept? It was the NDC. We put it in the 1992 Constitution.
And destroy no. We are Ghana near baby Obiano. Just take 2 minutes to listen to this, JM.
And the point even is, these people have done more harm to social intervention. And the point even is, these people have done more harm to social interventions than any other government in history. They capped the NHIS, and apart from that, they starved it of funds. And so most people with an NHIS card today cannot access health services. You go, you get a consultation, there are no drugs, not even analgesics. You go to hospitals and they say they won't accept the NHIS card because the NHIS is not refunding their claims. And it's not refunding their claims because this government has starved the NHIS of money. They've starved the District Assembly's Common Fund of money. The Constitution said 5% to 8%. We were giving district assemblies 7.5% of national revenue. When this government came, they reduced it to 5%. And the rest they are putting into the consolidated fund to spend at the center. And even the 5% does not come. If you go and ask any district secretary, he will tell you there is no money. They go begging the MPs to let them have access to the money in their district common fund accounts to be able to do even some of the basic things. And so this government is doing more. Get fund, decollateralize Get Fund, and spend the money in advance. So Get Fund is not able to continue the projects that it is undertaking because the fund has been collateralized. And so this government has done more harm to the existing social interventions than any other government in the history of the country. And so that is my take on. And the point even is, these people have done more harm to social interventions than any other government in history. They capped the NHIS, and apart from that, they starved it of funds. And so most.
All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5. Back in the studio, star 413 hash, star 413 hash. And Obi Abedi di Peche. Kwame Pacho Bobie first draw, mommy. Yeah, my draw number. Intentem. Bashiru Abubakar. Thank you. Then we have Honorable Suleimana Adama, MP for Time Constituency. If you say, and we have on top a media practitioner with we are not the mother name of say Metro original, then but they have a mother like multimedia.
Ignite Media.
Ignite.
Yeah.
Okay. So Honto is here with Ignite Media. And the Ignite any. So can
Mr. Producer says, is there any way I may be going forward? Program a bit man virtual. Thank you, Kau Fee, for Fuel Mac. I see a horn. Because is it a Petroleum in there?
Announcement here, here. But honorable, 4%, and you heard the other commercial drivers union organizations talking. Somebody 20% betum. Now, GPLT for Congress and Mraba Kwana a bomb baba. Say GPLT for beto fan on beto cash in Tiade Lord Femua Jesse Omo Akoshia Abain Enamusini Swafo Kakobedi in Semso. Almost all Mako is at everyone. So which means now they are on their own to increase it at any point in time that they think. And they have said more measures beyond media Gugu Akwemwa. But this is the reality. What see Dr. Baumia in 2016 they say buying to a fuel more, meaning that the government is very uncaring, especially in tough situations. Now, and you heard it. Then what's your kufado on? Yeah, sorry, but the sad reality is that times are getting tough and tougher.
Yo, Commander Medasi, Metcha no Machia Tifo, Machia Minia Hunto. Yo, na Maka said, I am in one second. If you say, studio here, and I may buy. And I may catch it only because now only lose to know her. So now I catch them will say, I am a Fana Yakono. external credit facility omo de emaye no every 3 months you better utility nyomam
like lights
tied to
water
the value of the city enti emre bia ye city no na ho odin no etiba fam na dollar enya ho odin no certain etie bia ye beto electricity nsuo enkanea why we see DSTV why we see all those other things ye betum a automatic adjustment me ba ha ka kire o e ma ye hwe credit facility no grant na me the IMF agreement no ba ha e me discuss eno na ye go through no and forget about Dr. Baumia say wakofa gold for oil deal biaba ebema oil na akofam.
Remember Dr. Baumia announcement in show. All right, so you got here Dr. Baumia on gold for oil. Very interesting. Whether he decided
in prices from the 23 cedis per liter to around 12 cedis per liter. We have also seen stability in prices from the 23 cedis per liter to around 12 cedis per liter. We have also seen stability in the exchange rate as we predicted. I have been told that next week we are likely to see fuel prices fall again as a result of this policy. And next week is not actually, Professor has just said, it's not that far, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow we will see the decline in prices that we are expecting. I mean, this is remarkable. 2.5 months ago, you are at 23 cedis per liter. Today, you are at 12 cedis and falling. That is a good point. But let me note that, let me point out that the most important aspect of the gold for oil policy is not just the reduction in fuel price, but the most important aspect is the savings in foreign exchange that the Bank of Ghana will make as a result of the lower demand for forex to import oil. That saving is huge. We are currently importing about 50 to 60% of our oil imports under this policy. The goal is to move to 100%, and that will be done this year. We will see this done with, and we'll work with the BDCs to make this happen. But the savings in foreign exchange, when we do this, will be an annual saving of around $4.8 billion US dollars every year when we get this done. And that means that the oil importing companies, the BDCs, will not be going to the Bank of Ghana and looking for $4.8 billion to buy oil. We will buy that oil with that gold with our cedis, convert it into the oil payment, and therefore that demand will no longer be there. Decline in prices from the 23 cedis per liter to around 12 cedis per liter. We have also seen stability in the exchange rate as we predicted. I have been told that next week we are likely to see fuel prices fall again as a result.
We okay catch the engine ecosystem. And anyone you know then no boss in engine I say. CD no and then I hata adru $1 now 16 cedis.
Yeah. 16 plus.
Yes. And on the oil no. And then on the board no yet 4% in the. And clearly you see, adia Dr. Baumia, ede nano abosu bia emre a expose no. Adia ode nano abosu bia emre a expose no. Amana ye otrofo. Bidia. IMF na yakono. The agreement has been signed. And they are not going to, you see, taxes on day bar. Ghana for sorry ya. There are other ways to get those resources because I agreement with IMF. Intermediate nyame enti na mode topic impo no can also ye can if you say mabaha ne mo be can say offer fango no dear. Ye bet 2 months me ban meet you na me say wo kan say boss me e be wura mun say no mun say nyangum. Yes nyangum. We are at the mercy of this reckless nation, this nation reckless. They are very reckless even in their recklessness.
Even in pushing about this, no.
They are reckless in that. Look, this papa we okasa na utie no. Yoreba umia. So okasa na utie na. Ubisa ho say e die mbone pa na Ghana for ye the papa we are vice president.
How?
If you say he doesn't sound like one. He doesn't look like one. He doesn't behave like one. Na amamuo hu
pure scammer.
Amamuo a serious business. Ena we other say microeconomics and macroeconomics. Enye ne ene o chena sem. It take a long trajectory. Enuntia say do be your mampani and say o your pania. You don't just talk. O he trend no. Ehwe say onyoma odi asisi ani no ebe ya adwuma. But we who say na o ka kire o say next week no cry or chana. You see, he's too short-sighted, short things in no. And media sa 4% ya to me. The consequences of 2016 and 2020 election.
And I bet you
if you say Tibrekese no ankasa President na Akufo-Addo na ankasa ka kire en say ne kasa na minim oba betisi Petro so. Very good. And Petro ya emu ye tutumu yi.
Asa le bu afuo bi. O ba tete Petro so ya bufuo.
Ya bufuo. Unu am obi a me kan kire en say adwaman so na ya tum. Eye taxes a ye de atoto so no. Aban we na be ka kire en say ye wo new sound taxes a ye de atoto aso ama Petro bo aye dey. Oba obeye free so. I can tell you on authority say taxes are aban we dia to Petro eso no. E chen aban bia.
Really?
Yes. Unfortunately, I didn't bring that data.
Yeah, the tax component.
Kamebo boso mako actually. Very unfortunate. Because I'm in free chamber straight na me by.
Okay.
Enti Emre enayi Dr. Baumia ene na Akufo-Addo omoto
entu onama obo entuano onte
wati na ofa ho oye bia hwe. I'm telling you oye bia hwe. Look, enwa na mo kan sembe ha me ne mo ya agreement in totality ebe ye it is possible and it shall be possible, it shall be well enye pe ebe ye eni ye betimi aye enye pe eye defeatist attitude ntini onim se ne oye no oye bi na ahwe ye trim nye ye de you but we want Ghana for say ye hu say enye ade a ehyiren bia na yesika kokko enye bohye bia na osi ye di akire na unfortunately omoni nwu asem
that is the problem.
Ogusonam,
that is the problem.
Shebobium.
Because now a Ghanaian is buying 1 liter of petrol for $1.
Yes, $1. Meanwhile, at that time, you could buy a gallon less than this. President Mama Pensono. Someone there say, enye kurano. President Mama enye kurano ne gallon. Ene mo later, ebro ne gallon so. Enti Kwabena say, "Okay, some no can." It come back to the same thing. Say we have been scammed. Ya scam we. Ena Ghana for a to scam. Ena wabe vice president. Na enka first mpoe. Wase anya the temerity and the audacity abegina yanim say, "Ye nto abama no no meye president." You could be say no or say or your driver's mate. Ye dia emra o kan asem we no o kan che say gold for oil deal no no ye mate na we loading boy and I know a driver I don't know why chairman driver na meka na on e be kan ye boss bebre na o hye ye no ade na wancha wa me kan kire the national ne say wa ma Ghana for ho akire wo mo even though Nana Akufo-Addo ene ye president Nana Akufo-Addo ma ehu say eba nkontambo ne economy ho a wabon onim hwe enti okofa wo ba say woni abrante a woni obabu na why economics enti wo be kire economics num wa kire mu nso enti wo na be lead economic trade enti se bibia asia wo ene ese de bo enti na ho kire ya ye ho akire ye fan wo ye tumi driver ni a wutie me odwade ni a wutie adwuma ni a wutie untimi minu ahonto a wo ba ka sika kura ye din na wontimi entofo la ode aba Accra FM no enye obi a na ye yo eye Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ye lying vice president ono na aye if you say ono na share all the boy we are seeing na ode share yen na o kire yen say onim how to manage the economy na onim say oba omo nto petrol mu omo ba bibia be ye fine in fact ye mobo se mpo ne ya kwan ene when ye duru you say 4% aba ya tum several times now kai say in 2016 na daily graphic for omo daily updates about oil prices at the far right corner of daily graphic every day na shake movement beba oil market bia na omo de beto ho ene omo jai but I'm telling you say enye we nkwa na enye 4% we nkwa na aba yes enye 4% we na aba bebre ho ya tutum kro ma mo hu dawuro
2%,
3% sa Copec and I say Copec omo na e omo man update ma hu what is going on anya sa wa wo to no wo be kom pump ho no e na be hu say ya tum so wo kokra na wo ncheke wa yi a wo to a wo ahwe a wo ankasa wo hu nti so wo kona cheke na hu say ya tum it's a daily routine nti me de say na ye daily routine no e ye daily aho kire e no aman no e de abeto ye so eno nti solution no ohwe sa anyomo ye o makan any topics amba be kan nyina the solution lies of reset Ghana agenda President Mama e ka ho asem da bia no we need to reset this country anya sa ni aka nyina e bedi ho agoro sa if you say democracy na nkasa ye nam so a ebe ma amanfo ho kwan wo say wo say driver for no na e wo say nkomo ko aban ho e koje permission
wo say so monko bi
free market one e sa President Mama ye president no did they have to go to the Minister for Transport and sign our momo kwan say monko to petrol mu this is a free market because your money is determined by demand and supply and it say auto price no more of course demand will go down and it say sanity why would they have to go to aban Ansah na aban momo kwan say mutimi tu wem ana mutimi tu wem clearly democracy na nkasa da bia me ba ha me ne mo ka say me problem nyina it's not even about economic development me problem nyina ye enfie enso ne fan send democracy na tete apansam a people are even scared to the things that they yetimi ya no simple yetimi nye it is your mama can the reset agenda all these other things will follow up now no share media for no or come on so te yeah deregulation yeah where we have deregulated the market but most of the things I go through say no a result of taxes yeah they are to so any city na aye hatan any the way aba three things any determine market prices no either say yatum e wo dwaman so either say ye city no aye mre ena enko ana say the taxes ena to so emu sa nyoma miensan emu mienu ye ho control taxes e de to so no ene city na e wo say manage ni ye ni mienu nyina so na say a full price enya about international market na price na go so e you two na aka na e ye yan kasa ena yama e koso enti so bo bi wo wi ase di bo bi a say Dr. Bawumia kan 2016 no o say eye no nwanwa say ye nnia badaye sympathy e magana fo ono de esno kura adwane free sympathy no ena wakope ba bi atena so o ye campaign ena wasesa ni ministers ne MPs no kura di nachi ena omo ankasa so adwane ja parliament ho ena Ghana fo ye autopilot plane na ekọ akopem yo until say ye be boaboa no December enti December wo koto aba kai hu say ena eye July Dr. Bawumia abo ama ya to Petroleum ama Ghana for ho kire omo.
I'll come back to you. A quick comment from Erica Dubois says Ghana in the UK, the caliber of this so-called doctor in reference to Bawumia, whenever I get close to even an assembly member, God bless Ghana. Okay, so Prince Henry says, so can we sit down for Bawumia to be our president? No qualities of presidential candidate, just ambitious, that's all. Togbe Asrate says, I see no reason why we shouldn't rise and hate both the street and the presidency. You cannot hate the presidency, just hit the street and do your own things. Theophilus says, I want to believe that most of the things Alhaji Bawumia has been saying were written for him. Yes, of course. Nana Kofi Ayin says, okay, so let me leave this one out. Because CJ says, can someone tell this man to stand at one place when talking? Oh, jump, Sahano. Munkailu says, good afternoon, Bobie. I'm watching you live from Wenchi in the Abno region of Ghana. Tell me about that. You should keep up the good work. Okay, thank you, Munkailu. Rugboachi says, more fire. All right, we have Agbanya Gakwesi. Good afternoon, sir. Watching you live from Adenta. Aram Dollar Fiawo is here. We have David Glinate Tokoli. Greetings to Honto. Mr. Firepower. Watching you live from Maryland in US of A. Michael DeGoro watching you live from Australia. Good afternoon, sir. When we say Maryland, no, and from maybe me as Antony, me pensi munu wo what a can US of A simple. Bashiru Abubakar says, salute you, sir. Ibrahim Muhammad says, GM too much. Okay, Habiba Seku, it was Miracle who used to say that a lot. Okay, so Habiba Seku. Minya wayini anti sai send the bio strachani afoko with Dodo na Cindy. Okay, watching you live from space. Yes, I can tell. Missing you so much, baby. Hey, oh no. Hey, you want to show yourself to me here? Hey, you pass where that you don't see that. Say that yes, of course, I see the message of the word. Thank you. The word so sweet. Hey, on that was sweet. It was Papa Penu. Oh yeah, can't you microphone? Okay, so Kwabena is here, watching us live from Connecticut Radio Mitra. Says if you come see about tomorrow. Let's put the US simple.
Yes, and he message through you.
Oh,
I was hoping sending message.
You project you from you.
Say through.
But so has any asona you.
Oh, you. Na I hear about cause was say be chairman na you are. Mohamed Jemfua is here. Good afternoon, dear Kwabena Ansah. Listening to you live from Cardiff, Wales. Okay, hey, Munina mo kwabro today. SRSM pen yo. Yo, Kuma P Junior. Bobie, I'm here. Ibrahim Aoudi says good afternoon, bro. Thanks for the good work.
Mohamed Jemfua 2020 and in a more touchman. UK.
And on us Sunday
and we'll picture Sunday.
Cardiff, Wales. Obinti, Bobie, I hope you have come across Manasseh's comments on the debate on free SHS. That is his own opinion. Obi ono okoto samsang no wakoto semna cycle there we primary. Kojo so answer. I'm watching you guys live from Obi Diaba. Okay, so Graduate watching us live from Ohio. George Bartels is here. Bedazi from Kumasi. Sani Kose watching us live from Spain. Bilbao. Lawrence Akpenyo from Atlanta, Georgia. Richard Ojam watching us live from Koforidi. Abdul Aziz listening to us live from UK. Say no, bro. Say no, bro. Say the main cut that from UK. I don't know. Me what to me. Felix Tete is here with us. Okay, thank you, Alex Pinto, watching us live from Ghana. Richard Kofi, good afternoon, please. I'm watching you live from Sampa in Bno Ahafo. Nana Kwame Kasek from Bantama in Kumasi. Thank you. Wisdom Kafui Agbodo from UK. Also the Nka from UK. Simple. What that Rocky Akwabia say Nebrawo. Italy, Brescia. They all has your friend Ama Brescia. I see you. Hey, George, what do you grab? I remember so pona ayode. We once that some between person to dia. I want to be a okay, but on the more serious note, here we are, Ghana. Where do we go from here?
Mamenchia etie for ne ahwefo. Na ansana me ba honum no. Minti waited. Ofa mani age. Unsa na no na ye di nkomo bi se nyankopɔ ya adom na power sesa ye beti bibi e friend national special recovery task force. Ghana fo nyina obi agi wajapade no. Wo so bekɔ akɔgye wo de. Na ofa the time ka se mani age na sai ma reho. Yeah. Papa bi na ye friend no Andrew Bonzi Simpson. Papa we no ye banker. Ne bra o boy ye nyina wosifie ewo airport residential ha. Na openi bi a ye ka say oye Council of State member. Your friend Richard Ken Atipo. Ye sure say di we watipen. Legon City on any dia. Papa itia so quarantine property. Eko wi as rent quarantine ntua. Afoso ne papa ne beko joint venture. Papa ne you. Wo part we say play one play. The man got fed up and also cafe crowd rent to joint venture one pay to nafan property man. And ne echna tete papa isa ma papa di areho ewuye. Papa ewuye ne ma abeja padie ho so mbeje uso ube develop. Ne man so ka wo de ka wo de papa ene rent ka wo de kura no fa ne tu na fa ya papa japade mayen na we so obi efie si airport residential na de yan kraman
also in Imperial friends Atipo
Richard Ken Atipo
yeah then
we Council of State member.
Okay, so Council of State members so almost free different
oti ne man so de tu na fa papa fie maye wo de car rent wo command check o me de call bank ahwinim abounce no kra no,
but you should get his picture.
We call connect so ho sisia o de onya bo sisia ho.
Anyway, I'll find time.
Almost wo de what may check no kra nka criminal offense Ghana was senke di wasem fa na fa papa akwesi won to da because a Council of State member na near din. Ena oma dina ko court anyankopon adaroma me no kase judgment aba
still
judgment aba nyankopon adum say judges nyomnya na abodan papa fo court ama na 3 months wontu na se wontu a omunyini nyamantu nwa bonten court say from 2022 edana no team no bosumi bi oso tia $5,000 enti o ma calculate from 2022 ebesi ne $5,000 ebe about $150,000. It's won't change the current rate, dollar rate. Our Kabuma it is 2.48 million.
Can the court return me do 18 cities?
Papa ni mawa broche. Ahometienti no ne baba kwa jana juma ho. Abetna Ghana. Court say ne kwa otu ye ne plane ticket. Yentua 80,000 Ghana cedis per man. Lawyer near Ujina Muma plentiful, so 100,000 Ghana cedis into
a judgment by the way.
Judgment in by just last month.
Correct.
And yes, want to. So when two and I want to volunteer. Near Yin Yama, it got me say, Papa ne dia rewo. So I beg you be fee. Won't you rent? What dear, Oka would me one mamma check some in Koiska, me quite sikanim. Miss Odia fat. You near my free me fee, never me da mammy. What's a mean to? I'm a papa, dia what the court was son of papa. Any
bread. Baby, if you know, a prime area.
A prime area. Sir or say, or oil company.
Oh, necessary.
An oil company or sister area, honor. A prime area. And Tompeso be movie. Agreement I don't go around to Crowuntia. But Yanko Padaroma.
Mr. Just a minute. Yeah.
Kwame
Eugene Ba Alfredo Smith on Sunday message we free Abidjan Cote d'Ivoire block no
what to say
on sorte vrai cité to me more every day city no
Vrede city.
That's what Mama and Carby Jack could have been more every day city in the man. That's what Obi a trick about the trick. Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Babo. What is French and say?
And never inquire, Patomua and Crawford the political power positions are more. Eddie Jim Sikanana, can you imagine a Council of State member? Emma check. Na ebeko na bounce. A Council of State member. Tiwani to president for. And they say no one say president fragadamwa. You should know where it's coming from. And Timua and Crawford the political powers or more Ajimaja Padiano, Messina Copa and Power Sessa. A year special National Recovery Task Force. Brabbe join me. Will be a new sika. Ye company, yes, our group will register. A Omerjuma. You'll be a for Quambones Waja Padia. And one say Bejama now we be at my quantity. A year Simpson a busian for mammy, Simpson Unianum. Me mam trinkwa nyankopon kam ho na bra no so na 1 minute kura beto so 3 months no so no metu amepa chow momo modern mo dem frame ana na me si we de nka me metumi aye kokko airport residential house a ye de enye nkraman na ye de abro and ode ye because of political power nana back to agbesi segbefia so chiao
mejene so
o se ayi no wa mabi na obeba fie no aba betu apaye no nko so odi na ntwe na eba lam so wo mpe na ntwinam catch the catch the wo mpe na ntwinam
why are there
entina on mpe na ntwe alba nana
it's a full house
nana kwaba e bia fie
yanka bitia
nana talking about oil. So what trans pa yeah wo hwe Ghana pa ahokyira ye wo mu fretiti besi na you can never take away NPP from Ghana or how are you NPP tradition meka na very dangerous na so long as we exist in Ghana politics no na we are going nowhere and na more time NPP tradition wo ma osaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah no eniama hodo osaje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah di gu akwam a kanu ne be ma Ghana fo ahen haaye no omo make sure so be attack ni nyina hwe to a wo kan Kwame Nkrumah bra no osi to no onim se Ghana o oye kra we asase mu
enso no osi
vision se no onim mpokura no na ye ntu ye but osi oil refinery industry was say see for crude no edi framano na de ba na ba be refine a ebe ye cheaper
na omoye exploration ama no muntimi nya findings but na onum say Ghana ye baby they started the exploration from Volta basin yeah
na wonim
ameka se mo chiro ade ba kwa ase nyina ti asense Kwame Nkrumah had a relationship with the Russians and the Russians every mineral resource Ghana they know it so he knew that we have oil and that's biani ye betu it no oil refinery no na e ato ne yenya ntu ye oil
they said Gaddafi eye Libya
ekoto crude ne ba ye very fine na eso abafom
and ye hwehwe ye de ne hu a na aba be yefo
he was 100 years ahead of his time
the philosophies of today
yes
akwesa be ma wasi so na wo si dan na wonya nware enso wasi 3 bedroom busan say na 3 bedroom dey was okay me be ware te me ne me be fa ba fo mofra ba fa ba ko ba ko be ma eye guest awo
that's forward thinking
na Kwame Nkrumah ye eno de si ho to aye adwuma Rollins person to aye adwuma kokofa Rollins ne fana eye budget statement 1999 ne fana budget statement na wo mu wa make eye sika komo ediye to ho adwuma omampeni kufo be so to mu ye hu de ye afi to anwen ne se de tie to debt recovery levy debt ye se to debt e kakese eni na Ghana commercial bank kura egu 8 years to anya adwuma
ba me bo adena mesreka o adena MPP Ten be a problem. Be a normally a tax be normally a GA tax.
That is it. Third debt recovery.
Look, MPP strategy.
No, I don't know. Yes, sir.
Look, see, Mama, almost strategy.
Yeah, COVID was your COVID tax.
But okay, I come in. I have a strong exception to why. Yes, MPP no, they say they are a bit makase officially, but you cannot say egu and akufo.
Especially, you need time for
no,
this.
especially
doing this year.
No. What is a toll recovery levy? But any COVID and set toll a can buy no pacho a you be a ball can na Ghana for yani a ball can.
There will be say that's it.
COVID year. If we baby,
that's it.
Yeah, for sure.
Self-funded on creating COVID.
Told that to never say, I'm refining fuel now. Yeah, politicians have fetched large fuel.
Subsidy. And then they told that to buy
a subsidy.
And your man penny for and also the subsidy aba. Now doing says oh no opposition. What your propaganda? Someone is 3 more ding and auto petrol gallons average 6,000.
Gallon. Okay, gallon.
And to Obama better so. And to Kufo buy
Massa, ultimately, can be back President Kufo.
For publicity. Do I say you can for crude oil no amanonia? Na price I wasn't kedijeno. Na watiso. Subsidy because what they did in Nipa when hand. Nipa when hand.
Mama back on this are for being confused.
I'm a list of when you
hello. Let him finish. Then you.
Ena Oman Penny Kufo. Ebe good talk. Toye good your Professor Merciba was it there be. Opesika 1.5 billion and it did your tour debt na cleaning in the few. Mahama be take you over and was revive it tall.
Not to start say
tall shall say a year juma. Who offer a kwame wa dako. One and a year MD or tall or no create another boss. A year juma. Every funny or an enyeska. Akufado baya. Akufado baya ni Nunian Ansah. Nyasa to Tomo. All because MPP businessmen omune import finished product edeba. And it's a tour a year juma omunya sika already no omuni baby on best store or more product or modiaba and to was here issue tour as a storage facility na omode store and intini adwimboninti ya good tour no and omode running business and think na Kwame Nkrumah no nu si tour na ye ntu oil no kura hunyansa sinti wo ba ya wo de etu oil na and na oil ye tu Ghana hasi ya yamfa and refining kade na beye but adwinboni nti one omon pesato ne beye adwuma amma Kwame Nkrumah legacy kura ye hu se Kwame Nkrumah to mfaso two MPP's mentality ideology is the property owning democracy. MPP omo te say parasite, they feed on Ghanaians and into ade your money dia no ma father omo dia nti instead of to beye adwuma the storage facility and esi ho na me no kase okotema Kwame Nkrumah esi bridge a metal bridge cocoa board no mu cocoa mu de baby omo de form de fast bridge no so na de akogu shape no na de ko na me no kase MPP buy about 2 weeks ago omo twa na scraps in the video ama producer MPP kroya and akofo anatema chef yard omo ko twitwa video mo twitwa metal no mo twitwa mu kura Tema shipyard, the making a bridge ya making, and a Kufad Nitri. Tema shipyard, Kufon a bone don't come scrap. Kufo and a boat, Tema shipyard. Uchichan says, and the same MPP tradition to Kwame Nkrumah Banguye. Omutu na bagua na kromfoi omuti susu omu wi a ne amani nyina enti wo hwe Kwame Nkrumah time oye bui dam after so ya kosombo dam no senye MPP traditional ka de afa ne dum so kranke bia nka ema because do so by andakofo ne first approach say yankoto generator family ye de generator by ho say da bi we anya hwe toy generators. The second one was a source of work Kusumbu, Munkwada Bompaye, ya Bompaye, Shahun Bompaye, every day, not daily graphic, Ubeko front page Nedaho, a year Akusumbu down the level baby Neda, Kufo legacy no. A bin so man na feel so Kobu, Buina Kwame Nkrumah, AC no the same MPP for two na bangu eko wi anema wo ho nyina no afa de yenko bui anoko bui eno no ene de Ghana koko 150,000 metric tons ekosi awa o China ene de edisi bui enti se onye so mutu Kwame Nkrumah bangu ya anka dum so kra no ke bi anka ya go through andakofo ene aban hodo na abasiko ufa sanyama we nyina Kwame Nkrumah di gu akwa mu anka ne no kasei kanu na beso abama Ghana fo nya so mfaso no the same people that destroy bibia omutu abangu ade make sure say o legacy kra de ye mpe kra hu awose e kata so awose e sen kra ensese mo obi ate ensese mo obi hu de ekoso Ghana enwe petro me no kasei liter no e 15 Ghana cedis eco 16 Ghana cedis $1 adai na de man ya awreho ne say na kenim say anka wo mu a ne ma kosoro kakra na abafom kosoro kakra na abafom se de soro na ko emafom eni da so bia ni baabi ase ye beda sori o kina ami akasa dollar na tinya ba kra bedu 14 or 13 or 12 or 10 say petrol bo na ye to liter 15 Ghana cedis and above no e bia bete dia ba eni da so bia se ni ho ena de cha de se ne ma bo kosoro ne ma bo kosoro ne ma bo kwa na kosoro te se obi na waka wasam de akyere no ye wia na MPP asaba begina ho ba omi abeka kyere say MPP records and economy no eye best ababia ntimi mfa na ontoto no ntiro pese one Mahama ye debate on the economy na kwaku anyi de host no se Mahama accept challenge na onu be demonstration me catch us say Ghana ye taking mental health serious amase me boa. I take a strong exception aha ye tie discussing nipa ye discussing moa ebetwa mu keke sorry sir ebetwa mu keke no we dey agree with me say na no a Alisa Hotel NPP Council of Elders ekwa yi napo me say me share kwaku anyi do na me kaze kwaku anyi do ho kra na ekwa koso na ponsa apeda na ni bra na bre no Alisa Hotel sir na no ja sa in a raf Toyota Highlander bi no timo na nanim fifre na me say na do na kopeja na ponsa I'm telling you na say wa na ewo ehwa na ewo otime bo a kokwanyi do ko bi me kam kirawo me say ne Highlander Toyota Highlander ashkala kokwanyi do ho nim fifre aso na kopeja na ponsa me de me e confridi me ache ba nti e komtimi ma enipa bodam sa isi kwabra
odokret me nipa jimi
na nya kom
odokeke wa me a wokodo obi no mutimi jimi na e kom de wo a wajimiye abodam
wajimi pa
me nkwati a aye for say omo be organize the moment Bobie say or person the Mahama debate aye for say omo ba announce date do omo announce date for presidential debate and
tobo
James aye so oba be organize the presidential because Bobie wants to debate Mahama
mama ba me anko gina ho no
na me think ka me DNDC for ho ya we
there ye ni NDC for ho ya wo se jo mama kra Dr. Lordina se okwa na Dr. Lordina fa ni funa daka de si eye ni fie kwa no because ye beto an wodam akwa
baby ade mejo Mahama mejo ene nke be ni status di esi o wane mejo Mahama
jo mama pa one Bobie
se president Mahama se me de
mama fine kokwanyi do no de na no atum bi kura nti mo nsi ho
Bobie pese o debate me enti me kwara me ni Bobie akwa ko debate
how
me say Bobie no tie ba ya Bobie no set 170 questions no
ono a
enti ya ma no an kwagina no answer ono an say 170 questions
ono a ofuwe na no o ka kire Mahama 2016 say Mahama should go and debate market women wo malata e hona na wudi wudwa wako malata o be vice president wako malata wako kire malata for the entia ene eto tomato ba ko 5 cedis wako kire the entia ene eto mako paposhito yeto ba ko 1 cedi wako kire omo na wo ta jina ka say Mahama policy eye horo ti say ono Mahama na nkasa
empty
can you imagine can you imagine
look at who is insulting Mahama
Bobie we
walking insult what's yasa
we edi Mahama atem na enkrofotia ebi say national peace council say omo pe $1 million ede apre ede ayasumje Mini maybe omo timpo.
Because of our studio.
Say, na Baumia, way o. Tibon Cosway way. Ah, no aka so ka asam na kura na ni re feed your can ne. E frɛ Mahama se Mahama empty. Na mo ti ho. Na mo hwɛ, mo twɛn sɛ Mahama so be reply no. Na me maka Mahama Baumia onya o class.
Masa jaja men ko ka.
Enti me yempese se bi ofu mi kwa kotena be we NDC ye de epe. I will agree. Sa Mahama accept debate so ne akuadonko be debate media tum. Sa Mahama accept so ne se bi eye Kofi Akpalu ebe debate media tum. Ba Mahama ense so ne obi anadwu mu ka ne se Baumia etan so me debate. Ye hu bodam ni owom. Because Baumia adwe no atoche obi also ye vice president presidential candidate and someone even MPP full soldiers cranka na Baumia gina simpius na woka eno obi antunofo
ne running mate nso kra de ne
eno na no ka no ko
bobo
na ebika esikra nye na alaba yes ano mo kan
but araba will take offense
we sa no yo mo kan
say the proverbial is simple the proverbial and yes I araba bi ti ana no
araba mani nsaw araba losing mani nsaw ya ko fa se bi akohwefo mienu ena omo be disturb Ghana say ye pedem power omu di atem na obetena se na wo kire omo se de omo kan se no mpe so omo kire na wo communicate so omo so ante ase a yes o mo di omo atem wo di omo atem because Ghana 31 population no
31
million population no nim se napo abeye MP for several years aye minister nim se omu ade no nipa ba ko Ghana no pese o kire se wono nim napo si obi antinya no krese napo mu ade o pese o kire se de ka ne de nim nyansa tada na so ogu anim ase the same person Ken Oforiata edi Ghana ewuo na first time in the history of Ghana MPP majority ehunu nyansa se da bi akwewokum Ghana o me anim gu ase enti empe no the same person free MPC na Ashanti region monka manuntum na Ken Oforiata wonya de ope eno moka o manutum owi anu aka che se na na ahemfo nya politics ye de nya politics nya politician but enom na ekire who osefata si elidi no Ghana fo momi yani na ho Ghana for mama yani ena ho na me kan Ghana for say abato so won sunsanso enche na Ghana for say kwa akoto aba
15
enche kra
1 liter
do mo chance no eno mo na won say Mahama throw challenge mo
so which means we are doing like 60 plus to 70 cedis per gallon
say 60 to 70 is it 65 or 70
getting to 70 say 1 gallon be 4.5 liters 84 liters no price 60 cedis
that is it
Kwame ayuma ya class media group ne owner no Alaja Gongo Ghana
Alaji Bichiao
ana me another suggestion
ana say
the be ya fu ana
why na dwene say there be ana say
16
o wrapping up a 16 later
anyway
so that's
72 Ghana cedis per gallon
ndi Alaja Gongo ya na dwene say the other mama no ano the mama
na another suggestion
yes share management no sibo be dey sacrifice say na yonko unu aketwa ne me a enti sacrifice enti nka e ya wode there be say unu aketwa ne me na me free kuro ba kwa enti sacrifice enti
na ya ma ne ya te say wo enye radios ye ne atie yi ye mu bia no radios nko a ne etena kasa edu weekends a ye ko branch meetings programs ahodo ne invite na woko
oti ya to do we
na ye ko na ayo free juma
fuel ko
ayo free ko cry ma
drop right from mouth
I will come back all right so gadiya ko agora me guia de mais hello Aja.
Yes.
Aja akwa bare to say.
You na do it.
Ya vi ado boko. Ya say akese.
Akem.
Akese. Akeshe. Say the bar or phone, sir.
500.
Wow. That's nice. That's nice. Yamin now, Otto say
20. 2 years, I didn't first time, maybe.
Oh, Yamin Shao. Your friend is CMG Sikache, dear. CMC Sikache, dear. Koswani and Tinabebre. All right, thank you so much. Live on Accra 100.5. But on a more serious note, Honto was not referring to I said your branch meeting. And yeah, 7 now on talker. It does not
have it to treat him. What be Milano?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You call radio so TV so from Monday to Friday. Now OTA, now no Sunday in our coy.
Because
one core branch meeting. One coy Juma.
Okay. So bills might be credit. Mammy yard that.
Me will be
Mr. Imagine Sano.
The person me busa say me and this in may attend the branch meeting. What is the big deal with it?
Legend.
I need a nation saving device, and I've had one. I have found that in the NDC.
They say the
a nation redeeming or redemption platform.
Voter region
Yeko. That day. But I don't care. You know why?
So long as Minister is in the general good.
No, sir.
It's for the general
there's
good.
Nothing to hide. He is the first to have ever preached no neutrality to the media cause. He is the first.
Oh yes, I don't miss our branch.
So you see, yes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's a call to duty. It's a call to duty.
Oh yeah, your mouth with a party letterhead. Your mouth appointment, a recognized appointment with letterhead. Oh,
they found his disability in his head.
Where's our official branch? My mama says yesterday was backing focus, but today is supporter extraordinaire of Kofoli. So God bless you for letting the cat out of the bag, and there is nothing wrong with that. We yourself. Okay, Commander, the utilities your boss is paying at your company place is Charlie too much. The ECG bills and the water. Nti unumobo kakra. Kracho orozum mobo kakra. Yeah, ani brabo. Okay, so MPP and Akufo, you have Dr. Richard and Dr. Reku Bobie, Kwajompi, and Dr. Akufo, Agmos, Ajman, Aliu Mahama. The same MPP and Akufo, you have Abronye, Abuapa, Puntumi, Baumia, Napo, Payosajidin, and a big Gabi. Yes, Adrajiegu. Okay, so Richard says, Baumia just want to drag JDM to into the gutter. He should not debate him, that's all. Then we have Kofi Simon here on Facebook. My man check it, me communicator Bakope. Mahmoud Kaboru says political power rests in the hands of the money, not the few in government. It is the people who hold the true sway in shaping the course of our collective destiny. The man who bragged he won't hand over power to NDC have handed over our hotels to us with just a single demo. Ghanaians should be rest assured that when they vote for change, indeed government will change. We in the NDC shall protect every ballot, make sure every valid vote count, and ensure the way of the people is announced. Okay, so this one is coming from Kabore. Thank you. Christian Opro, it says, Commander, good afternoon. Okay, so Rene Lopez says, in fact, this government is just almost I don't go Martin is here. But Uncle Rex, fuel prices 4%. Bam. And it starts today. Cost of living.
Karame that's in a mechete for you now. One will say fuel prices, you know. Say you two mu pe affect bibia automatically. Na say Ghana no economy no I say ati free a che say free fall obia ni ho control because sebi o ate praga yesi di a say ye twagu mu ani nti akwese waye nkwan for nipa miensa na afi wo hu say nkwan no pese o chema nipa 100 no say wo say nsuo frem na wo say nsuo frem enti e ba say nkwan no de no eni ho bio sa na yesi na akwakoye enam say BDCs no so no omo kra friends petroleum products no free outside omo de dollar the crab enti no na yesi di niswa di value enti no na chese kwan bia so no o se fuel ne bo no ekosoro na enkrofo a omo ye responsible some be control sa niam we no omo no they are living in a different Ghana o Ghana na e wo ho no ya chemu miensa o ya won krofo bi wo ho mo te Ghana ha sabi impreduasa ye ka se Ghana ye dia omo no omo nhu kra because they live in Ghana and spend dollars because easy free fall because what your mind mu a obi beba ban mu just within a period of 4 years why multi-millionaire I mean in dollar terms on my Ghana nkwani on my ayetimu a yembisa obi a source of wealth the here say we the wanya sika no what sort of cry ye be ma post ho so for me say Kwabena afa so nya sika no so ye lebra kura na wo de within 4 years wo be ye millionaire ye be jeje so ene ye wo Ghana fo bi susu ho a omo bra omo mogya ni ayi adwuma sabi hwe ye kuafo wo de wo pa ye mbisa ye so my Ghana ye timi senka kuafo mobrofo omo gunkrase omo bra omo mogya ni eni ho anka Ghana ke be ye den ye nuane a ye bedi ye bibia even ye koko e kra no ye number 1 ena no kra no akuafo ya ene dua koko no ye gya ne akoton ne amom de yepe na de aka no akrachefo ma kosku akosu anwoma anka se omo de omo nim de ne omo nyansa abo oman no omo de omo nim de no omo nyansa e bo oman ne kro no na koko board oman no sakatu omo gu no FPP hwe ade a won se me ne minua friend say hunto e adwene since independence Ghana anye ye nyinara efri MPP enkrofo a omutumi ko join MPP no omo wa adwen bi se chese ase Ghana ko nanim ba ko a na omatwe yakọ echi miensa tambia omusu no ban ano no sometimes see refer to President Kofo MPP no a it's not because MPP ye good o MPP eye amambofo party na mom so the President Kofo MPP no compare Akufo-Addo MPP dia na nka chese President Kofo MPP no kra na nka ye because
in the absence of good bad is considered.
Exactly because Akufo-Addo MPP there oma kire the true color of MPP say sabi impreduasa omo strategy an say omo ba ade bia eye oman ne dia bia no se sabi e make profit in pa omo deliberately ebe running it down ama na look bad no ma afechira ton ama omo aho say the omo yen say they go to Delaware, they go to France, Mauritius, other places, offshore countries, no ma ko be companies. No ma we are sika dia ko companies no ma bas foreign investors, no ma beto ya properties no. That is what they are doing to us. And kato adenti no ma to oil. Na ye oil refinery. Eye only Ghana and na oil refinery to me make it profit. Only Ghana. Ube who ambe fetchra or wha no I can say some foreign investors wants to come and buy to omo
na ono no ma sent you se one oil
omo
na omano tax waiver over $160 million.
Echi no MPP na wo ho no look me say ada ponchireni be wu no ene ye be hu ne tintin say the ye hu ne there is just a tip of the iceberg go yema ada ponchireni be wu no e be shock Ghana for like these people Oma reverse Ghana back for next 30 years because hola Oma 2 or my way muno oh and yes say ni ebehu eti no me sra Ghana fo nyina se obia sebe wo do Ghana na wo dwene o my Ghana ho na sebe nkan predua sapa se adenti na obi ti se ba o me atumi nya kokodo se yensan to aba ma me dwene ho amenti ase unless na dwene ye ne say sebe Ghana for ye ni adwene And yes, sir, and Kaden.
Napo say. Nanado adwuma wa beyenti na amu obi ti se ba omia. And so abegina has so person president. The statement
exactly.
And Nanado na bie kwana de ato.
Exactly. Because Nanado credit to me a president there.
Utie ba ko bi a awmachi e ka denka eyi eseri e choki me. Mo ano mo de wontumi video bi asende me. Adan ya. Wontumi se nkruma kura akodi co-president of country bi so. Nanado di owie ya America and UK. Father
Look, honestly speaking.
No, but honestly
speaking, when you listen to some of these people, it makes the whole thing looks like a joke.
No,
what is going
they
on?
know they are jokers. And they know so the jokes name kwasi akeka aje power. And the jokes name kwasi asma say on mine no. To the jokes ne kwasi akeka de kurie.
That me gina wa mentiase. Say obi to me share on my Ghana and my nim ebe kachire say Akufo-Addo aban since independence. What? Akufo-Addo na credit so afeli. Onwa odi so afeli.
Na okasa no. Tama na pokasa no. MPP ni bi ka cham se nye nipa ni wo stage so Akufo-Addo sori hwin sum.
Because na sa Akufo-Addo na say no compromise.
Onim no okasa asem ni bi obehu.
See, so the whole situation in the say, almost by says, look, MPP aban we at they did not come with a developmental plan. Never. They did not have a plan for this country. Never. They just came to make money for themselves.
But how can the ordinary commercial driver buy fuel liter $1?
Just say $1. Me person me bisa masebio me nim se bia magene na enye tio. Abaya waba power. What you mean borrow almost 600 billion cedis. Yet they don't have a single visible project, legacy project to show say ye buy ye no adie waited to near okay, and then any project of mention be say yeah after 5 months to election every time yeah okay an agenda 111 must ba ko pekra ye adwuma MPP for actually the hospital back home we are air juma within 8 years after borrowing 600 billion. Omo me a single project I have visible because say way dear MPP buy and way no my. They have none. Yet Omano din. Of course. I mean na put me kasi na say Asante region the here so many t-shirt. This is how they think of us. What you say na ya na me di yaw say yes obi pade akokotokwa yenye na bro enso sabi MPP wa mti swidie o me dia santeman abra to extend say me see sa baya ye ba beto 2024 se wo asanteman mu hwewa wa bra bom ni wasetenam na hwe development akoso asanteman fa compare John Mahama ene Akufo-Addo 8 years yi na so sa akoto aba pa ma sa ban we dia na chese wo ye bufo because politics na ye no it's not about tribes, it's about the oba power sebi oma umpuntuo oma nyuma baye what you mention na say but say wo hwe ne ma ekoso na ba umia ono ani tapes ne nsema o kan ye nyina uba eye complete 30 what 160 360 degrees in contrast to ono ani nsema o kan ye na nsema me hu ni video bi I felt so ashamed. Or the first yamina me car say when the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. And pamekaye, nanso so no. We say WAP logic. If you, I mean, this guy what?
Okana alanchemati when he
just say ubisa we say akwa we send officer Ghana 40. Enti no cry what honey say baby o mine akoduru no. Look, I keep saying it's gone beyond NDC MPP. Sabi ye nyina etie we were Ghanaians to start with. Ansah na ye be ye NDC MPP ne other P, because at the end of the day we needed these political vehicles to develop the country. But baby o mine akwaduru no, it's gone beyond NDC MPP. NDC has no business. Say, look, say NDC atnase. MPP omni say election o lose. Almost strategy nyina se kwambe fa so mbe regi And if we sit down and we don't protect the ballot and protect this country, trust me, the youth will rise against this country. And the time bomb it is, we should not joke. The only hope now is for power to change, so that the right people will come and reset this country. The worst thing that can happen to any human being say ubeji hope every in him. Say me say my way na metimu no. Me found ni modern bia mebo, and found ni school bia meko, de meye bia no, nipa kakra bi ewia sikanti ensimi ye da. When you take this hope free and mabunu ni nsemo, God save us.
Listen, so we are doing 4% fuel increment. Cost of living, the ordinary Ghanaian. And a daily graphic report here that about 2 million youth and they are unemployed on the streets.
Can you imagine?
They are not even under training.
They are not even under training, no education,
no employment.
No employment.
They are idling.
Then you are telling this young guy to leave.
They are not idling. They are hopeless.
Exactly, that's the word.
Then you are telling this person to live with fuel increment because you decided to carry us to IMF. You are telling this young guy to live under the hardship of increment in tariffs, water, light. While Akufo-Addo, you are not paying light bill, you are not paying water. You are flying in the air.
Oh,
anyway.
Kora the edikan o say nyina yehu se sabio omanfo enim de a ewo so omunya ewo form papa enu nti na amana koba se baabi a yadru sabi imprediasa se me kai meniko eni bosomi o be se na wotwe mienu ne miensa echi enu na wotwe miensa kura papa na wotwe miensam ne yewi oman bia na omamboyefo bi di animu enche kura ne freno Uhuru Kenyatta na omampani no agudi a oni omanfo di na enye omofe na ekoba se oso oko na ope obi di na chija no senye so ope obi di na chija no krampo a omanfo mpe obi foforo mani medi omanim na omu emu maya sebio ebema enkuntuo ne nkanko aba kora. The story of Kenya is a story bia say I will say obi bia obi di wanim kan echina no wo hwe na brabo nra ene ne odi gunsani ani wo kari na obusa ho say so se me ma me ho kwan manipa we bedi manimu a na me ne no hwan na ekwasea cause you see eduama ne ho kwan a na ewo dore no a na wo ma wo ho kwan ma obi te se Ruto bedi Kenya nim na wie na obu kwasea se de ne wabu Kenya for kwasea ene se wokọ in the history of the world na obusa se omanfo be pa ne wo wiase a omampene amu bia mu ne kwasea na usan Kenya ho a wonye man bia bia mu. Well, it's a story that I have always decided say I will make a doctrine out of it because se kwasea ma ne ho kwasea na kwasea bu ne kwasea ena kwasea bu kwasea ya papa so we share se Ruto o bananim hancho o mo me kwan me ye ni sei mesi o hia wo hene a otimi kura da fom Ruto pass yes wa ko cultural gathering no mo bo erelere awolo hare no omo bo nwum na Kwabena otimi da fom se e ma krenteti ane so e ma wo inteti ane so se hu ba omi a wokochia otumfo a ase efisi e wo no ene ene wahu kandifo a yɛfrɛ no otumfoɔ onyaa kura nka ɔmmem nkɔ asase ase mpie na yɛnka sɛ ɔhene ako a wɔdi kan nie okohyia sɔfo a same okohyia otimi pretended to be humble but Kwabena, the best of humility in society is to discredit a nneɛma sebio nipa susu fa wo ho ebi ne sɛn woyɛ obi a wodi tro Kwabena sɛ mehu sɛ otumfoɔ I may refer to otumfoɔ just so that it will not be as if say makokan gama nkyasɛm memfiri ha mehene no sɛbio megya me nan a wɔsɛ egu ne nan so mentimi nya ma nan ngu obi maame nan so ɔno ane nan so na megya ma nan agu nti da bia me refer otumfoɔ a I want us to be proper so that obi metra baabi te sɛ hontɔ metra baabi medi atem so otumfoɔ if no pacho me ka enya me do ye nsusu ho
kasi obi me sa wo ano ya ntia de ye fato ho
me do ye me do ye fato
edi twesan
ma twesan e wa fo Brazil o se kale so yellow ni bi ni asante yellow and the show black ni so ka ho aka green ni pe then ka wa asante ti eya me bo crop ya me bo ne say if Ohene is able to set up and manage Asante Mine as it ought to be managed. Kwasi asemo ma Asante Mine,
of course.
Insida say a politician be. How many years do they have? Ohene kopem da sebio manusi sumina so manusi sumina kan bi so say obe ko krechi kopem sa da no. Una ye Asante hene. Politicians, how many years do they have? Why MP, why president or call to seek another 4-year mandate? Ohene oba obi anim biem. Wo di hene ne da kopem da. Nyankopon twedi ampon ba say yadom beton sa afre no. Eti Kwabena na sometimes Ohene ye citizen o. So say loans ekufo do agi nyina in the name of citizens of Ghana no. Ohene num nyina ka ho. And they are equal with us when it's about governance. It is a timid Ohene di kwaje bosia. Anya mi o, me de bia me kwakwahwe apa, ebi kura me sre na madi. Ohene de ye sum na awu anie. Na yetimi pagya wo din se wo Ohene. Ya de gama nche no nyina. Gbese manch obia manchefo ni nyina me recognize mu nyina. Oma be kirem se omo de ne ntese ye de no. Fine. Nungwa manche, la manche, teshi manche. Obia me recognize mu nyina. Me recognize togba fedenom, ay togba feti, ahimfo wenu nyina o. Na utimi hu se obi pa sebio, enye se nyansani bi o. Kwakpahwe apa bi a ono no ogida metu straton ni papa eja pade nyina die. Kwabena, etimi di nipa wenu nyina asia wo waje bose adi. Ha! What one hour you are hinting at now, yeah? Then it means you are not thinking right. And I must be candid. Because me mean to me no hinting at Ghana ha. And me ku for the way for me mean kwaje bosnya emedi. Any gabia so te da ko ne nice and papa. Me nye. Because we are citizen, you must see yourself first as citizen before obey your hinting. Say ku for the timia peja or hinting or two fo. And any pagno. Wa father did not aqua loan. Wa baya dear was what the loan by one fine. And now Busane say, or 2 4 busa or Kufado say, Asante my way away. See, I say, and yet, I dear be a brony friend, fiscal decentralization. Kabra, I could father Bobie saying. Chemu 16 regions. Oh, dear, Ashanti region. What is we have 47 constituencies? 47, no. If you divide 275 by 47, you should get at least 5 point something. Oh, dear, you say, you check Ghana mu 6, Ashanti region crowd 1. You check Ghana mu 6, Ashanti region crowd 1. Out of the many, no, many 16 regions, no, Ashanti region has 1 out of 6. What me jina udimu wasante man 47 constituencies na name MPs emfui emwa enyan omo temra se bedwam kwasi asem ko atoto adam omo guess uko hu ga
ochi and I think it's
not yeah, fine. I just
because they know it's like he's sitting here and somebody
but they know that
so you need to save.
They know that
saving choosing colleague and commercial will be choose.
Yes, of course, but at least you need to save.
Yes, but I want to hold brief for honorable. Say me uniform.
No, yes, so part, but at least what
me uniform. Enti
and Asante region cry nye
okay say
MPs ni nyina
okay say
refer to MPP
okay say Menshia South baby anana po MP no say nkenya honorable say so anke yen ke be mfu yi say o 240 ho o 240 constituency. Alright, if we want to refer to issues one way yakuma betu, and so I just want us to appreciate things like normal beings. Oh yeah, yenyi obi aheniem frim, yenyi obi abi frim. So why must the people of this country sit down for a Akufo-Addo to plunge us into this chaos?
It's sad.
And without shame, any shade of shame, was I catching you say after Onono, we're presenting another candidate. Where's even what the Yemfa on Akufo-Addo ni Baumiangu Seniani. Name sound say why crying a politically no crano. I was here Jane saying I wasn't quite right.
Akufo-Addo.
Ode busa just be sincere to your heart and yourself. Sir, why me omumienu Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia? Why na I was say yedini tons and near or carry the hook kesiye chain ni nua?
That's Akufo-Addo.
It is one no ne record card, ne report card ni. Akufo-Addo report card in here. Wokọ ya so nyase wo se wo ba ono nko a wo se me ni sanim de na ye dibu economic ho amamuo
nti na okofa ba wo me
entime kwa hwe wo bi a wa bo doctorate e wo economics mu wan ko hwe kofi kunadu apreku ala chema tia economics wa hwe no wa kwa drew international level wo se da bi me ala chema tia enko kwa World Trade Organization for penny. But anya ni bi na mehwehwe me pe obi a wo doctorate e wo economics mu wo kwa ya kan nani a wo hwehwe MPP mu nya wo hu obi a wo free MPP ni mu e kwa ba bi a obi anya MPP ni e wo Bank of Ghana na okofa aba omia e na obeye ne party member na no hin to ne sign the card ni pa ye se yempre me ka hu bi na ye se na sabi etreni tren council abontensu ni mefa nkodi wo ka abontensu ni a abontensu ni Bawumia won kan ya ho ene na kofa Bawumia so o mekan ya ho Akufo-Addo say party wa hwehwe mu a woni mo bi o economics background a wa bomu doctorate enti Bawumia ene nim nyansa wo economics mu wonim de abomu krache abomu kasok senka wo sofo de a eti Bawumia ni pedigree no ebi ni Ghana ha ewo MPP mu MPP fo ewo Ghana ha ebi nim ena okofa Bawumia no de ne be running mate okọ ba akwa anyeye okọ mienu anyeye ne mprensa so ena okọ ya omo be ye friend sen be form aban Kwabena ena me no ka say dollar so wo hwe free 2016 what the year from free 2009 ko 2010 11 12 from that time 2009 no almost free 10 120
yeah 120 pesos
now 120 no and almost akwa kodu 3 cedis 80 pesos 2016 2017 you hand it over to Akufo-Addo no e call 4 cedis 20 pesos. And 4 cedis 20 pesos no under the whole person na Akufo-Addo say wonu ninim dia even though no akoso economics or University of Ghana enya third class obonfo mu okunyini third class no what the cedi no ababedu 16 for ene Kwabena minimum ya be koto cedi ay dollar Kwabena dollar na ye koto no 16.4 no nipa ne say ontimi mai more than 10,000 she pay more than 10,000 they just what they
more than $10,000.
yes this was the 10 pesos to so Kwabena yenso ye de ka
in dollars
now no me kai uhuru me Kwabena say bibia organ aye dollar
oh yes
because who dey see the year bibia who see can be she ene Kwabena adwa timesika ahye na me be ka kire wi adwa timesika ekura no fa ne say na ye 100,000 cedis a Kwabena $100,000 nisika dollars mu a $100,000 2016 na okura 380,000 Ghana cedis obenya $100,000 Kwabena ne says can no $10,000 eti nioma na ko betimi akofa ewo China ewo Dubai ewo Italy ewo Vietnam ewo Turkey edi aba Ghana no enne me ne wo kasai sa sika $100,000 no ni sika na dane less $10,000
ya no na baomia say joma amamra no mun debate wo ho say eye den na
sa wonye jimifo a wonye ofi wonye aboa dwan me oh sometimes me kan mo ya mo didi matem ne mo chima aboa so baomia nti na ka tani aboa wo kasem me boa me na me ka kire wo baomia nti
odi ani
ka tani aboa odi untimi re joma ha manim ka tani aboa da because na dwene ya adwuma me na me ka kire wo and I have no apologies.
Obi kreska we.
Debio, me na me kra me sika, me yadini, me kwakwan so, me kra me $100,000. And you ma me de kraba. Ya me ba me beton no, sanya me pano a me so, obi so be hand ho be ha no a, obetimi beton no ma no. Sani pa no.
Skarashi.
Me sika ahye. Wo ba, me so me nyoma me ton no. $10,000 no krampo me nya na me de akwakofa nyoma no. This a me kosre na China for Turkey for kwed omo fam nyoma magana ha. This what China for na omo timi de nyoma ne ba. Kwabena wonim se wenu mu a MPP for ya ma bi Hey, what man matimi akwa akoma China for adwuma agu. Se wonim wo kura sika na ka first no. Wo kwa na omo de amount. Afi na omo de free yen. What man MPP for ma ya wo. Omo akwa free nyoma omo so omo tua. Omo baya enyoma no omo se nyoma na ye spy oma China for ne ba Ghana ha no ya che omo akwakoto baabi bia na for me chiamo
mathematica na wo kan
etino
$380,000
no I don't
in 2016
so say
$380,000 better $23,000
enu $30,000
$23,000
enti braba chire mu chire saa odwadidi no ase da bi gise dwoma ama ba debate chale
make me mesre emperifo na chire se amfo na chire ne nto aso me de minim se asantefo bi agimi sanso na ntafo bi agimi ene wa me hu the difference between 10 year onim nyansa and 10 year wagimi me nam hoyi Kwabena obi antimi nka nche me se obi oto abama MPP wa santemem onim nyansa me hia omo a me ka kire omo e me fan me tokwansi eda e na santokwa no enya ekwan mu ntokwa a eye pipe wo botom na be kire wo kodwomba
ojimi ni bia no
complain na be kire se wajimi
ojimi ni bia no wo wi aseti asantini oto abama MPP
oh yes
enu a wonim se ku fodo atimi akokuma se kwa ya swami interchange wo ntumi ya ma usika $45 million a wadie safa ko yi kwan ma asanteman enya so fa so wa diska no now you hini now tutu ntuma now ka santuma no tutu agu hwan abasa so yesi modern bo na ebo musu abaso na obi bo ne ho modern a na ne so ba fa so ma ne man obi ti asanteman mu ya ebo na abaso wadi asanteman sika ye wi a na ko jina so am interchange
me time aso bills micro credit quick credit Omudin pa enono. Ena se so masana bills microcredit. Mamenka Ghana for say. Bills microcredit omi ade pa. Mamen sisu bio. Ade omaye asanteman no. Say o fa card so ya santina ko to aba ma MPP a. Na bibi how. Ewa baby a yawa igbeni a ono ya nde ya NDC no beto. Ono na dwene nye. Yawo srebni a sa yawo fantifo a sa yawo bonfo. But winim adia eya mpacho meba adia eya ene say wo free kuro bi so na wonim development akoso okuro no mu na nim se yade mpuntuo na tena wiase ne yemfa tribe na tena wiase na obi se me meboa ama ensuo wa asante mampo anom meboa aye station ama meboa aye akwai ama meboa aye sei na obi se me de me ba mebu 31st for da yagu na me de si event center ama me ba na sa nipa no wantimi antitesuko kwa ankyere no ne abusa was me de me ya asanteni a I don't have me need any regrets to tell you say what Jimmy pa me come kromu de yen tran wi asesa so ya igbeni and you feel you owe your analysis now feel say MPP ayade in voter regional to abati NDC next time omo de be nyansesua and that is the only way you bet me develop it as a country. That's all. I'm done. Oria, what?
Who say? Because I made that car frame up, Miss Show. For no tumbi, mammy. Nana Che Bafo. True.
Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
And yet defense minister and Sem. Can you imagine state institutions and there is so much mistrust between the Ghana Armed Forces and the Defense Ministry and the CDS? And yet no one say document, so which means You have people in the Ghana Armed Forces omoye MPP army for omo leak information edema MPP are buying. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? It's so sad. We are Ghana. It's so sad. Charlie, the way these guys are running this country, sometimes, and not be pump a pranam raho. Then I'm like a pump a proper any. When once a walker, and tell the CDS, Chief of Defense Staff, it will be an anoka say, letter omudi jakpa adino. Almost jakpa the so-called dismissal letter. Was on him how a leaky free the Ghana Armed Forces and some to the Defense Ministry for the government to use it. Can you imagine? They are stealing documents from their own selves. These people. Nitiwu. Na me nitiwu dia I am say 2020 me send in a message bi. Message me paper me hu say okaye. Obi a wontie me bia entie me. Ma say there is a message na to baby. Nitiwu obeba akokora wo Ghana ha. Me read this message now me this Sunday no as defense minister no me one day the atreno because me must dey about to need to our Ghana that day and I may use a message in the kind say need to that's I need that say didn't that say I sent you this message to read it for yourself. Need to yes the defense minister in American Assembly I sent him that message. I go for the power message no ready. National security power message. I sent him that message. And I sent him that message for posterity purposes. That one day, need to one day, you will be at the other side and you will pay for this. One day, just one day. Because when you have a whole Ghana Armed Forces complaining about missing document, Ayira Akwakodi defense minister, and the defense ministry couldn't confer with Ghana Armed Forces a document way Ansah. In any case, why must defense ministry steal document from Ghana Armed Forces? Why? For what? For what? This is the first time in our history. Here, Akwaya Kufuor do no di on my way governance afasono ya ahomete areho. Nti one here Rebecca so ya akwala bone but o trust na one analyzing sem no na what ase ya ubusan say asem ne abobo wo mo ano ene edo makwakọ presidency say emmoa ene edo magu one government mu say omo run government asem kwade bi omo ye bia no odwene ho a wonte ase say how why and then I read the document bi about your friend say West Blue Gate contract. Unim say West Blue Gate for we need judgment debt against Ghana government. 95 million Ghana cedis. Kwame, get somebody no $100 munchro. Omucha sa contract no no. Ye tra ka say contract na muchwa mu no. Okay, ye invite Jack. Ye ka say sa contract na the problem beba. Odame mfa ho. You see, they don't care how much Ghana is losing. All that they care is to use power to chase Omon Crawford. And when him say, oh, there are some people and pedophobia to me for some man bomu dimbu. People like Kwakuba Bombay. yes, that time when we said 2015, Kwaku Baako, and a sorry, Jina say, your friend say, contracts, and the contractual agreement between the Ghana government and West Blue, a friend say, West Blue Gate company, no, and yet they should abrogate it. So when they won power, Kwaku Baako, when they won power, that is one of the first, and Yema Kwaku Baako Kachire Kufuor say they should cancel it. And now Ghana is paying 95 million Ghana cedis today. 95 million Ghana cedis today. Kwaku Baako, Bombay. Now what now memo at your age, now mudi bone say ya. What do you get? And whether they understand the issue or they don't understand, you can't tell. Then they have their own voice. Just say, they move from radio station to radio station, begging radio owners. Oh, Makola, we financial mame. We Makola, we say, some me bass empire from Fofro. Now, Kwaku Baako, Munimi, be this Ankwasi agro, no, I'm for Jimmy be free, Musukonwa. For Jimmy, free Wakonwa. They come close to you as a mobile guide, as a mood too for Nkwasi Adenkwa no more to a match them Colano, Kwasi Ademankwa, media for boys no, Kwasi Asamunkwa no match or then they I as say your credibility be no more various groups are organizing, always scheming. We man away award, my way award, we am call any award, always scheming. Why should I scheme? Why should I worry my head over it? Unipa de ohia no kre asa, you are done. I mean, the can be a win here you. You understand? Into West Blue Gate, Ghana, 95 million Ghana. Kwame, I'm waiting for you for that figures. I told you to work on something. They are almost Ghana 95 million Ghana cedis akodi. You know that mean fa Sabe ya won sabe ka your friend say to force in seat. It doesn't make sense. All right, so makwa ye adwuma keto abi e wo aye touchman. And when I'm back I'll do my work. Okay. All right, so let's go. Haja Fati Abubakar Ziegler Bandao aka Ama Benuado or Bunu East. And the reason why, you see, there are two things. Entia me pese me tibi biase around Bono any sa enclave no. And why ye baby a omudidwa more. And why ye baby omudidwa more. Market women e be free Accra ko Kumasi. And why ye trade center. And ya the fuel free Burkina. Omo free Togo Eko. Omo free Cote d'Ivoire be Benin omo nyina. And Haja Ewakra no free bono. There is an issue bia my Professor Jenano Poku raise very important. Mama very important. And I think we should look at it properly. Now you do come Haja Akwaba. Yeah, me dear Boko dear. Nyamia enough for me there, sorry. Economy. Tamale. You are in Tamale, right? I met you. Okay. Yeah. So after Tamale effect, let's say, Obuno. Aye. Me say me kura me pese me share two kwan kakra. Are. No, I get it. Nano, I kintampodum. Yeah. Ma kwashebo omuso mu petit chess any duku no ne de keka ho and am kwashebo sem kwashebo no memfa hobby because me nya t-shirts no yeah right to be honest me nya t-shirts no enti me share boni wie no ma jai ho fa enti me kwa na makofa
a VIP station ho na ma wura kire to me nima na ma say dwane say o mo teteme me nua ba ma me wura adwom wa me ne me ba bi na koye me hu anso obi atumi duku se na me tire ho nyanka ne social media duaro no ye me obi na bra me tuma na obi ji ata
o ya frado o ya mboni a me true wege
o mutu NDC duku na ebo me no e woro atade NDC shirt na kintampo de nim se me de apart from working day the akani na me de share NDC niema o mo je atade no wodwo obi na de ntuma bra me na ja me fa me kwan
I see.
The me fa kwanya we so yempani fo no wa t-shirt bia me nyanko me de me number betu dwa na mo ma me mienu me keka mo no
Kintampo say Kintampo north and
Kintampo south and Techiman north and south.
Okay, so
Techiman north no me ni problem or because honorable Elizabeth Ofosu
on a
MP no the t-shirt there o mu ni problem
Techiman north and south here
Hwamensa moja
MPP seat
friends
how many friends hwamensa moja
kosa de ogu nipa o de tachima odia ne person ye kunkumu nipa o dia ko netina na ka kunyo mentina moja wo hu dodo
ntimo friends eh
me de ni dia me dia man hwamensa moja
okay, so Kintampo north and south. North no say why?
Honorable Jakala Kuma.
NDC seat.
Patrai.
And south no yeah.
South no Honorable Felicia enye seat. And na a PRO of DKM. Ales. One na a PRO Emma DKM banks e Ghana. One na MP wo hosisi omujiji skana na omude bo aba
na omutu ya nkrofo
omutu ya ho aka
na omonyene nanye David omonyene nanje
mi sika nka ho de nka makoburu na agima de dada ono so oni akoma we ya na awura na tade na obaburu
Alex
oni akoma ba akosi
tinka ba jiji da mo nya abo
ka majiji na ama na abo ma agima sika obumi ama
David enkrofo wo no na suro no ana say ana ekromofo de omatuamoka.
Well, my dear, let me give you this one. You see, Ghanaians are very angry. And they are waiting for the 7th December. No more de omukokrumutino eyi omobufun achire nanado. That is what they are waiting for.
I see.
And mark my words, unless will go down, he will lose. Felicia will take the nod.
And this piece in the say
Felicia J.
Yeah.
Abaya kama kokobi ne ho fefefe wo sopo ni dia na mawukura.
Anya me hu ni da.
Felicia da. Me de picture be chero.
Me hu ni da.
Lordina nua keto no hu ni da. Ya ma me Lordina yi.
Me ma me.
Omuka chire no. Hu no a. We no na wo no wo bi. Na ne dia na koye nkorwa.
Dia
etuo no wo bi ba ne de na koye nkorwa se ma me de etem kwa people obi ani bi won na di enim to agini ni na aboso
ya sabo
akono keke
anje mi hu ni da enya mi hu ni da
Felicia da o se say ne sister na akoko tia kakra ne ho me se wo sopo ne obi wo de wonye ntiaja wo de fa ho a wo kuno mbehwo timfa ho
ya so bom di mbone
na say uhutwa na Felicia so hutwa wo sa wa kakra NDC Franka samom de ye ne ahofeka mom no
aja we try to apologize anyway, all right. So, Masosa Fatuo. Kwame, Masosa for the picture too.
What they are to?
Kwame, Maslow.
Because Felicia and Yadia was shot. No, no, they have returned me.
Kwame, Maslow. Babu's was him. Maslow. Hey, I
so, but so who knows she and our friend? Baba Felicia. Mini friend Bobie Ansah. Yes, who picture no. So that when you met her,
Nyamia
enough for me.
Production there, Kwame. Eba, it's because as well me di. I the papa no back. Yeah. Hey, everybody. But nyame shira in this mum.
Shemekura plus 50. 50 plus.
How you akobio?
Me ho akono. Me wo manana no mu.
Really? That's great.
Hwe wo bia tio. One thing Ghanaians don't know. Eye ade ba akose. Obi a obedi NDC achibia no wotena se. Analyze say nsem. A free you pita mo se omudi 19 times abewie MPP. Ohwe or the way na wahunu ba bia sese woko.
Yeah.
Enti se wan hwe sa na ma na wo soli ko di party na chi a. Later no enyansafo na omu wo mu no. Omu hu no mo twe omu ho.
Yeah.
Say o mine na ye do. E wo mu say ye party ni but o mine na ye do ni kwan say ye boa party bi. Mo say o mine no. Na o ma twe omu ho.
Aja, you go straight to business. Okay, so you go tie Professor Jenano Poku on women development.
So what did he do? Knowing that it's the women who are suffering so much. He thought long and hard about it. And he came up with a brilliant idea. Ebushafo, Mamreka Nyede. So yeah, Emanu Yazina, Messiafona Wabre, announce them. So what does he want to do? Also, I don't know there are up and down Messiafoma and Busanere show. Na year corner year, but the baby are young Harian. No, and then why do women suffer so much? What work do women mostly do in this country? I hear the Papa Ponyazuton. Naya Sana. We don't need huge capital. Some will need that, but the vast majority don't. Somebody wants a little money to sell kuli. Somebody wants a little money to bake bread. Somebody wants a little money to set up the store. So what does the person do? The person normally goes to the bank. And what does bank manager say? Bank manager is also under instruction. So we are not angry with him. He's doing his work. So he'll ask the lady, go and bring the papers to your house. We don't have the houses. We don't have property. Go and bring the collateral. Go and bring the documents on your land, the estate houses you have built. Anything to convince me as a bank manager that you can pay. So you go once, you know you'll not go again. Most don't even bother. So what is the solution of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to solve this problem? What he's saying is that he will set up a women's development bank. Are the women here?
Are the women here?
Are we listening? We are the ones who take care of the children. We are the ones who take care of the home. We are the ones who know that everybody is at peace. And when there's peace at home, there's peace in the community, there's peace in the country. So this bank is to serve the interest, is to ensure that we can reach as many women as possible. Some need a small amount of money, as I say. So how will this bank operate without a collateral? The bank will operate by looking at the amount of money the woman needs, and we've already targeted 1 million women to benefit.
Hey! 1 million women to be empowered.
And what do they bring? All we are saying is that if it's a small amount and you came for 4,000, 5,000, you bring us back just the 4,500, 5,000. Don't bring any interest. Because a lot of the women are forced to go to loan sharks, and if you go to them, they give you 2,000. They tell you bring 2,000 more. Now what is that woman going to sell to make that kind of profit just to pay? So some will go into hiding, all kinds of indignities that we know women don't need. What women need is help. We want to be able to take care of our responsibilities in the family. We don't always have to become a burden. And now that businesses are collapsing. and our husbands who don't have jobs, our brothers don't have jobs. What are we going to do? You go to your brother's house too often, you start even having problems with your sister-in-law. Listen, there are problems we face, real ones, that nobody has tried to help us with until His Excellency John Dramani Mahama came on board and is thinking about this to ensure that we can also have our peace of mind and we can also support our families and be up to the responsibilities that we face.
Running mate for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Tamale. So, Haja, what Momame Enka and some of the effects he has our policy will be on market women. Mohono a trading belt. So at least this kind of what do you make out of this?
Oh, many of them are medasi bebre. Winning. In the first place, the American say yeda yura John Dramani Mahama say wadwene ye emma ho na etikase a eso da ye kese no watimi ehunu say esese wo yi wo ba ema ne beta na chi na onu sutimi beboa ma de to so mienu ye maame ya wabai a ye professor Nana Opoku Ajimai. Mami, one may vice impono. Yenim anamotu bebra watu oko education sector. Niema oye ohona akono keke. Enti sebi de bia meka ne se sebi o kire de na adwene nye. Ena mpe animonyam hye. Mejidi se sa anamotu we ya Yewura John Dramani Mahama atu. E de afa ma hui. Mami be jina na chi abo na chi dom ama yani swade hunu 24 hours economy ne sa banking development yinaba wo hwe ye maame ne nsam na wo kan ye na me de me nko ne tententen me ye dwadini enne ye ti Ghana hai sade sika na hwirihwiri akwa akoduru no enne ye mu bebre yentimi nkokwan so we nya asama e fere yentimi nkokwan so me ye dwadini me wo store a me fa niema gu me ton me ma ne ma niema enne me be 6 months ni me nkokwan so
adentia
de entini se enne sefa ope 1000 sefa kira osesa 2.0 omoma o de 1000 ope 1000 sefa o de 250 Ghana cedis ne beko ni ama 1000 sefa
really.
Enti ade na wokoto no 1000 sefa no wo de ba Ghana skama 250 Ghana cedis
2.5 million.
Enti wo ba tika sika tipa wo party ho ni atete de na ado ne nko 40 aflo border hoje no omu givi a ade na wo de ba kire o de 350 3.5
yes o just all the 100 Ghana
e so enti wo de ba nipa ne pe nso wontimi nto wo de free nso a wontimi ntwea enti ene na ye nkonkon ho asem wa maami kan mimi fati a mimi ti hai me ya ban adwuma ye tua meka na wo hwe bank ya Yewura John Dramani Mahama ne ye maami de ba ya emwa me dwadini no menya afirimu na me bebubo so enne obi kotini koko wonya ne sika wia o se beje 100 series nefa 1.2 bra o ma titisika no
1 million
1 million a wo de 1.2 ne beko o ma 100 series wo de 120 ne beko wo de 20 series asi ho enti sa wo je 10,000 a calculate amount I was wo de to so ena ye banks ya nanado na eboabo man ya nanado abegu 434 banks wo Ghana hai kitenkete na eboaba microfinances na eboabo ayemba yi ayi atakura mani ampon bai oguni ni na
why na fa atakura mani ampon
nanado ni dey pa no no wokura woni
Debbie
go and do your research
Debbie
I am telling you
haja
ono na ka kire mi
atakura mani ampon no ye krum asantuma ampon din mpacho
oh minim se na won kwaso minim se na din but nanado papa ne ma me din omo de to no
Emfa edin we.
Me pesa obi be free people be challenge senya na na be.
Eye din kese wa Asantuma Mpompa.
Me ti ase sama mpo unim se na me ye yi kakra kakra o. Yi nyini wa Asante be kwayo. When I'm go school wie to aso. Okay, na na do na say William abeka ne din hu. Papa iba na obegu sa banks no. Enti enne ye ni ehu twabre. Enne koko akuafo ntimi nko ADB nkoje besia. Enne adwadifo me a me ya abadwa na me sika fa ADB mayi. Woni de enti am yiye. Wo kwaji loan wo be sofa sa 2 weeks na ADB ntimi ma 10,000 Ghana cedis.
ADB.
Me do nyame. I am telling you the gospel truth.
Development bank.
Me say me na me salary fa ho. De enti am yi me salary no. You see, sa banks na do begu no. Chese obekum ma. That is the fact. Obekum ma wo Ghana. Fi say wo pe 500 Ghana. Wo kwa no mama obi. Na bia ye de 200 bia to so na 300. Na Rick bia utu an kakra kakra na besa.
Enti my education bi wa. Yamfa ne say o fat tachiman kentampo eye oba dwadifo. Sika kese why says sika kese ben pa ne nipa no ebehia because some omuji loans.
Nipa na dey e depend ade a woton.
Enti for when people say oh ebia the highest loan Dwadini on the street business budget.
Oh, Dwadini on the street there. Woman 2,000 kura oh ham.
Really?
Oh yes. Share. Me start here, bravo. I want to be honest and sincere with Ghanaian women.
Sure.
When I was starting, I started with 1 cedi 30 pesos. Na me ton katie konko. Na mato esichire konko. Na machin katie na mato bidi. Sa sika na mu mato bidi. Na me dia ye cat cake.
Okay.
Na me dia share me bag na me de school na me ton. Kakra na me be wie Jesus. E na me to aso. You see, Dwadini a wote kwa ho ton anka kwadu abrobe watermelon saa niema no woman no enne mre mom de woman 1,000 enso no.
Okay,
I must be sincere with you.
Sure.
Because enne watermelon 40 cedis.
Yeah, 40 cedis.
50 cedis, 60 cedis.
And get one 15.
Get one kete pa no 15. De wo twama na aye white no 15 20 25. Enti wo de imagine say as a sort of onya bia 5. It be go man 1,000 enso no. Enti wo de yemfa ne say 5,000 betimi aboa wo no. Ena de ono ankate ton. Nkate kwaku raba no. Memfa ne say eno so ye 200. Enti onu say wonya 500 a.
Oko.
Woto ni bidia na woto ni jadi gu hwa. Onya ne nkyene a enya ni nsu a obetimi akonanim. Ena de woton bidie wo kwa ho. Enne na na do adawruma bidie na eto no 12 cedis 15 cedis no. Enne kentampo bag no enne kentampo bidie ye 70 cedis.
Bag. Bottle brown.
Bottle fertilizer bottle.
Fertilizer bottle no.
70 cedis e wo kentampo grass ho. Baby a mimi free am buy ye. Wona meti.
Yeah.
Wona me ya transfer me ko wona me ye adwuma.
Yeah.
70 cedis. Enti ebeduru tachima ebeko 80. Eduru akoma dan ebeko 90. Ebe enru offense na akọ 100. Ebeduru kumase na ye 110. Nentu to ma ntwitwa mu kono mo meduru hase no. Na chere se eniema agi.
Ba yira.
Enti sa wokọ na bidie wura asane te se de o sa atadwe gu ne bansam se 5 cedis. You don't have to argue with her. It's not her fault. Enti wono sa no wo be mana 70 times 10 say 700. Enti so betima wo benya 700 amana then no afa 10 sacks
on ekron.
Enti enye sika kase bia na obia epe kakra se de ye kan no ya ma mi kire mu no me se ma mi we mi tini di kura mitimi daw. To be honest, I just like the woman because ni nim de eso no eso ena wo nimunyansa wo adwene a ye de boa me ye de bu man. What am I say? Enti maami we nsam no a work na se adwadifo e mighty true because the amema hu ne say say ye kase baby a ye din ahokyere wo ho a eye ma ye ne fam kese no krapa na me ka kire wo say be me na wo de wo sole ye say 100 cedis or 150 we ya de ato makuma ho wapie dia ka no no nanim kwan a obe cracking the brain edi aye aduane se be ya wo ba beto se aduane si wo na wo ma ne so anya bi edi so ati ase enti se ye kasa ahokyere a ye mai ye ne fam because na no ma me example kitwe na no me se me bobo by rapisi edi na nipa for na kama nti aye 5
okay
me koto by 50 cedis kentampo ketenketen se miensa me hwe na nso yen
okay we are me ba ho
e was me to 80 cedis 200 na me di ko dwomu 80 cedis no me to niema ni na wie me refi anwamanto na ska na ka 3 cedis afa me baboy no hwe manim so say ma ya anto anwo na me ska na ka 3 cedis so ni anwa nti kire kofi no abeto wo say eni ma hu na mani o ana me say enti me dofo emma si ekase obanya bie na no ho say say the oman mu ayedina no hu say indeed she is suffering obre
o offer mompotem ho kentampo techiman those areas into microfinance BNY say agedifo no jebosen free ho
that be bank micro ni hunu bi banka mimi nim say wo ho ye rural banks no eno na wo ho eno na mahunu
kakra na be ka ho nyina egu
na nado wa clean dada wa collapse no na nado o hye aman obashi ni sisi ya ono wo nya bi ba wo ye obesai no wo mu na wu na de wajapade na ombaja wo mu a wo hye wo mu asewia no wa hye wajapade na ase na ono so wu no say abusuyan
wa save
no okone
baby a wa save
na nado ntimi mfa wo ntimi ma na bon na nado dwetre 10 cedis no mfa 12 cedis mrewo onim hunim de na nado has no knowledge about governance. I am telling you, me tra baby ameka because say the obefa aman na na oman na tetia pansam se konte ba aye se tetentum agona e de kwa mutia no wo so ha na ate no sa na nado aye man de egu amaye. And it will take only one man the nyame asiesie no Exodus 14:13 to 14
hwe no ameka ba omi ade riwo
me
Zakaria chapter 1
ono de se ono ba omi ade so obi anim se wabon na na ado cheda de ni baji di ni keke wono practicals no okoye theory wanye practicals Exodus 14:13 to 14 John mama no say woni mani da so bra maye mre woni ma hoden bra ma papa me hwe John video bi mi swin ka me yewu omo to sa na John was in tears. You see nana do ni bibia wo de beboa wo man we ena ba wo mia na wo de ne ba na ne mesre ganafo say ade anka nana do betimi akobie mu de ya enka mesre ganafo se ba wo mia beba de ma nana do ntra so
nko no ye
kanana do ye 95% ko ye ba wo mia de kondemo wondi ko beba be bubu yen atiti ya pansam chese wono wo sisa yesi ya no wo tuegu won for yenya hwe because ba wo mia you are with this government woni ho a wo na wo ye president a wo tutu kwan bebre ya wan fa hwe ama ya wo di president yi kakrai edie mwa anamotuo ban ena bawomia atimi yetu
ya be sa
dia odi ba ye na be hya makonfo
e be se so osmo obema ya to mobile phone you free ato be free bi e free bi anaja na enne credit wo to bandra memeti hey menya minister wo menya government appointee bia wo menya MP wo menya you I am ordinary citizen of this country. I bet you ya niema ketenketen we ya yeye winning credit ameto rig me to 300. I see
300 and ameto wo to ane so mo twe baako na na do ne oslewusu no ka kire dwom mama se ne ba 15 or 18 years betime kuman no ene mu ni na mugum ena aye nyama se bola niema aye fia ye nya obinsi aye nyama se bola niema aye fia ye nya obinsi bo muntimi nya hwe o mu fa hwe nka ho de o munima ne se ye nkwaje besia ne meche de o munima ne se sika we ya ba ye nkwache de o munima no.
All right, back to base. So the answer na bekono with this issue Professor Jenana Opokurezi on man form what Bruno and my dreaded form what sub belt no wunim. The reason why we say one hour into baby hour no nim was some now can almost edgy as we say. And nothing I'm going to me do no. May I make us almost go to me do and this shirt a t-shirt I shall no want. I see. And nothing I'm going to do kuno. I see. They are eager. Me say Ghanaians are very angry. Nti Obika said they are not angry enough. Ayana hono person nipa no ujai because they are angry waiting for Nanado and Bawumia December 7th. No mudi omum kokromoti etimi di chire Nanado ni Bawumia say ombeto Ghana nyomu dia Ghana does not belong to them. Enunti na mani ko tu miduku wodwom no nanka wo de kanokre nyankopon ti hwe first menkwa na mitimi hye ndisi ade kofa kumase abontene de ko asante be kwai me kwa na ma hye da si ma sike wo ho no na ma hye da anante me bibia ye ndisi na me dia fama sana makoduru be kwai station na ma fa be kwai ka na omu di matem na me nso me di wo mu bi enne and this intadie na put bekwai agu kumase what you see and this niema mesre ye mpanimfo no se de medi kan ye no mesre wo t-shirt bi afre me na me magibi na me fa nkoma ma no nyesa kentampo be yeketo ama me because said ye maame no e kire nsam ni mu no atom ma na dwunim e ma ya me ka wonim de omoton me am kromfo omo ye bosangafo omoto aba. Okay. Mustafa Hamid Abinun. Wow. He's my brother. Oh wow, I see. We speak the same language. He's my Buzangas. We are business and we speak Buzanga language. Buzanga language. Oh, Mustafa Bisa. Oh yeah, Bisa. Now you saw your house out. One year house they want me yet. Win him. Mustafa. Now Obeka say Mosif one Buzanga for. And say to aba meanwhile who ye minister. Sa logic in free. Are you getting it? Most for ni buzanga for. Ni go aso moto aba. Ya to aba o Ghana ha. O kan sa. Say me nua no. Mustafa Ami. Me nua no. No, I just want to know. I just want to be sure. One of the your sister stations called me. And I told them the truth. Me say ye bushu ya bi no ni. Nyame nim baby o kwa kodi no ye ne sa. On fantana ho. Wo to aba me to aba wa be gina ho say wo mo maka ndem say so mo to aba wo to aba be nya minister. You see sometimes when him Saudi Unimai former youth and sports minister Brigadier Dr. Ahmed Mohammed Mustafa Ahmed Mustafa the who recently yeah. He's my brother. Oh okay. Yes. Oh yeah, when this mupa. You see, Bono East 11 constituencies. No, to be honest and sincere with you, agenda 11, no, it will work. Some of seats 11 in. Me see, and 2016 here was saying, near 4. None in 2016, none in 2016. 9 11 2016 Buna hafo. Yeah, okay. No munyanche. Okay, by 2029 say 2020 no match him. And 2020 no. Yen NDC for Buna hafo ne wo enkonwa I forgot kakra. But now people will be change. Yeah, me aware. Enti 2020 na ye be chemu no. Ana Bunisi no de ye be di ye ho na ye 4. Okay. 11 constituency na this year 4 and almost 5. Are you getting my point? Okay. Na ye minister bia no ofri atebubu. Me ami nua be ma.
ahonfewura ne ho ofe papa ne wosra se ejire da nesim nso wa mebo number bia wa mebo number bia ekwan a NDC dwomama ye free ayi nsuo na no kajeji baabi omo transfer me koye no
yeah
omo ye kwan na betra Kwame danso kuro no mu kakra anka aka Kwame danso ne atebubu 4 minutes drive no omo antimi anye nti ye beto oba 2020 na papa yi bai se wo ba beye oba ye nso a wantimi anye enti ye beto oba no na bunu isifo ka se na di esane asem kura ni ye ma tuaba ma use na watima di ehwammode a ene ye di ekokromoti betua ka se di omudi betua omuka December 7 fi ena ye koto aba no obi anim se ye nya nan na nado ne hweminsam moja ene bekunkum tachi my phone omoje Christopher Bayre de ne edeka
okay
me do fuma me fa asem we ntwam hia me pa
fatwam
me sremo NDC fo hwe me firi boko me bedru ye na me ko tamale me free tamale me sa bese ko tachi my program me free ho na me fa me bag anwumra enna no pay me na me wa me ko SYZ tamabe pia sebi enye se me obi bruso ebi ni ho eye modembo nanso party ni said dey attractive ama nkofo a ompese omoto abamaye no mesre NDC for no mu preach skirt and blouse no se wo manya ya ye de omudi betu dwa ama omanya atamfo e wo NDC ena MPC na parliamentary candidates na omuwura nkofo fie e ka kire omo se omo meto omo nto madwa mama na omo nto ma wono no they should be very very careful
saudi ene yeso omo de nampa
ye ka kire wo mo ye de ye nhye skirt and blouse ye patade ebom
full gun
na epe NDC for mesremu se ye kire adia skirt and blouse no be ye dwa mama mukura nkamwe na MPP for plan na omafa no you have no idea ye no be there ya trace omo ye hunu omo pese omunya majority in parliament they will call the election off. I'm telling you the gospel truth. That is their mind. And nothing as say omo de who say omo nka ba omi asem bi eye MPs no omo to omo because onya 139 140 a omo metimi call election off. And nothing as say omo preach skirt and blouse no NDC for sa wo se wo ye NDC nipa wo do NDC ana wo do Ghana for muntie mi o say ya nyire ya ho amma God send ai ana God sent yi wan beji do mama nyame ahira no asra ne ho se wo beji Ghana efra ma boyefo yinsam say ya nyire ya ho ama na beji wo man no na agi kinkire ya me de bia na mo passport o bia na mo passport
anyway
mini baby akometi mewura Togo na wonso bia na wokura ai nkra ha woti bia na wonim tachiman you see omu preach saade we no too much enti NDC for me the American na ne say okoto unya to ma do mama de a straight away to ma PC no because ya nya nipa dodo ewo parliament ho a ebedi do mama nya akronfo ye o ma wiewie sika PDS ba wo me a wakwaje $12 million ever bagri dam no Polugu dam no say ya members of parliament no dodo a yet me nchi wo munji ye sika media madam mama nchi obi antomo won chi wo no mo refine this kan mo wi a ya he sentence ye de be mo sika ne hia ye because ye betimi de boost economy no enti be asem ni na no munjai sa skirt and blouse na NDC fo ni bi no preach no midofo mi kodru me research so mo da so ya I will send you their names
mate ya be e dey na di ja e yabonofo ene Ghana ma
mo maame ama benua do o hira me ansa na wo frim odene nsa gu me so bompaye mesremo abusuafo eje tai me ne wo ene ye bebre because wo tu adua ye hiri ntiraja se wo tu adua ye hiri
obi busa me se ye asantini na kasa na say
me tani pa hwefrem
and I say bisa
pa tani complete hwefrem
bisa
hwefrem
yesu sare na me na frem guruma on say
I was a tribe
guruma on say yeah
na nanom
yeah na ye wo afuo wo oku
oh okay
oku so ni oku nana ye ko dagoma number 1 na ye ne gruma for di nantwie ba
I see
it be dwane free school e kuma se na ye ko gruma for no
say ho na in natural resource no
sa azim ti ye ko ye ne gruma for no na ba bia ye tire so na ye ne frafra.
Oh, okay.
We the frafra.
Frafra be wo konkoma kakra be wo ho, gruma be wo ho, dagomba wo ho, kanjaga wo ho,
kanjagas. But mainly
Brusa for no.
Oma ne no mu di abra nwume pa the kanjagas and frafras.
Oh, I see.
Because that you call baga competition. You call baga competition. That my Adam back your friend Kasule.
Oh, you.
You guy. Akasule na yako oku
enya kwagitwa na ukayo
yeah
obi tinkra ha wonim sakro
dabi
ebuza obi se yeshia lady bi wonim na ebuza sakra minim
how do you run not just wura bunumu pa
ana me kasa and ho na natural ne wo and na ma ubenya nam flesh aduane ubenya ne flesh
oh ajia meku anyway
masa na me kai mi di wie misre emano de edini bia beye ma enne nyame penwuma nyame mfa sa ma BBC wo Ghana ha ya yetue adua no we can run yentimi mbontra eja na edere no because we yes wo bo atra be so wudu anwinim e be hyewa be hyewoto nti yesre ema no omomo ani na ho na omunya gidie e wo ye maame Jane emu professor mi gidie amanya woni mu no say 100 ye de bi ka ho anka maka say 100 and something
yeah
mi wo gidie 100% wo ye maame ni say obe boma papa ye chidom ama papa nani suade hunu a ode ababia no ebebam ama ye ma no ye di so mfaso esan se dwomama bum manti na wonim de ma ye betimi aye nti enu nti ena oyi ye maame di ne bekan ye ho enye obi okotena agazira na sese na ye bisa ne masma no ka kire wo mo se ye Ghana for ma ye so ni mfaso dwomama nti sa wonu de wonim se emma ba bi no firi ba ye emma ne papa kura firi oba ba bi ne ba ye wo mo se ye boma de to so mienu but the mema ba wiase na apart from Adam man na wo enti wo gimadi onim de matimi di beto table so enu nti na wa point maame no na maame no so adwene ekita no no adwen kese esafo na ekuta no minyi ni se maame no bekọ ye wuradwon ho se ema hia we na dwon adan na chiam no enti ema ni mesremu yenya gidie ewo maame no mu especially youth no mo nto abada no ema na ewo no omunya gidie pa ewom na ye nto aba no emfa ma ye wuradwon na ye hwɛ de ye maame professor ede baba be kan John ho ama ma ye nije awie pe ye wo Ghana.
All right, thank you Hajia Ama Benyuado. So quick comment here, Baba Sari says I'm happy to see my sister, good job. I'm a Bisa and I live in Germany, Hanover. All right, so Baba Sari and Baba Sari Ahmed Rufai says we are in the same town, from the same town. I think that is what he wants to say. Patience Ofori says Brainless Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government. All right, so this one is coming from another friend. It says Bobie, I want to know whether Hajia is an Ashanti. No, she's not Ashanti, but she or a Bisa or near that time. Daniel says Hajia will kill us today with names. Hey, no, I really know she. All right, David Agbanyaga says great morning from you as of I live in Massachusetts. Okay, so David Agbanyaga. Now the ample for after a poetry. Now the ample for send him a message. let me see. Let me get Nana for say Nana do adwene ye no da normal prison but me ade no da condemned cells. Amen. Yeah, that's the brain. And I'm Kwame Isaac is here. For watching you live from Ansah South Manso. Agro Yesum na Amos says good afternoon, Commander. Ibrahim Abdul Karim Jabbar says much love from Ontario, Canada. Jonathan Kuma is here. More fire, Madam Marie. I don't know her. This is my first time hearing from this lady. I like her already. God bless her. Willie says good afternoon, Commander. Kwame Jemfi, Galaxy 24 Hours Economy Bubashi Datus with supporting JDM. Maxwell Apaglu says I salute you, Commander. Maxwell, thank you so much for your support. Now, your friends, Chastella footballer, be and it's so amazing. Chastella, a footballer, be woman ni penny brea e bedru baby no opposition kasa no o kwa de obeka bia no obi afiwo anyway make our man for say ochena na eye CMG skache de enya 1 year na ochena eye mega eye gigim eye kiko eye brutal the whole issue ni say but star 413 hash star 413 hash. This time around, on call 1. This time around, over call option 6. Option 6, no, you know, and the Bema would be a year raffle no skakese or china sika ya no educhem atekum or china free 20,000 that 200 million 100 million aircraft watchna a mega watchna ampaya ega watchna ebeye de ebeye pinso. All right, so yentia Chastela a footballer, former Accra folk, former Sante Kotoko on a sporting facilities. They say no adanko dada adribia or Ghana untimi dada obia I don't know beko opposition one hakon. Manako says the woman has spoken sense. Felix is here, last man standing. Abubakar Sadiq Kolibali watching us live from Italy. Okay, so
no, see, Ghana project maybe 6 years in almost in our career. My friend, I can bear 4 months. Minister said, we make sure somebody. I say, a system at Dow. Saying, I can bear 2 months, crown, and I'll be with a park, you know, because African. Oh, so somebody. Sports minister, on a sports person. 8 years, no. 6 years, no. 6 years. I feel no baby. I can't 4 months. I'm a Yatuaban. A be a maintain. There be. I say a group of beer. And yet, politics so. Minister, officer, a man for admin fee. Oh, how? Ah, Parias and out. What the man for young we shall not do Tama. What we have a banana, I bet you say, oh, my Miss Car, Grand Franco did. Oh, say be a finished Scaba. Abba, sports ministry, ho. Scale or my dear. Hey, that was me, and you win a best son will be out me. I'm Yakasi tuning for the show. Oh, or a Westminster about a football. Charles, can you say a good say or no buy and no masha see. How much I say it will be shot on to me. Yes, Casam, nothing or surfing on Mupis. Let's see Kwabena and see minister on. Kwabena, where are you present? Are you crumble ministers can be? Ah, let you find Quasica promote to me. What Capsica no cry away from? Oh, my dear, say be a number some of the twice on. I will have facilities. No, I won't go far away. So what Capsica no. I'll send that though. Just say then, sir. Carlos, if you be a way, I know strong crophobia. Oh, David. Scanner say you are. Sika amanfo je amanfo twi to saa ansa na watimi akoma bi sika no. Yamai eka omane omuka. Yes, $6,000 each. Mebwa.
Yeah.
Omotua
24 no.
Omotua. How many years ni?
Touch qualifies na check. Mabobwa no mde
akwa. So dia say. Ye oman we mu ankofo bi wa omu obi a.
Ya hwan mo no.
Enya minister so omu footballers o. Obu blaster nko a. Minister of blaster. Yes, the man.
Oh, sports minister.
Sports minister of all the activities. No.
So far, for you, because only more.
What's what anymore? Omujane, your
fake. Some are fake. Parating.
What you say? Namiana, Emia, Sabi. We say, Chow, where no bridge.
Legend. I say, on maybe opportunities and so whole.
There have been a Ciano. I do maybe anyway. Now see Ghana project maybe assess
6 years in almost in our career. My friend, I can bear 4 months. Minister said, we make sure somebody.
I say, a system down.
Saying,
I am saying, say, sporting facilities once a more saying, yeah, car. When him say, Honto, Matisse say, a Zuma nursing complex no say omo jemu so omo be jemu omo dey married developers who at the crowd
developers there who say any aban sem
hey simple
then specification no under them a redevelopment develop we are enyo dey bi
so oba katre omanfo aka 4 months kwena chastele kana say aka 4 months ena wonam na yesiesie friends say
sports facilities
ne sport then thinking so obi ayakwala obi agimi enti no aka 4 years where Jimmy ya for almost 7 years and something plus.
What's that? President Mamaka didn't come menchia na menchia executive.
Oh, we got the topic.
I will just say the executive secretary. Me in share check.
Maminya Jumakitu Ebi. Ghana for Meslamo Bibi Koso. Yenya Onyumtuni Jack Alolomi. Na amanfo hacke into ne WhatsApp platform. Ena omode solicit sika funds efrim crofo but mami musa ne muye because meso my site bi mini akwaba pacho boko de
na me dey check.
Okay, so me hu a friend say message bia na ase efiri wo ba say o ko tamale ho akokire ne de keka ho na o hia sika kakra say a message a ko rounds gidigidi pa e kokwa amanfo me hu ye no me yam say me I kakra bin come send this car so what is happening dem asema I dey na I phone
yo dey can I mean chill because it na your friend say you fit tamale buy no break akra wo mti me da wa no pa no na minya kwa around by 6 o'clock say member me school mo no WhatsApp group no ma sesa we no ntino me omo ma me code bi na eno na meet me dey ura that way nti code no by say message and also me nkyere no me hu ya ne say like ya high nti Kofi Kinata na di kan frame me say no obi ni na chat in my name say like me fit amale bedu do me sika like ya into ya me car na dey fine coaching me so no call me call ho no nyes kantina me call ho and I feel from there no obi am for very me say no sika nko no request from omo ho no 30,000 20,000 5,000 not for to destroy my name just like that. Means you know, me feel be anka say me want to me no sabi will be sending me scan or be me scan. As I'm speaking to you right now, still now MTN for so much me my coco. Almost say there's nothing that they can do about it.
Starting and anopay.
And no anopa.
And ranopa tone.
And no anopa up to now.
Na what and then I call MTN and I said run I call.
And
MTN for the catchers almost to me your she.
Almost almost to me your way now. This IT boys maybe. Friends say Obina of account or bow will be the man. We said no, like we consult no. They are called or no, just like do time. I also me and I said no master extend the time not to call him as I'm speaking to you right now.
Now, I want to be blocked line of for now.
Almost the number crowd to draw almost the Gisco. I want my system name. I want my system name. Number no more say in the crowd. Almost say I reported our number 20 something times. Still, now that's what system my age.
Now, homophobia catcher say or more trace card to our number also.
So finally, you be anka say because say me be sada. And you know, and on the scout will be so if I know what tries to confirm for me one sana. Ebia what you so far no so the Obianka say what you video movie best no.
But baby I mean yeah baby say okay so me I'm not an IT person and maybe ebia no more kind of crap but almost so much me nyahwe ne na yeme
almost WhatsApp no nyomo way you be
a platform
a whole lot of
okay wow
obi betumi aboa me omo amena ba bia ade ne coin dem say like only obi wa on frel but eyanim guasie say wo nam na wo say ska me wan so me consider obi ska na me ho kire me a me wo nipa bi a metimi afre na obeba me sa ba mu sebe
o WhatsApp no ya adwuma
that be in Facebook so cry ABB
also in Facebook so I'll break it down. And what did you say there koso anyway and Honto is trying to reach you na ya share what we can do but we accept our sympathies anyway
for now no mgusu
but now Aringobet say from on experience no pa issue disclaimer say oh big personality what should be on
I'm a true BB
okay
and your friend say a telegram near that so my head they are sending confirmation near that they say
okay Mate we there accept our sympathies.
Yes.
Right, Kafra pa. All right, so BBA will tell you across the world on your Facebook page, on Citizen TV, on YouTube and other platforms, affiliate stations. So Obi Eddie Jack Alolo Midi send Ibia se opisika hweye na wa send this kabia ma no abonefo akromfo bi na ahake into on one system. All right, so that's it. Me pacho Kwame, where you West Bugate for story no? Where is our story no? Where you? Senka. Oh. Anyway, Nana Kwesi Obotan Roxon says maybe he must have given out a 2-step verification code. Okay, Mary the audio num, wasim, audio num, wasim, yeah, audio num, yeah, wasim, yeah. Okay, so Kwabena Yafi says we'll be telling him to delete the WhatsApp platform and download it again. All right, so. IT phone sorry IT phone chomagwe IT phone kajagum and anyway so but may two quick issues be na minua on top say oka Chastela assembly be quick one.
Chastela issue was
spend much time.
Aka assembly.
Yeah.
Say Ghana for ya na ere free asem. Ame no kra no ye nuanom MPP for ya saka say wadidi Ghana for atem. Eka eniama ba ko mo de kaseti President Mahama. But that is the fact. Nana behwa Kumasi Sofulai Ebeka afia mo mampeni kufa mamu 8 years aba na wiye ono de so kobo fom ano ne nam ho wasda wadre ya wada ya wo free abamu after 8 years no na wa ye adwuma no 15% pe Professor Mills Mahama government ene beye Sofulai interchange ma ka timi fa so MPP and Kufuado the same thing wabetra so 8 years 8 years no utwa 6 years no so kobo form so ba be see so am run about na poko gina koku di atem after 1 year echi no afei no se wo ye Sofulai inter so am run about 4-5 months to election afei no so wo ye obeja to onya hwehwe enti ene me no ka sei na ne ho no mu a omo so MMDC no yede construction machines aba na yede ya
omudi ko tu galam say
ya say they see ambulance na ne da Kogu Independence Square
omudi ko tu galam say
yede be fa krom yede ko already no 2016 Mahama eto sa equipment we di ma all the assemblies MP4 ba no mo beton ye emu bi ene ko bono
omudi tu galam say
ko bono regional akoya ne si bebrebe ne si ase denchemi
Nimi pakro waka
mpacho monkami
waka kai na menkao
abronya suspending the secretary ade ya na abronya ne kwa akopɛ sa machines ni bi ato ana ne secretary ni di na no kokotoye into suspend this say anti-party conduct
anyway
so the same thing and no the letter about say 4 months to election you employ nurses and midwives 15,200
we are now so
yeah, the letter back.
But also almost buy employ free SHS teachers.
And Oko National Service, so many letter about free volunteers 6 months, and to work as a volunteer, they will pay you. But Ghanaians will fall for this because Omure fee, baby. I didn't
Ghanaians will
they'll fall for this.
For what?
Say way more. Nana me see my because Ghana, Omo school no. Men trust omo man ko school kra me trust omo when it come to issues about elections na kesi na napco napco munya graduate obi awie university o ye ko fani be gina wi aso ye ka chen se be mo adwuma na de ma ho no ye mo appointment letter
do you say kwase dia you trust him pray no
nana kwase afo bi aro matia so pray
and to you Ghana for you see this let me tell you and Ghana for nyat chen ya to them hampu. I'm telling you.
Ghana for be nyat. Ghana for do no any tay when it come to this political.
So catch me say MPP ni any tay amen you watching. MPP ni Ghana ni. Baby me catch that was say. So catch me say MPP ni any tay ya me you watching. Why should I argue with you? But the ordinary Ghanaian walking on the street knows that whatever they are doing today, and Chastela ya wanosuni pasa almost 2 million. Ya omunim say adewe ya wo ya amameno. What they scam me? This time we be coffee. They know.
Nana.
Me see there ya wo Chastela o kasama o ti ye.
MPP for Ghana for. MPP for
me. So your opinion tell Kasa me.
O me Ghana.
Didn't man Kasa to me say me o ka chem say Ghana MPP ni ya Ghana ni ya MPP ni 7 and inti ya metwase because of ya Ghana ni and I have my reason.
Okay.
Tell me Kasa me nka so etisamu bia
nsa na obeyi regions bebre afrim
media say enipa da sani a your friend MPP ni no matter where he is coming from so ebuzanga so ya santini so ya because look media anyway you treat a topic bia because say we Ghana ni na say we Ghana ni timi gitum say yetimi ekukuru oman ade ma sabi Nigeria for say monyem fanko na say support I doubt your nationality also wo gitum say say frontiers ebetra ebe sese yesika port edeko but you don't believe, say, as here this our contract, Emma, a local even pharmaceutical industry. Me no.
On that note, you may be right to say that.
Yes.
But Ghana for you and also Ghana for you. They have vote. Though they don't think like Ghanaians, they don't act like Ghanaians, they don't think so be our dream in my home. But they have vote.
In Tiaja, what was a CIA small because you're going to do for some trouble behind this.
Tiamika, the same Crofua Oka a year frontiers I can. I am correct. Say, a dear debate or man ye. Near Sadiaman Alatani, Salata for me from Kudi. Mahama see Terminal 3. I was so far. Nigeria actor about boom na tre
adom ye
so camera sees say Nigeria mama me no ye di ma tem say Nigeria for na kan for tem na wa me the contract where the contract amano enti say ni pa because yeah that person is not thinking like a normal human being or Ghana ni a wodwen Ghana ho but sankrofo we no they have vote
na me sure say wo target this of man people ni abeto aba amount dia amagem dia ni eye because me waste me time with George Kwate ho say me convince so meto aba ema ejoma obi a review one who say review say cancellation oh how ho
it will make sense say obekwa ko gina
exactly
airport no atwen ship wo hodan say o come CMPP ni enye o pa ni trika de shemo enye
e ga kwatra port atwen ship a
enke o ko pantai ana aye asalam down ankafo
all right, so there are serious issues, and I think Honorable Awingobit is in the studio, and these are some of the issues we want to carry it up. West Blue Gate matters. Part of Fato say the bad tie with the taxes, tax waivers issue. You better front them so that we can come and deal with the forcing Japa or Dame matters. So me part of production crew mama mohonye and 10 mama. All right, so West Blue Gate omo akosi aban and on tomusi aban no omanya judgment debt 95 million Ghana cedis, which is equivalent to $6 million dollars. I am say obi this Sunday me so on to work it out for me in dollars. Obi this Sunday me anyway. So yeah, the story now to I say Acting Commissioner General of the GRA Era Julie Esiam in the picture that Ghana to pay 95 million Ghana cedis to West Blue Consultant.
That's $6.3 million.
$6.3 million, okay, for wrongful termination of contract. Okay, so let me just pick like 1 or 2, 3 what do you call it? Paragraphs. The Ghanaian government is preparing to settle a judgment debt of 95 million Ghana cedis with IT consultancy firm West Blue Consultant, according to a citynewsroom.com report. This settlement follows the termination of a contract under which West Blue Consultant provided technical and support services to the Ghana Revenue Authority GRA from 2015 to 2020, a project facilitated by the Ministry of Finance. According to the report, the termination of this contract led West Blue Consultant to seek legal redress, claiming an outstanding debt of 289 million Ghana cedis from the government. The resolution of this dispute resulted in the awarded amount as confirmed by the Commissioner General of the GRA, Julie Esiam, during a Public Accounts Committee meeting. Okay, so Esiam acknowledged the court's decision, stating, quote, indeed, the judgment debt is 95 million. We will not be able to pay the full amount immediately, and therefore the agreement with roll it up, Mogo. Will not be able to pay the full amount immediately, and therefore the agreement with the court is to make the payment in 3 installments. All right, that's okay. It's okay. So even there is no idea of we are going to contest the judgment. No, straight up, the GRA boss says yes. Yeah, that's the issue. Then another issue, tax waivers. The minority members in Parliament, ACOSU, GRA, and Finance Ministry over tax waivers for 42 companies, and for 42 companies. Honorable Ingobet, for penny Emma importers. I say, Chairman Akwaba.
Yeah,
Bokode. Good, but meaning say addicted to here by the tax waivers. But then this issue about West Blue, because you know so port issues, which I know you know a lot about this matter. Obi Kachem say with a year decision number for West Blue Gate, it's likely that GCNet will follow. I don't know what is happening there, but this what is our story?
Okay, so me chair uti for ina, ni me chair Ghana for many same ahonto na che.
Yeah, sure.
Na Bobie, the ATN say, of course, I knew that at the time ICOMS took over the port, no.
ICOMS there,
yes,
Danso, okay.
So I knew at the time the West Blue Consulting. It's not West Blue Gate. It's West Blue Consulting.
Consulting. Okay, sorry.
Was having a legal contract with the government of Ghana. Remember, they came in 2015 thereabout or so, and so their contract wasn't expired, but the government of Ghana decided to change the IT solution. So I knew that if they should go for arbitration, definitely they were going to be awarded for the abrogation of the contract. The only funny thing that I saw was that I was told that Gabi company was the lawyer
for
the West Blue. So,
wow.
Yes. So you ask yourself, was it a deliberate attempt to abrogate and come and collect big money or what? But I was told that they were the leading counsel for this.
Really?
Yes. Cross check very well.
Gabi Ochedako.
Yes.
Ne law firm.
Yes. Was
and a leading counsel.
Yes, if I'm mistaken, maybe I take for but correct.
Edema West Blue Consult.
Yes, along the line.
Yeah, Omawini judgment debt.
Yeah, I think early this year, or one of the discrepancy between GRA and everything. This issue came that Gabi was the lead company, was the lead law firm to deal with the judgment case when the Madam Valentina was going to court for this contract breaches.
Yeah.
But I think at the time, GCNet, GCNet was now renewed its contract every year, and so I think at the time they were taken over from to ICOMS. There was no legal contract or so at the time.
ICOMS take over.
Yes, there was
from GCNet, no.
Yeah, because GCNet was given a contract for first 5 years. They renewed 5 years. They renewed another. I think it was run to the 15th to 20th year. It was run something like that before. So the subsequent ones, when MPP came fresh, every year they were now renewing it. So I think between the time they took over, there was no contract or so, and maybe that is why they didn't go to court. But if they were, they would have gone to court, because since after the abrogation, we only had West Blue
Consult
threatening to go to court, and that is what we are now hearing. They have now the court has awarded 95 million Ghana cedis, and the commissioner, I heard her in the press conference confirming to Public Accounts Committee that yes, it's 95 million, but they've agreed that they will do 3 installments, and I think the company and the court have agreed.
As an importer, what do you say?
Well, I think if there's change of political party or government and there's a legitimate contract, if it's left even 1 day to end, why can't we wait for it to exit before we can take change in one? This could have been avoidable if, I'm not quite sure at the time ICOM was taken, West Blue was still having, maybe let's take it, maybe a 5-year or so much contract days or years to spend. I didn't look at what was the time period, but of course, as you know, if you are even there's some employment, when you are leaving when you want to leave your employer, you compensate your employer.
if your employer is also asking you to exit, your employer too will have to also compensate you. I think it's one of those contracts, because if you are asking the person to go, then of course you have to pay some lump of sum, and that is. Yes, I think yes. That was exactly what they did. We will pay if there will be judgment. They will pay. That was. Other than that, I think they could have waited for them to work with on and on or alongside with ICOMs. Then they exit. But I think the government also realized that in the beginning, they asked GCNet to give us the data. You remember the data issue? Yeah. And GCNet said the data belonged to them. Yeah. And government said the data belonged to them. So they didn't want to have the same experience with West Blue. So for that matter, okay, let us start from scratch. So ICOMs actually started from scratch. When they came, remember, there was 2 years import, but they were able to be on their feet to be able to put things in place. So maybe they could have worked hand in hand for ICOM, for West Blue to just exit when their time due. But that could also, as IT, as we are here today, Jack Alulu is saying that he's even went to the service provider, where the service provider said there's nothing they can do. So assuming, assuming if they had left them that work hand in hand, so that your time will come, then you exit, they can decide to sabotage and say the ICOMS is not even, it's an inferior IT. Is that not it? So they can be chaotic at the point.
As an important, Ojiri said to abrogate the contract was the best decision.
That is why I said that they could have allowed them to work hand in hand alongside, and their time reached, then they exit to avoid judgment debt. However, one school of thought will also tell you that what if, because these people were not happy and these people were already on the ground, they had good data or good legs to stand on. The other people were not coming to crawl and to stand up and to walk. Is that not it? So if they are not happy, they can sabotage them and say these people are not credible people and you brought them. So government not to have such, and of course anytime the system hitches like that, what there is chubui. You know about us already. Yeah. So definitely the best thing was, okay, go, we'll pay you judgment debt. And that was what they did. But going forward, I don't think we should continue doing that. With good faith, if you see the person having good faith, well, you can let the person work hand in hand and exit. But if you see that the person already was in, and of course, you remember, West Blue Consult accused ICOMS, Ghana Link, for crooning, they call it crooning that's the term, right? Yeah. That they croon their system. That they came to watch whatever they are doing and they copy it. So they were even threatening to also sue ICOM, if you remember. You had them, right? That was what the West Blue was also threatened to. So I think already they've seen that there was friction already. So there's no need for them to go. And I think that was the best way to do.
Anyway, but Ondo, so already this our story that you say.
I'm already you see Godfrey Dami. And just a day when you go see a count 95 million Ghana cedis judgment debt.
$6 million.
$6.3 million. All because per se, company, a person company major sika. Say the bear obey many BAD. So because of your personal interest, Ghana for a baby 95 million Ghana cedis. This is the government in opposition. What you mean? Sika 51.2 million Ghana cedis. Yeah, one demonstration. Yeah, one enyum. Yedi Professor Mills atem, yedi Mahama atem. What you mean? Sika no convert here $3.4 million. Almost ye nyai no munkuma hama buying any Professor Mills Nendis because so much judgment debt. $95 million. Nana no enkwani judgment debt about by what you judgment debt about what you no any de go actually baby no any judgment debt ketwa. All because the government don't know fan home at the end of the day judgment debt never on a fan home or no open personal interest. And it's about terminate contract no. Now on only the company akwa show no one what me has 7 interest na say liability e ka beba no at the end of the day na be absorb e Ghana buy na be absorb ya e fa no be. But saban sisa nipa no as a GRA boss the Minister of Finance, anyone more also pretended this, you know, they have to be, I was a charge of more causing financial loss to the state.
Obia sending me a message in course of our discussions. So say, Bobie, yes, Gabi Law Firm was the leading counsel for West Blue. The reason why the former Chief Director, Patrick Momo, of Ministry of Finance was sacked because of West Blue matters.
So, MPP Gabi Asarotedakon is the de facto Prime Minister.
And I tell you that I don't fabricate stories.
So, we
no, you are
you can say create, loot and share. No, this is a perfect create, loot and share. Gabi Asarotedakon is the de facto Prime Minister. Ono ena edi aban bae Akufo-Addo de ono example simpa penyini ena oto ne edifan ho no no so because ceremonial president so omo kwajiba no mama na na we kai odi but the way mu die no I say obi odi no ho na ha
never under
yenim say eye Gabi Asante be die tuo ene Kenofriata omo na run this government. Okay, omo promo interest because omo person omo pen concussion and use calmate the be ometime nya bia di kesepa and into omo terminate contract no omo terminate contract no omo wie no ana omo asade company no omo terminate contract no Gabi Asarotedakon na eseko represent omo ntisa judgment day to ayetua ne Gabi Asarotedakon was shares wom.
It's a gentleman agreement.
Yeah. Or was shares wom because nana.
No, let me come in please so that you don't distort the facts. Please.
No, you want to put in your opinion. Hold on.
You will distort it.
No. Hold on.
It's a brotherly something.
No, hold on.
It's not without.
Hold on. No, please. Hold on.
No.
You go. You move on.
I will.
When
if he says so, I will tell you why.
No, hold on. Hold on. He is doing an analysis. Then you have Bibi Kakra opese Bibi Kakra would be.
So there is a distortion.
So hold on, please. Ebia minia be information be Kakra.
Oh, the me na say distortion on
no.
Now the make can say
it's not to.
Okay, now the 1 minute.
Okay. It's not to reorient your opinion.
Okay.
That is what I'm trying to prevent.
But it's to set a record straight.
No worries.
Obia wo kwan of aso fan lawyer. Ebi onim say government has packed a court, and so Gabi can help me win a case. It's different from say Obi air try. It's a maneuvering.
And you didn't get my point. My point is
what is your point?
My point is that a man yet to say Gabi was shares in this judgment debt.
No, but you have a legal fee.
Legal cost.
Yes. Okay.
When you are going to court, when you are going to court as a lawyer to the West Blue Consulting Company, definitely $95 million. Maybe if I win,
you have a percentage.
Maybe 10%, maybe 5%, maybe whatever. So what my issue is the same political party that abrogated your contract. The same person, because this cannot abrogate the contract without the presidency knowing about it. So, and you went back to that same people to be your legal person. There should be some.
That is why, Kwabena, I think, sir, in somewhere, some 2 years, 3 years ago, I began a conversation with you. It was only on this platform. There was no platform in this country that discussed the topic I discussed with you. It was about West Blues and GC Net. Abegin Najuma.
Analysis. No, because we are going around. But
I've raised a number. That number can let people.
No. I know what I was saying.
I wasn't distorting
any facts.
Because no, distortion doesn't mean yours is not a factual.
Yes,
but I'm saying distortion to mean that your facts as you have it could not be right when I have finished.
Okay,
that's all I want to know.
Say, Oko high lawyer, so uncle representative our court. In this case, say Yesika and will be the Okana or Kwaje, the said judgment date here. The lawyer would charge according to the amount now fight for you in court. Yes. Percentage.
Yes. No, not in any case.
Percentage.
Not in all cases.
But that's the normal practice.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's a normal
it's
practice.
Not supposed to
it
be.
Is a normal
General
practice.
Legal Counsel is against that, and so it shouldn't be part of it.
And I make us
General Legal Counsel is against
that. It's a normal
that.
practice.
Please.
Because Mimodi, but a few weeks ago,
I disagree with Listo.
Yes, it's a normal practice.
The one who has the case can even tell you behind scene.
The amount of money
I get, if you help me and I get my money, this percentage will give
you.
You
can't tell me, say, you are going to hire a lawyer service.
You see,
fighting for 10,000 Ghana cedis in court.
You see,
and the amount of piano is a who can hire the same lawyer to fight for $10 million.
We may be talking from a beer, few information sayenya, not as legal practitioners. But Yerusu doesn't take away the fact that beer and yes, nimbi beer. No.
Okay.
So we a Joe beer I drink too. What the most important baby a case like baby me pie me say me who why Listowell thinks ma hunto and draw the Gabi West Blue Consort analysis no
West Blues I did no I fought for them. I fought for Minta. Not because I felt say I was so Kofa Gabi as a lawyer, and I said Gabi's firm as the legal firm to prosecute the matter. Legal firm bet mienya ebia, for example, obia to say Gabi. Me say Gabi wabon. But a lawyer be bet me akọ legal firm wa ben. I will be prosecute matter. The fact that ebia we adwuma wa ha na ya declare organization way NDC organization no or ebi kra eye firm eye agongo de nti agongo de one NDC for na nam nti no doesn't mean say MPP need to be nya adwuma wa ha. Obi betimi aben no akoya adwuma o Gabi firm. What you say?
You know, so then what is your point?
What I'm trying to let us understand, say, the fact that a Gabi firm and a prosecutor matter no doesn't mean it's Gabi that prosecuted the matter. So you cannot come to the conclusion.
So the fact that Gabi firm the prosecuted the matter cannot come conclusion that the prosecuted the matter.
Hold on. William, I think I'm getting where Liswa is coming from. So let me try and put it in the other way. If maybe I'm getting you right.
But if you would allow me.
Okay, good.
For example,
no problem.
Johnny Kolendi was my lawyer. It wasn't Akufo-Addo that was my lawyer. He was working with the Akufo-Addo firm when he was my lawyer. What do I say?
Which year?
That was in the year, I think in 2009, 2010.
To say?
No, lawyers, sorry.
If they will become a lawyer, I can still call him a lawyer.
No, at what point? Just at what point, like the last time I only know any legal issues?
That should be around 2010, 11.
Okay, so let's leave it there. But I'm
trying to mean that Johnny Kolendi, Mimi Huni, Ninyansa ni Nimdi.
Yeah, Mehudi Okano. And what Listowa? I think what Listowa
can drive me. For example, when I was working with Metro TV, I had my own prowess. My prowess doesn't mean because me Metro TV. Metro TV is tainted with a certain image. So I am Metro TV. No, I am not. I have my own prowess.
I think what Listowa is trying to communicate, and he say, West Blue Consort, almost a good case.
Yes. Solid case.
Maybe. Let me finish. So
nobody dispute that.
Exactly. Hold on.
You know.
Hold on. Hello. So what Liso is trying to communicate is that Enya Gabia or Bermuninti NMA or Marini judgment debt no.
That's what I mean.
Okay. So it doesn't take out the fact that Gabi
is a beneficiary.
Is connected to the government. One, it doesn't take out the fact that Gabi can be a beneficiary.
Yes.
Of so, which means Asma Hontoa cannot. He's not far from right.
Because
the only thing
the tape,
he
was very emphatic that Gabi is a shareholder.
I didn't say shareholder.
I didn't say
there was a benefit.
He will benefit.
I didn't say shareholder.
You know, I was
saying. And I say rental services. And I say about.
But did Gabi ever appear?
That's okay. Who is the director of that?
Don't let confuse us in this communication. One, Madam Valentina, as a citizen of Ghana, there's no anywhere in law that even if you belong to A or this, you cannot go to this area to pick a lawyer. In fact, we have series of cases whereby an NDC man go for an MPP lawyer, an MPP man go for an NDC lawyer. It doesn't matter.
Rollins crack of
Exactly. Good. So
no, what you wasn't.
So what I want to understand. So what I want to understand is that and lawyers.
No. You can't say where.
Let's just understand that lawyers don't do galamsey. If you are attached to a firm, a legal firm, which head of that firm is Gabi. Gabi owes the firm and assemble experienced lawyers.
And he's connected
to
the government.
So if you go to his firm, he will be the. You think the lawyer will go to appear on the case and he's not aware?
Senior.
He's aware. If at the end of the day, if there's judgment debt and they want to pay the legal fee,
my point.
He's the chairman of the firm.
This is a classical example.
Let's take our time.
Gabi himself.
When you are coming, we say you are asking for time. Now I give you a time, and I tell you it's not my time.
Gabi himself does not need to appear in court or in arbitration in person. His lawyers can represent him.
It doesn't change anything.
Finito. They are representing his firm.
Gabi firm.
And so when there's
Gabi firm is well connected.
Yes, when there's
Gabi firm
is well
what Hontoa is trying to communicate
so,
as much as West Blue and a consort,
yes,
they have a good case.
Yeah, you want Gabi, a good lawyer too. You want a good lawyer who can go and get your case.
And Gabi firm also can have influence on the matter.
Yes.
And they share the money. And it has been a practice. I mean, since time memorial.
Exactly.
They do that.
Yes.
In the courts.
It's accepted. It's granted.
And there's a one point they say. Gabi Engis can be.
I'm saying that look, when a government that may aware say Gabi was part of those who destroyed West Bruce.
No, it doesn't work in GRA. It doesn't work in finance ministries.
No, Twaso.
Besides a government that I see Gabi part of the machinations that destroyed West Blues and GC Net is part. Shadowy, he is almost like the president of this country because his dictates play in the game of, and it played in the game of West Blues and GC Net's collapse. Na ene so mumienu egu amoma ko fa ne danso company a friend is saying
ICOMS
amomo ye adwuma me who contract, I have a contract now. I even brought it here.
ICOMS crowd there when you know ICOMS
the ICOMS anu ani o adia si nyina ICOMS na
enye so bia antiase o.
So what I mean is
enye so bia antiase
so ko ka say Gabi ana onu a share that gu ICOMS and no I said that gu no wait I said that gu nek danso West Blues Val Valmenta any
we don't need their names so they
GC Net companies no said that gu no they come ICOMS now omo kwa kunya judgment data I predicted this 3 years ago.
No,
I'm trying to mean that don't say a Gabi a premises and I say the office and I call the judgment debt. And can you say
and I was listening to me when I was making
even if you said that, being a mayor analysis, this is how I understand it. There are two elements. There are two elements. Is it true, say, West Blue Gate, Egu and Egu? Is it true, say, no more good case and also many good case? They had good case. Is it true, say, a Gabi firm represent two man, answer Gabi firm? Gabi firm. Is it true, say, Omania judgment debt and also many?
Gabi attached to this government?
And is it true, say, Gabi attached to this government or not? He is. Okay. No.
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
I am an insider who has an information.
Insider of what?
Which, yes, I have been part of this West.
Allow me, the outsider, to make.
I know a lot.
You insider, you bring us.
I know a lot. Hold on. I know a lot. I know about GC Net. Yes. I know about West Blue. How they decided to collapse those companies. Hold on, Nana. I know about how they made Nana take over issues about family. No, I know about all that. But that is why I'm saying that.
Okay, fine.
No, I am the court person. I sit here. The government has right to choose who they want to work with.
They don't have that right.
They have the right.
They don't have.
They have.
You have given
no,
them.
No. The government. No.
The people of Ghana have the right.
So the one who take off the contract. The one who take off the contract is Minister of Finance.
Yeah.
Minister of Finance statement was that. Hold on. Oh my brother. Hold on.
No, you see.
Minister of Finance.
You are dealing with two issues here. You need to take your time. Ade bi esi Ghana bia no obi nim eye insider chain obi. Yes. Enya nyema ye discuss no studio nyina na oye insider, but at least even if you are not an insider, you can sit back and do analysis.
Yes.
So the issue is not about who is an insider
and who is outsider. I don't
need any friend from West Blue to discuss these things.
I think you will be wrong if you say that. Because as a journalist,
yes.
And Asemaba, who do you call?
Hold on.
You will call an insider. You will call who knows more.
It's never always the case to call an insider.
It is always
insider or outsider.
How
many times have you discussed issue without calling an insider?
Insider is always the case. Then you are not a good journalist. I'm telling you. You always call an insider.
You are wrong.
It's not about interest. Interest party is another.
So you think
the insider, the one who is involved, is the most important person to call.
You are not important as a
journalist.
As far as Crude and share is concerned, you are not important in this matter.
If you are not talking to the insider, how do you know?
Nobody will talk to any insider.
Hello. Okay. So it's an issue between one entity, which that entity Akofa lawyer. There are 4 or 5 elements in this matter. Ninyina has been established that is true. 4 or 5 elements as to how Monto wants to link it. Any personal opinion.
Yes.
And I'm entitled.
Now he's entitled. Then the 5 elements, as to how you, the insider, wants to explain that his opinion is not so. You are entitled to it. This is simple. This shouldn't be an issue. And then I say, if I am doing an analysis on West Blue, I don't need to go to the family and looking for the family.
If you're a good lawyer, no one will can't.
I just need to put in because you're the also a media practitioner, sir. And you say you're a media practitioner. You are a professional media practitioner. And you say, does it mean that you should not talk about it?
We cannot talk about the issue because we are able to talk about it.
You do that with your editorial.
That is what he's doing. So allow him.
So that's why I'm saying that if in my presence, as an insider who has
who knew so we are insider.
I look,
who knew
the person
and the someone mentioned who knew so we are insider.
Who broke the news. All right, Charlie. The person who broke that news allows news that led to the judgment debt. It's me.
And so you say you are insider. Me, I didn't know.
No,
I didn't know.
Even during the time of COVID.
So allow me the outsider.
Agree.
Okay.
No,
allow me the outsider.
It is because
to finish my analysis.
I don't know.
Insider,
I don't know. Have you lost your memory on that? Yeah. I am the one that broke the news here.
Agree.
And I predicted the judgment debt.
Agree.
And I predicted GC next judgment debt.
Agreed.
I predicted Ansah. So hello. Say Anas a breaking story and interest a man list to and church the movie. So allow him. No, I'm saying that. As I'm now church him, any problem. So I'm giving him further and better particulars.
Yeah, I don't need it.
Further and better. Don't need it. So do your.
So allow me to crash. Allow me to crash.
Not all journalists
bring
are
your superior
not all journalists.
Yes, bring your superior
not
argument.
All journalists are meticulous.
So continue.
This is unnecessary. Not all journalists are
now
meticulous.
Counterpart making error.
Not all media practitioners are meticulous.
To make them
so
wrong.
Do your,
then you correct.
What do you do it?
So
do
let
it.
me go back.
Go on.
My regret is I made 1 minute now. I have regretted. I won't make that mistake ever again. Nana, I'm still going back. This case is a classical example of create, loot, and share. Can say government when open interest because a Jumana West Blue here no on any interest and say you mean you sin chain. Na me nkofo obi a me media here Jumana nya say the me pen personal interest. I never said West Blue was wrong or they didn't have case. Because so many cases and court to ruling for more. So government na Gabi as a prime de facto prime minister. Onya asase ya kanso di opoto yuam. Amu na ikase impunu no. Omoni ne koyi sa West Blue ni free for their personal interest first. Second interest Gabi asa nya ne say. West Blue no kwa kofa lawyer no kofa Gabi. Law firm. Wetua ne ka. Gabi asa benefit second one. Our 71 Gabi as part of a Kufuor government they created the judgment debt.
No,
second
they created the mess.
They created the mess and they have created created a course no by I created loot no and no share.
And so, even with that the possibility you see the possibilities are not realities.
Yeah.
So the possibility say even Kranebia Gabi no more strike deal say Monsaka me percentage.
That is it.
It can or it may not be.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. A great loot and share. At the end of the day, who is the loser? You read the taxpayers. Because this amount 95 million now you trying to be a bit a year because Sikana da no so be charge a year lawyer no kofa no firm no me no to pianka. And you can't tell me Gabi will take no less than even $1 million or so for this.
2%.
2%. And to check 2% of a 95 million. You see the amount of money Obeteki. Huge money. At the end of the day, we the taxpayers. Yes, you can lose. And Gabi as the MPP and the ICUMs or whatever, create, loot, and share. As we speak, that company no more person and represent more interest. No, on no benefit. You and I, we are not benefiting. That's what I'm saying. Say, Abansi San, whoever no in charge of Ministry of Finance. Trade and industry, any Ghana Revenue Authority almost pretended this, the abrogation of this contract, every West Blue. We should hold them accountable and charging them for causing financial loss to the state.
So in that case, would they have lost?
But I can tell you,
would we have
since the inception of West Blue, Bobie,
would we have lost?
Since the inception,
now you're 95 million, isn't I lost?
Since the inception of West Blue, there have been a work.
And I'm telling you, say yes, as you speak, Ghana, you lose 95 million Ghana cedis.
Yes, so as you said, they can hold
in the future.
Yeah, you can say they can hold the
yes, in the future.
Appointees to
yes, in the future. Sababani hold this appointees or must pretended this deal, no, accountable. Now you timid 95 million with interest. No? Then I can say Ghana, we didn't lose anything. But for now, Ghana, we have lost.
All right, thank you. That's your opinion.
95 million Ghana cities. To create loot and share.
Jackpot issue. So, all right.
Okay, Kwabena, I think Hunter just nailed himself in the foot. He shot himself in the foot.
ewiase on enye de bia na ewo se yedwin se ye ne obi nya adwinti ye put you nyina in a certain set where they don't belong. Me, I will never in my life agree with Gabi because I know he's a deviant, a criminal. I have names for him. A scammer, a flim flammer. I have so many names that I can describe him. He's a criminal, he's a jailbird. Everyone knows him. Uko UK now. Yeah, come on, Marco jail because of criminality, sir. Gabi is one. I don't know how he became a lawyer because he didn't qualify. I still have my opinion as to why the Ghana Bar Association would allow for someone like Gabi to own a chambers in this country when I know him to be an ex-convict. Ex-convicts don't have to be ever. But this is Ghana Bar Association. You have the likes of Obiti say we cry or no cry no felony cry no wabe lawyer akoye oto ma atwen radi anim my brain now swans Krabby father. He is a lawyer. I mean, who am I to blow against the wind? That's their own life and they are living. But Kwabena, you can't law firm. Now you body, for example, a Kufuado law firm. I have had several cases to criticize them of. In fact, if Opa say quiet chikra, Obi this nas cases are or yeah ne fa say lawyer and a judge aje your friend is saying bayire ama judgment waje sika waje koto waje even aboya omo de momoni judge timaje momoni ama judgment. I've had issues. Most of those cases came from that chambers, Ekufodo chambers. But I know lawyers from that chambers that have distinguished themselves. In fact, in the last few years, me and Ansah, I have had to criticize my lawyer. It's not because I think, say, because I knew him to be good, he has always been good. No, we're human. Human beings, we can turn as and when we think we should. Because that is how God created us. What the Epam now, Kwabena, Obekai Travgura. Demi asem Ekufuado ne wo faase nimpon ena judgment debt bi kotia yen ewo UK arbitration mu 172 million pounds against Ghana, all because Ekufuado nua bomti Ekufuado Ono ne yire any demion omudiubi. I don't want to go further. I can do, but sometimes I just let some privacy remain. Privacy of what? Me kwaje dying. A diner if asase enye dying cry asase even though na dying bis asase na fa amaw enu ntie Kufuado nua no wa fa demion ho time.
You may be losing track of
Demion, maybe. Oh, sometimes forget about your thinking. Me thinking is different.
No, we are discussing about
May give you another example. Demion, Travgura, who was and ama yadeka $172 million. It's because Ekufuado nuya bomti Ekufuado. Ono any Demion was 70 IP. Conference independent power producers company. Ono ye no. Ya mana anya adwuma na awie na abanesi wa twa contract ni waboka e ka oboye no. and yadika 172 million pounds. Akufo-Addo for asking them. I've heard so many people discuss it to me say because of a new fasting, or my said that judgment debt, which is not the case. Damien is not even in talking terms with Akufo-Addo, not even with his brother. He is aggrieved. Wako court, Warini case against Ghana over who? Ni wafano nyoma omo yeti a Ghana nti and oko court Warini case. And yes, any wafanti was said that court to win the case because or no or in cahoot or in agreement with no wafano say yes said anye weni enko Warini case. No, it is not the case. Damien is not in talking terms with New Fanom because they abrogated his contract. He has won a case in the UK. Godfrey Odame, yes, one court went to me uncle because he doesn't know the law. He cannot know the judges. Damien won the case over us, $172 million pounds. And you cannot say because Gabi knows inside out of this government, he has won a case over Ghana to claim money when he has been Obia Warini. Your friend is saying when so DFE, the abrogation of contract between Ghana and West Blues and Ghana and GC Net. GC Net has not gone to take Gabi's firm as their lawyer. It's not the case. GC Net is in court.
I don't know about that.
They are in court.
Since when?
They have been in court since COVID time now. They have been in court. Papa Nekura GC Net or in Wewu.
No, it's not the owner. The owner is there.
Yes, the owner is there. But I'm saying Papa no in charge.
He was a GM. He was GM. He was in
General Manager Wewu. Dako.
But the owner is there.
And I make us say, one no crown now, no demon tintiman. I'm just giving you information.
But you know that
Mr. Dako, and Dako.
Dako was married to Alan's sister.
Alan's sister,
Alan who cancelled the contract.
Alan is the one that cancelled the contract. Yes. But but they are in court over judgment debt. Kwabena, I'm trying to mean that judgment debt number. Let us look at a quiet fast for judgment debt nearby. Oh, Charlie, sometimes you guys you make me look as if say why did we have judgment debt of Wyoming? Why are we not looking at the judgment debt I found Wyoming?
That's my judgment debt by personal interest.
Personal interest.
You see,
that kills the ball.
No, hold on.
It kills it.
No, hold on. Still, we come back to the two faces of the matter. One has to do with if we want to go into details of West Blue Consult, GC Net, ICOMS, a whole conversation on its own. Okay. So this judgment debt is in the news. And we picked it as a flash commentary. Now, Obia or Ghana BN say a quiet omofaso a West Blue Consult. A contracting was wrong. Everybody. Nobody has contested. Minty will be a biada. Then everybody is aware. Say, you'll be down by you go to court. And they have gone to court. They have won. Now, two school of thoughts.
Baby, I'm person can't be.
Yeah.
Unim say, per Hunter's analysis. Eya ye say, Omoni Mammy na crash that snazzy. Yes, Val. Twas mental. Say that snazzy say, ye knew, ye. Do we say, ye be good Jumano? Na, ye via. Get me pacho. Ask me pacho. Who talk as I mean I'm tears you. Pacho. Let me. Hello.
When I was tears.
Me man tears and say. Who talk so chese. Mamina. I won't tears. Pacho. Am I speaking someone's? No. Hold on. Obia drina me trimo. Hold on. Me man drina. Who did they me bisa sayaw? You try deals me on corner topic. That point is say. When you saw Bicasa, what tears now? What you say your tears here? He has seen the story. And on also can you maybe assume no all says it was tears said no. The way I dare no choir no or GD pass a nipa na come trouble no dupi Ghana. And I mentioned what is wrong with this? Nipana or Madupu Ghana no. So there's a vano, so cause a vano and then for and a omo or GD so omo ISR. I mean value money. And I mean you have your money or Ghana. Ebony. Are edin pa any din bo so say ya wo tie obi asamo a wo se wo a wo nti ase no ono so wo nti ase me wo tie o is it Charlie Kwabena Oria I don't care now ni baby am free back uni baby am free back masa forget about baby am free back you see I'm always here wo kra na the whole year I feel no waba I cannot let people be skewing things in their way I will also skew things in my way me am for the republic who you may be for yourself I want to mean that like you mentioned like you mentioned me from the very get-go I have been part of the ECOSO and I'm able to say it's not trying to mean that Valentina Minta she has been part of the collapse of Onwa Nejuma.
Now yes, I don't care.
No, they was Great Loot and share. Great Loot and share. Don't want part of it, Anna.
May analysis.
Am I thinking?
May analysis, no. Well, I know. As my mechanic say, nobody has say where's blue. Or you're wrong. Or you're incompetent. And internet terminate here.
Anyway, when you say Gabi,
I never said that. What I said was that the Great Loot and share now may link now mechanic say. Gabi Asarotre Dako, a part of this government. This government
as what?
As a de facto prime minister.
Yes, that we all know.
We're a part of this government, and this government interest that same Gabi or more interest.
Because we're aligned. That is the word.
No, maybe. What is?
Or you're aligned. On your part because
use that line. By me, they may so a part.
That's what you're trying to say. Government advise government at the time that look, when you abrogate this contract, you should be prepared for.
Yes, integrate
you should be prepared for future judgment.
This government and a terminating contract no wrong free. Now me very sure say Gabi can one more advice among terminity. I know my terminity. Omo terminate here no nipa na the rifle air contractor no wako court no and was abe ha wo air Gabi wo do fem a wo tia wo ka am wo nya sika ni bia wo di bi se wa no pipiripim wadie wo ya benefit wa benefit say my van na o kana sem no say o ka bi na ka nkai say sa na wo adwe ya odi a
let's move on live on Accra 100.5 citizens so let's move on I think we are just the time no call all right so Orako Aroma says good afternoon Commander please the argument about this West Blue thing is getting too much and it's getting on our nerves all right Orako that's your opinion now another comment from a very good friend says it's even possible that they negotiate with West Blue that if they want to succeed, they should engage Gabi's law firm. All right, so that is another opinion. Abegu the graph says, Chuck, let you guys move on. Obianu or I share some West Blue Gate. You can't keep on making noise into our ears. All right. So this is Abegu the graph. So these are some of the few messages about live on Accra 100.5 citizen show. Yes, let's do Malaba. But my main account for saying me aduma otra a mega 1 year of CMGC culture there. The amount for bidi the picture watchna. Shall see a channel a star 413 hash. A man watchna I didn't jam it no I can say me tua and Konya diade.
Bobodia Royal Chapel Property Group Limited say en country Ghana for or say almost as you know a teacher mante a ben sawem ode call a year baby police station who are on one side 70 by 100 80 that allotted 5 by 100 a year turn the ball for almost I were a year expandable bedroom houses a teacher mante 2 to 3 yeah you know so a day money born at the from pound payment plan. In Tisa, what mean can Royal Chapter Property Group Limited and one moon sound. Omo adding suo and Yamahodin, or my demarcated rules, or come. Or say uncle Rishomo office. Young contacted Royal Property Group Limited. It was 02565158862. Me pause 056, sorry. 056515862. Me boss will all right. 056515862. Omo asem no. Then see and country a Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. Ghana for nyina mo nse so Seahorse 50/50 coolant. Or say so car engine bon ho ban na ne nyina ne so car engine emanen say say ode Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant and a bebo ho ban radiator tank or say abo ho ban afi reduce your fuel consumption ni nyina Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant na ye kan omo asem from 0244577559 on sabetimi account Tabia Herbal Center ye do ma se pa Tabia Herbal Center e do ma se omo na de Tabia Herbal mixture aba inti di yade honam ye ya wanumu ato o se ya nom Tabia Herbal mixture afi Tabia Herbal capsules awode aba constipation ye mo atimu sisum ye ya ya na ye no so wanum bi Tabia takum boost immune system no ye wo 100% organic ena wo me dia badwa so wo se amanfo nye o kan shi drug lane from 024 3686861 onsa betumi akom. Let's come back to the studio and continue with our discussions. We have issues concerning auto forcing Jakpa Godfred Odame and issues coming up. And I think, sir, and you may know, throughout various media platforms, on social media and other platforms, ASI and Komowea and Ekoso. But make I was with me scanning on your TV. So if you just scan yes, Citizen TV, you can catch us on your TV. Digital box Ubenya Citizen TV. I will say, my father say my Benya FM in Elimina. Then we have a West End FM or Elembele, and also Ubenya free on YouTube Citizen TV Ghana. Wait me say, yeah, Mabwa Golimpala, yeah, Ubenya Eddie free. Bebo Bosenu. All right, so yeah, say various platforms are on my picking and so they make and run started Citizen TV and more test here from across the world. Say Munya live on the TV. We are grateful. Thank you. We appreciate your support. Yes, sir. But you bet me on TV and pick it on TV. Yeah. That's awesome. So yeah. Congratulations. Sure. We keep on moving. And more sending messages from Italy, Germany, some Munya on TV Nisunyano, Nyame Ansah Munya. We keep on going. And more than any deco. And Haruna Muhammad just joined us in the studio. Harun Akwaba. Bibia Boko there. Okay, so this issue about Jakpa and auto-forcing the ruling Abba, yes, I feel commodity Eba Esrubebre. And I know, mean wasting more time because I mean some more TT angles. And I need to allow you guys to do your own things. But then it's also be and I will start with you on this matter. Auto-forcing Jakpa. Jakpa first interview was say the passport was a wow. Say one for the passport to Mano. Judge back. If you say one for the passport Mano. Or say on for Mano. All right, but your view on this matter?
General 1 Michia Senior list over the my name is who contested Bioma, the Executive Secretary, Export and Imports Association, and a proud member of People National Convention.
Contested.
Yes. He's contested, you know, and Minya Hunto. Mebano. Yeah, he's contesting. He contested the last time. Yeah, yes. He contested. He's contesting with Bernard Mona. And then
I will come against him. And come later because me bias against you.
Yes. For Bernard. But Bernard, I know, you know, as a former member of the People National Convention, and I really.
But your time,
Matthias. Okay, I don't want to digress. And Mebano, miti judgment debts, and to be honest with you, no, because as a citizen, as someone who has issues, say adiechi, miti pay me ankasa, because the stress level is unbearable, and all of this has to do with bread and butter matter. Mutual taxes, and I expect say omujisa taxes no would use it judiciously, so that at least I would know say the taxes that I pay you know ordinarily say nobody would want to part ways to part money in a form of taxes to anybody, but because it's incumbent and imperative on citizens, patriotic citizens for that matter, we want to try to at least enter your taxes to be able to develop this nation. And to say obimo, and it appears say obimo nam court rooms calling judges to see cases that they have interest in, and say them me are influencing to make their cut out of the and you know, we need to call them out. The West Blue termination of that contract, if you ask me, what was the basis? Yeah. We want to know. Terminate our contract. We want to know, because under NDC, we all know how the contract was procured. Because of issues of leakages, they were able to at least give it out, consolidated all some of these things and give it to one person. But that time na obimusu the no, I mean in change yes. They had their interest, and they were all able to assist West Blue to be able to carry out some activities. Na bibia a conkai.
West Blue came to support this.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that now Obimusu they didn't just terminate all contracts and give it to one person. What I say. So if for any reason, and you feel say what West Blue was not, you know, proper, and for that matter they needed to.
They haven't said so.
I'm just saying something. If for any reason, so if the same people who happens to be the same government who happen to say we don't have interest, or we have interest, for which reason terminate, and they go back again. We know what people can do in this country, and the same government under the same so it is wrong. We all know Gabi is so much key stakeholder as far as Nana Akufo-Addo and government is concerned. I'm not talking about NPP. Nana Akufo-Addo government as far as that is concerned. So in any case, if the loser the complainant has come who na terminated contractor under this government, and you pick the same government official or the same stakeholder in government to go and procure something for you, what does it mean? It means fishy. So Ghanaians, let's look at the way this government deals.
A state official.
No, but Matthias here, Yabahana ube about Gabia, because Gabia is a de facto prime minister as far as everybody is concerned.
Who disputes that?
No, very good. So if you say no, nowhere. No, good. Gabi is a criminal. So now, Commander, I am going to restrain myself somehow as far as this judgment is concerned. Court, no, a discharge Japa and Atuforce. We know how proceedings went. The proceedings and revelations after proceedings and whatever happened. We know. Is it the case, say, okay, where they say it is a barter trade business? It's a question because ordinary people out there are listening.
No, you need to explain barter trade.
What you say? Say, for Webra, Nabeji way, Ana Yanja way, Na Yanya way. I mean, that's for example, say, Atuforsen Minuninanim, his position as minority leader. Jakpa, as at that time, was a businessman. He's a businessman. The finance minister then, the deputy finance minister then, Atuforsen. There are several letters out there purporting to say a lot of people declined giving out, the past ministers giving out a contract, signing out the deal for Jakpa for various reasons. But consolidating all of this, one person decided to do it, and then they feel say Atuforsen was at fault. While they took Atuforsen to court, yet Atuforsen had to open his defense. Jakpa came in with a strange, articles, and then the court admitted. Adiachia, ni cousin, was there in between, trying to strike a deal so that whatever happened, the matter will be watered, so that no one will be convicted. Then the monies would have been returned. In the area or in the side of Jakpa. Fast forward, Jakpa revealed issues of text messages and how they met. All of a sudden, the Attorney General has decided to say, Jakpa tricked him or lured him into getting some of whatever he procured so that he could go to court and incriminate him or to discredit him as a lawyer. We got all these informations. Why did your friend saying Godfrey Dami go to court trying to prove say Jakpa and Atuforsen for all purposes or intents or more criminals? Because one, the ambulances that were supplied according to Jakpa and according to Attorney General, they were not fit for purpose. They were not fit for purpose. For which reason, no, or court, a prosecutor, okay, the evidences that were laid before the court. Atuforsen went and say the Attorney General no only case. The evidence before the court labeled out or tabled out for investigations. At the end of the day, the judge acquitted and then discharged the two of them. The question I am asking today is, the ambulances, are they fit for purpose? That's the question Ghanaians want to know.
As who follow this court issue now? Yes, Jakpa said say ambulance from the buyer. Ambulance from the buyer. The vehicle itself was not complete. So there was another consignment our the bill of lading contain on the buyer. I am a woman a part of the agreement, and it says the government who take delivery of the ambulance now don't put it into use. may the with my own expert to come and assemble them before I hand it officially over to you to use it. And yes, Dakpa Aka with the document, everything says the ambulance from the buy there was empty, but the Nyamane Kahono and also Yakra Ababa do port this government of my deplete.
Good. Uti Jakpa asam about the other accessories that are supposed to have accompanied Nemano, the ambulances. The bill of lading or the invoices were supposed to have been a separate transaction from the original ambulances, because there were issues or concerns that particular ambulance could not fit for purpose. And then he again decided to employ other vendors to import them at a fee different from original fees. So if you go through the documents with the past ministers, they have all declined approving that particular amount of money for the ambulance because it was not fit for purpose. One, the Minister of Finance wrote and declined that yes, they went and inspected. Without those accessories, it is just a trotro that is not even fit to go to Kumasi and Accra because the design is not for that purpose. The issue in contention is the fact that Asema Eda Honom say whether that particular, as at the time the contract now omusani yano, was that particular vehicles fit for purpose. The question is no. Hreno Okoya under NPP, they told him, according to sources, say businessmen under this government who are also qualified to supply ambulances or the accessories, not because of Niana or Kano, but they had an intention of making sure say they would prosecute A or B who signed the initial contract without those accessories. If you are advertising for this this computer, and you are the IT person in the office, they will ask you say for the specifications so that the procurement office will bring it out for adverts. And see, it is not a case say you would come and buy something. You will come and buy machine ni Ansah accessories esaba. So what at all was in the matter that people do not understand to the extent say court say the case that you brought have no substance.
So which means Opacha said in the first place,
yes, it was useless. That's my point.
Yeah.
In the first place, because they brought it. Yeah, did craft no breo. And then you look through and realize say there is something cases that
I even heard say this government came in and made some payments to Dakpa. Was it true?
No, I mean, okay. I haven't heard that.
Okay.
So the Ghanaian taxpayer is trying to find out one, the timer Gofredami Ewesi Yenino. What was his intention? What was his purpose for taking us to court?
But the intention is in the leaked tape.
And the intention was to jail Atofosing so that we go for by-election.
So the
and Kwabena said, what is the guarantee says you jail Atofosing Krana you can win?
You can win a seat.
You don't find for the oil. Kakre bikitu obi Ansah. Nanum kasa no nyamia.
Nanum kasa no kaya 60. So Commander, the question is near amount for okaka about waste of state resources.
Yeah.
Because that ambulances have been packed for only gone for how long? More than getting to 10 years. Waste Okay, the same incidents this year, it was local government ministry institutes. Yeah. Under Kufuor, that's Gallopers, you know. Mitsubishi Gallopers.
So sad.
For more than a year.
Oh,
so
I will go back to
yes, under sir, law now, yes, creating financial loss, causing financial loss. No, look, the finance minister today, or then, the attorney general, the ministry of health, they should be taken to court for causing financial loss to the states. And my reason is simple. One, you are wasting your time. Say, those ambulances were not fit for purpose, were not fit for use, and then you took us to court, wasted everybody's time. And state resources. At the end of the day, the court says, say, you have no case.
But also on call appeal.
On call you can say so on from Supreme Court. On from Supreme Court. Because from you can say
okay, all right. So senior we go it.
Yes, Bobie. What I can say and say I am surprised the outcome of today's judgment vis-a-vis what happened yesterday. Say Enra Omukokot Mwa. I think Emrebi it is say her lordship if what Shawa said advised the current Attorney General to excuse himself from the case. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I saw a video, if I'm not mistaken, I saw a video that when they sent the CDS or when the CDS was brought to court or came to court yesterday, the one who cross-examined him or asked questions about Jakwa was the Attorney General himself. What happened? Did you see that video, Bobie?
No, I haven't seen it, but I've read some.
Yes.
Transcripts.
Listo, is that not it? He was the one. It was Attorney General. I don't know what happened in the same court, not different court. Yes.
Yeah. Attorney General no allergy.
Yes.
Say
Jakwa who was asked to excuse himself in the court case, no?
And it's Nkwaba was saying Jakwa lawyers and a cross-examine CDS name Attorney General.
Or even his deputy should have done that. But I saw him in the video, some short video. Then he asked his questions, and at the end of the day, he asked the CDS whether if in his practice as a military officer, no, did he know Jakwa? And he said yes, Jakwa worked with him for a few months. Then he said he ended the case from there and sat down. Then today, the appeal court has been vindicated. So if I were to be Ato and Jakwa, I will go to court of appeal. I mean, I'll go back to court for compensation because they made everybody, the whole gang, know that these people were criminal. It's a defamatory. And
yeah.
They can go to court to redeem their image.
Yeah.
Appeal court said no. He has also issued a statement. That is the Attorney General. And if you see the kind of words, have you seen the statement, Bobie? Attorney General has issued a statement. Can you read the statement?
Pacho, what statement will force a factor?
For statement on kind of man. And I know there is what we call the GBA, Ghana Bar Association. If you look at, and I know these appeal court judges has additional responsibility in High Court. Is that not it?
Yeah.
They have the supervisory authority.
Yeah.
Am I right? If you see the kind of words that he used on the two, should I say the two judges, because there were three panel and majority 2 against 1. I listened to lawyer Eduji Tamakolo, and he said when he went to court this morning and saw one of the judges who dismissed their first appeal, no, they were having 2 appeals in court. His BP rise, and first case was there was this former chairman, NDC chairman case in court. He appealed some case, and his case was dismissed. So when they dismissed case, maybe then the same of their case came. So he thought, this one day, Until when they read and they said this decision is 2-1, 2 majority to 1 minority. And they read the case all, and they said even to the extent that the judges, the appeal court judges said that, look, since Atoforson wrote the letter in 2015 or 2014, thereabout to the Bank of Ghana, requesting them to open the LC for him. It was a request. They never gotten back to Atu to say, okay, we've even done the LC for the person.
So even with that, the
because it's it is a request.
If I request for a microphone, it can be declined. Your technician.
Yeah.
No request or the request form
yes.
that I need a new microphone.
Yes.
On this microphone, but the transactions in cost.
And most of no, letter he copied his boss under the instruction of his boss. So when he did the letter, he put notice of the boss. Until then, his boss never query him. Of course, if you take certain decisions without the notice of your boss, that means insubordinate. Is that not it? So the minister would have queried him for why taking that decision. But he was tasked to do. He put a notice to the minister. Then it went to the Bank of Ghana. Bank of Ghana never reported back. Since then, they said the judge says that the law says the judge says that since then they never came back to. The Bank of Ghana never came back to the minister, and the minister has not done anything. That's the minister at the time. That is after fortune. And so, they should go home. That's why Jakwa came out and said he wants his passport. And Jakwa is right, because the case is Yamutu. The High Court can no longer have legs or head to stand. The lady, her lordship, can no longer sit in that case because his bosses, those who his superiors, says it is wrong. They have not committed any crime. So Gagba has right to go for his passport. Yes, he has to go for the passport, because the trial judge there doesn't have any powers again anymore unless they come back to court with the new fresh case. I'm not quite sure with this case. And so the Attorney General issued a statement that he is not satisfied. But I'm looking at the wording of the Attorney General. The wording is so disheartening. The wording, he did not give respect to the judges, and I think that he should be hauled, because he's also attached to the strict discipline, to the strict ethics of the bar. So if the Attorney General could address the Lord like this, why? If not for power, but then what is it about? If you want to go to court, you could have appealed, gave out a statement saying, look, Gambia is going to appeal at Supreme Court, or we are going to go to Supreme Court. We are not satisfied with it, because from appeal court you can't come back to lower court, isn't it?
Yeah.
He can only go to the Supreme Court. And I know from straight away, the way he wrote, I'm sure if you go to Supreme Court, they will deal with him there. And I expect Supreme Court, the Lord to deal with him, because those people who's on the bench now, who sat on the case today at the appeal court, are potential judges to go to Supreme Court, isn't it? From appeal court, you can be appointed to Supreme Court. From High Court, you can be appointed to Supreme Court. Is that not it? Is that not the reason why the Chief Justice wrote sometime a few weeks ago and recommend that the current judge who's sitting on the High Court should be appointed to Supreme Court? Yes. Her name was part of the list. And am I right? Her name was part of the list.
That's what I've heard. I don't know.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Was her name not part of the list that the forged names that the Chief Justice said?
The Chief Justice recommended for Supreme Court.
Yes. But the American can say Atoforson and Jakpa Omotirinkwa, because as soon as the case was finished yesterday, tomorrow or so was going to be vacation, legal vacation or so. And the lady was going to fix a date for judgment, they would have gone to jail. I don't know. So his lawyer, there are lawyers who advise them to do 2 separate appeal cases at the Supreme Court. Because first of all, I think first they wanted to a stay of execution, and that was thrown away. Then of no case against them. That is what the appeal court today upheld and acquitted and discharged them today.
Your AG's press release here.
Yes, read it.
Republic versus yes, some few points.
Yes, last pages. Look at the last pages.
Republic versus Case Atoforson and 2 others. So on 30th July 2024, the Court of Appeal by a split 2-1 decision allowed an appeal against the ruling of the High Court, Accra dated 30th March 2023 dismissing a submission of no case filed by the accused persons and ordering them to open their defense. Point 2, the Office of the Attorney General considers the decision of the Court of Appeal to be perverse.
Yeah, perverse. That word is not
in
supposed
the
to
quest for public accountability and the rule of law. The decision clearly is heavily against the weight of the cogent evidence led by the prosecution in substantiation of all the charges against the accused persons at the trial.
Wait, hold on. So that means that he, the Attorney General, was he not in court at the appeal court? If he were able to prove his case beyond reasonable doubt, they would have 2 to 1. Go ahead.
So, point 3, the relevant facts of the matter, as borne out by the undisputed evidence led so far, shows that
he could not have any undisputed evidence.
shows that 1, vehicles purporting to be ambulances were imported into the country in December 2014 in violation of the contract governing the transaction. The then Minister for Health, Mrs. Sheriaite, had cautioned in writing against the importation of the vehicle. So I think these are points are but the first point 1.2 give us a fair idea of what the Attorney General and the government thinks about the judgment. Yeah. So you call last paragraph
so strongly I can tell you that what happened in court today, I think they should go and kill white fowl and let their and wear white. I don't remember powder. Because from the trim because someone was really want to take their right out of their hand
and their freedom
and silence him, especially the young man.
Are you talking about this point 4?
Yes, and silence the man.
Or say the Office of the Attorney General considers the decision of the Court of Appeal grossly unfair to the nations and inimical to the fight against impunity and abuse in public office. The office will promptly file an appeal in order to erase the effect of this erroneous decision of the Court of Appeal.
Okay, so he should go. So let me tell him, he's the Attorney General. The cathedral, national cathedral, no, they have caused financial loss to the state. Because I'm not quite sure. Tomorrow, I will go president. Tomorrow, Bobie president. Tomorrow, your mama president would want to build that cathedral. I'm not sure, and it's not in any of us our manifestos.
Thank you.
Is it? It's not.
No.
Your mama will not build this thing. If you win tomorrow, Bobie will not also build it. If you win tomorrow, so that thing has already caused financial loss. Plus the spare parts of the ambulance, the 34.something million. With $10 million have gone. So if he has energy, these are the cases he should go. These are the evidence. And
I'll come back to you on this matter. But Unto,
Nana,
your opinion?
I cannot sit here and prejudge. Say the Nanka High Court judge in the person or others no person will jail at forcing.
You are liberty.
Any I cannot determine the outcome of our ruling. But at a point, I became suspicious because how are not all directed, even or more case in mono. Obekaya was that Ghana for taking interest in this particular matter. When the lawyers applied to the court and said they want the case to be aired live. Emma Attorney General also crack, so you have a case. Both the accused and the plaintiff, no. Omunina so you per se telecast no be answebi. What did we see? We didn't see that.
The judge even want Japan not to talk, to stop talking.
When the matter never for Ghana for you take interest. Now for the media no, those here telecast will be no reporting. When the granting interview outside, then the judge issued directive said nobody should grant interview.
No, not even that. He said some people came to the court and record So national security to investigate it.
When forget Attorney General say Jakpa misconducting no as a military officer, ain't the yin Jakpa is not true. Because later now the ban there's nothing should say I was misconducting me. Now say misconducting me, that is not the issue about this. Oh, the judge and say if you say one some friend. Also me interest wom. I will say him and the monk conquer fat so for man no teachers answer. Senye Ghana for ne take keen interest. Senye Ghana for ne me any course na ye reporting na ye course na ye japa. I may say na nankete ya nanka to force in jail.
You are right. You are 100% right.
Na ehun be hia pa say any case of this nature Ghana for ye make sure obi anhwebi say court through free say who administer justice. What are you afraid of?
You are right.
GTV na be fa na your papa.
Even Supreme Court cry you live telecast.
And your papa sika. E Ghana for taxpayers money.
South Africa crowd you almost sitting be alive.
Live. What are we hearing?
Ghana for sika na so obi awia. And ye dey na ba say dinasem. And ye pese ye hwebi.
Ye nyam fatu ya.
Ye nyam fatu ya. Fudo obusa na so ye nyam fatu ya. Wosi dabi. What do you have to hide?
Or no cry or have
the truth is that
when they are two forcing lawyers file case of no something of no case no or no overruling no say yeah they have case so answer.
Why you there? The truth is that anytime be a bedi case even from Supreme Court a bear live telecast no and when you how some of excuse my language judges in Ibino how horror they are. So back in Supreme Court election verdict 2021 and when you say sir Supreme Court at me equal to black dictionary and you replace the law na da honum ni timi ko to black dictionary timi who say a judge or no ankasa ni book or troye ne principles or state woman or no timi default no ankasa na principles
leaving the law
emi who say even Supreme Court kura no say omotina case so anase obi kura e move motion na so mu debate won ho a they will not even say so okay me I agree or I disagree this is my reasons yemfa reasons ma and my Ghana for be punchy questions beside number bebre na things say embarrassment and for that matter they don't want to be embarrassed because court won ko do court are very intimidating Ghanaian court sitting very intimidating so now no yes and trumu case mu kwan na the chief justice or a lawyer tade sorry the lawyer no say kasa no a very intimidating. Mrs. We share America for court sitting, even Kenya, or more live court sitting. Now, what me say yes? You're supposed to feel like a wolf at home, and now express it. But in this case, they want to order you. She said, "Won't me now want to break." The Umuchi Kuran is a Wunima dear Chen, who judge lawyer no, I would defend no. Wunima dear Kuran, Nimran class snake. No ja emuchiri kra ebi no mo de chachu no because almost chachu gu o mani mo say yes na tumi ye de be chire enti free na de kro no case bia bia no whether they like it or not no mo make sure say be life ni na ntumi nhwe bi na sa judge for no mo appeal court no yankopon be hira wo mo na obi frame me no ka cha me say oh enye se we aba ni say enti no na akufu ade ne ma no mo ma cause procurement breaches no and this ba power them go no okutrepa no okutrepo sedi na so wonam de omun say ato force wanji sika bia ato force ne boss and instructing say letter na fa ma bank ne say omoma letter of credit it was a request on the behalf of the boss letter no call and cry and respond letter of credit ne cry ama but the mere fact say ye instruct ato ma ato troye no ene ni ko gina court ankede ni kwa akotumo now how much more about Kufuado bar wono akwa bie company and me riona bo okuji tabla kwa eye another exposure at the buy ambulance from Koto and 375 ambulance in the phone about 8 companies are omo the contract obi at 40 back where the amount of money ebi yema ebilum 32 million yema obi 40 million
and ninya so no kwa ekonipa ba ko
ninya ba Akufo-Addo ba no ko ti sa mother company no omo na asa kwakwoti another companies anoma award contract na sa de ama omo
it is coming na back to them
said the bear yam for nyina nkoma company ba ko ne kasa de ntina monko
omo jimi say no omo jimi say omo nim say sikari nyina ba ba ko for me you can track it
it is Kwabena Bobie and e be mother company akra
all the list to atoba
all the list to omo list to akobie ni de no so ono ana shemu ono na register the list to ayeke I will go by yet one minu see wa mesumi ye one ana
and when him say
kwakwa na say ade che anka na emiensa no de ba ko ma tikirinkiri de ba kuma o se wo ma me fa o so ma me fa won say manya bi o se won say me manya bi ento wo ma me fa na so ma me fa ade de kwakwa na say anya fu mo manya half
one and a half
it took a contract now half the same quantity of ambulance at the buy no the amount is never the same. And this is what we are talking about. Namnim se Ghana be de nano yera kwaku kwesi prat ekase se onim se it's not going to be easy for John Dramani Mahama next government to prosecute these guys and be successful. Ya dia any dia onim se NDC is going to face a very tough position from the judiciary because the judiciary no a MPP annex. It's not for nothing. Yeah, it's not for nothing.
You should appoint radical chief justice.
Yeah, it's not easy. You say, or more about the truth of the matter, and say, I'm sure most of the judges in the crown, they themselves will resign because some of them, I think they will chew on and yet think they will to
so I would dear near court. That was a boys vigil now. So be a crab. I said, "Don't be a judge." Who did this?
Would you want your bathroom? Would you want your bathroom?
Bobie, I got Bobie.
It is not going to be easy, but it be easy because the kind of evidence. I didn't know was a government and as a prosecutor. I didn't know was a prosecutor, state prosecutor. I struggled to prosecute to beat Samuel Jenim Boating. I Samuel Ajenim and him as a BB, a procurement authority.
PPA.
Or no, as a boss. Or an aqua be a company said down Kramaye. Now, or no procurement in the bar. Now, or the ama, sa company, na sa company, ne tongue, next can be good to and it will be difficult for government to prosecute this, and a judge will sit on the bench so near all this glaring evidence and proof about no I can say media because Akufo-Addo and appointment media my loyalty and my commitment is to MPP and not Ghana.
Leave the bench.
And Master, you leave.
Leave the bench.
You leave.
You can resign.
The only thing about Ghana may strengthen a judiciary as the BIA can say every case. From High Court, every political case, any case, BI border on finance and a special political case, you enter council and life. Na Ghana ni reacting na and shebi na obi a misa question. Ye pewa we wuntin ye ma court one year very intimidating. Say they be meeting me have your way. Na honorable ato forcing, honorable japa, ene mo ma from tie didim. No more ma ka chire no. Nana me say ti say Akufo-Addo ba dia ye kan ene ye one ni akofa PDS case aba Gabi Asawachire Dako trailer in Manila WhatsApp conversation how a ECG was shared among themselves how wo mobaji Ghana sika ediye how a ejapade document ekofa de baye ejapa royalty so mokofa de baye I spend over 2 million or something 12 million ye homa be fire na no ye kwatamale ye do eye kwalugu na madakra na ye nyane me so kwalugu dam ni enie 12 or 14 million dollars na eko na we nyina ba o se wo na we MPP parliamentary candidate ena wo be join ba no ena Akufo-Addo nominate you as a chief justice or as a Supreme Court judge or a court of appeal or high court judge into me me loyalty me the make biome nana gaga na ye nyina ye nkwa hawo ka ye nyina ye nkwa ha o free say sa ensem ya to force the court so what evidence ah enka to force obenya ni tedi ni adwini nyansa bia nim adwini nyansa bia na nim but Akufuado said ye Jakpatep ni bayen Akufuado intention eye ken ofriato mo intention ni say atofo say how ma dwen efisa atofo say eba beye minority leader di bia oni be ko bia mfa kakane ne dia anka woni ye ya na asia boycott ana fa hwi atofo say baye di bia oni ko bia emfa ekwana akwa akopem waye osi akwan tie nyi osi akwan ni free ho enti Kwabena be fa so yi no ye nim say court wa dia park ho so let's use the court ni emfa nyi ni fa free ho. That's the whole intention. Na say kadwen papa ne wo mu a the question is atofo is discussing the code in the bottom letter not throw a recommendation no omo the mind letter of credit omo the mind the answer is no. Say letter of credit now ma we see them prosecuting it panel.
Thank you, sir.
Enti nana so obi adwen so we dey oma for mutu edidim ti say the be MPP so eco opposition na na Akufuado ne ma dey Akufuado ma dey ne dey no ni no ha
Listen,
Independence Square
winning listen baby I am nwanwa. And brothers, that a whole CDS will go to court and tell the court that me Chief of Defense Staff Ghana Armed Forces, the supposed dismissed letter of Japa, a yiraye every me office could be defense ministry minim how a yiraye. So shocking. So the question me busa me want to say in the your intelligence documents do was say na ayira aya chief of defense staff enim okaye no question a hitting ya no and I think the judge could have done Ghana so much good to ask him that say
yes interrogation
into how many intelligence documents
are missing
that you don't even know, and you don't even know the people holding those documents. And all documents, Ghana Armed Forces, confidential, classified. So if say document me could the defense ministry unim, then they come and present it in the court without conferring with the chief of defense staff. Then even terrorists can be holding our intelligence reports without your knowledge. Media nana na my fear no. Anyway.
Kara mame fa konya we sun chetie fo ni ahwefo nyina bio. Except me buy no. Ma nya de sefata. Se mpenifo tie dwumadie kakraka ya yedie ntimechi obi bia na me bo abason so
e ma kwa abanso
Kwabena ya enua Tamale so de na ho e fine Tamale has given me some hope.
Oh yeah
Kwabena I think Tamara asem no me ya say na
we ya baba be boom but ya no so de ya no nkomo de entwam da
but breaking news beat me breaking news be.
Oh yes of course
very breaking news. Kwabena Jakpa in the great Jakpa any Autoforcing is forcing while Jakpa is Jakpaing. Now, Kwabena, you see, in all what has happened, I would encourage that. Maybe a future decline, maybe a bit. Share, Kwabena, no matter what our life as a people is, Ghanaians must be treated with some respect and dignity. I mean, we have to be given some dignity. We are not that foolish. We are not idiots. For a Akufuado to think that, I mean, we are what he thinks we are, to make us have such, I mean, a riff-raff. I mean, how does someone like Godfrey Dame? Sometimes it's difficult to mention the Godfrey because I don't see how God should be the Fred in this when Satan is in charge. Satan, I can say Satan Fred. He's nothing Godfrey. That name is so sacred to be attached to some useless fool like him. Other me fine. Yeboah fine. I have a Yeboah in my family who is almost useless like him. Very. I don't care. He is my uncle, but I don't care to see him. He's very useless. I have a Yeboah. Me wa Yeboah wo me fear where Jimmy Sano. I don't have Odami. That I don't have. But I have a Yeboah who is that fool like him. But I have also another Yeboah in my family. And I know even friends who are Yeboahs who think right. Why? It's what Jimmy say who school au kwaya no. Untimi fa wa dwene nya adwuma. Jimmy, sometimes Jimmy ni ku aya o. E kama kwasia nku ubenya ni onyam. Kwasia ni ku ni sen. Oh, otutu wan seda na ebo no no huye. But Jimmy ni de wa seda o kum nyansani nimdini obi anyame esra no wo ye no me ba na oti wiase. Godfrey Dame na ye frɛ no me ya that name no me boy Godfrey no, because it's like there is a God factor that is too stupid. I don't see God to be this stupid. So I will from hence refer to him as Satan Fred. There is no God. Satan Fred. How can a human being be thinking that someone could be incarcerated or imprisoned when he has not committed any offense against the state? A similar case came. When I began lamenting, people were like, oh, to the extent that they went to my grandmother.
What is
not
grandmother?
My grandmother. My grandfather Tiase.
Hey!
Yes.
Hello.
Ye nyami be wan san yewu.
Wo bua kukurasa no.
Nyami be wan san yewu. He. What do you say, Kwabena? Obi ni me grandma ekodi nkomo. Say me ti radio so na obi akodi ni sika na enya bi ani. E na me ti radio so na me defending no. Kwabena, what was I defending? I was defending Sagleme. Apart from a tampon, obey housing projects in Ghana, there has never been any such edifice like Sagleme. Ebini Ghana, obi even private impo obi at Sagleme. Ebini a government decides to build a Sagleme project with just $200 million. This $200 million, it was for 5,000 housing units. How can you build housing units without gutter, without electricity, without water? The minister in charge decides to use the 5,000, some of the 5,000 housing units, money, for gutter, for electricity, for water. Then, Akufo-Addo Aban prosecute the minister that was in charge of housing, Collins Dauda. Meanwhile, we have a former finance minister, or from above minister. Sometimes it hurts me because I put him like this from the classroom and made him who he is. My name Michael Lampong. Mini Koswan is say, didn't be MP. I I was there. I'm talking about what I was present. Then this man, he becomes who he is today. Almost spending $100 million to build 360 housing units. Kwabena, Collins Dauda was 6,502 housing units. So 360, 100 million, 200 million, and Kebesi times 2 meboa. Kwabena meboa. Etino, so obi ede 200 million. Aye gata, aye electricity, aye water. Now wasade aye 1,502 housing units. Has it caused any financial loss? This stupid Odami will not see this as a cause of financial loss.
It's a serious financial loss.
But he will see everything wrong with an ex-war government, an ex-war regime. It hurts me so much. Sometimes I'm very pained. And so, Kwabena, me know, in all this, I see persecution and not prosecution. So when the legal luminaries are discussing and any question come your way, I don't see anything legal about this. I don't see anything legal. And it is a criminal syndicate of criminals. Criminals, thieves, armed robbers. We have judges that are in bed with this government that are criminals. We have lawyers like Godfred Odami, who is a criminal in bed with the government. Criminal, thief, armed robber. Look at him. A walking wanyari eswo who nas woku. Wanyari o eswo kwaku. You see, sometimes it hurts me. The way Nipa would allow for themselves to be used. How old are you, Godfred Odami, for you to allow an 80-year-old man to make your life this miserable? Before, can't you reason? You can reason. Then you go and talk to Jakpa. Yariyanfa unia nipantum. Yarini tumwa. Now ye jao. Because he has declined. Then you mention God. God curses you. Look, at the mention of the name of God by your lip, you are a curse to your 10th generation. Godfred, listen to me. Even your name is a curse unto you and to your 10th generation. What, Jimmy? Because you have allowed yourself to be fooled. You have allowed yourself to be fooled. How can a human being in this world, say, Minya akofa ambulance aba. Ambulance no kofa ye no. Enye se wo de kwa kosi ne bedroom. Enye se bia wakotwe sika. Wo de LC, Kwabena LC, me pacho. How does an LC become a payment? LC ya dia, ya, it is a sovereign guarantee. Ye jina so dia procure BB. Pacho, is that a payment? What do you, why LC da? LC a payment?
So it depends on the commitment. So goods arrive and the importer receive it where. Then of course your bank will effect the payment.
Very good. So LC is not a payment. Kwabena LC no. LC. Aside from that, unim adia eh. Omo ye manufacturers no. Almost had the idea be share contract ni mu say. Ansah na nyoma ni ba bedru Ghana ha no krampo no. There was a pre-shipment inquiry. Bibi. No, the pre-shipment checks. Like I don't know. There is a word for it. I have forgotten. Ministry of Health, no. They will have to go to the company so that they check and know, say, is it something that Yebusa say ye fa na? Is
it inspection?
Inspection. Pre-shipment inspection. Solid. What is so important? Pre-shipment inspection. I will contract him. So, Japa, if he is the procurer, who ministry now, ambulance labor ba, amo de aye adwuma when there was a pre-shipment inspection. Ansah na company no etimi ashepo nneoma na yede pre means before shipment. Eti wo minister na now you in charge of procurement no. And I said ambulance no be use no. You had the right to go and inspect. So minister no be no say okay me na minim eniema yede ba. Then it means the minister did not do his job. How does that affect a finance minister who is only a payer? Just let's even think, say, they paid the money. Me no can say, Kwakwaj my menu, any kenoforiata. And unless I don't want to I don't want to, put some icing on his cake when his cake is already iced. Beautifully iced. Nipa baako ekufo do ba. Ajima menu we papa pani toto we. Etimi atene bi ase adwene se esan so ye president benti no. Ma menya de opema no. No oni finance minister ono de abusua enibo ekotrem. No makwati company hwesi car almost spending on ambulance. And ask yourself, how is that close to Atiforce Indiana? That is why in my preamble I discussed Sagleme. Obia Ofumbia on Google, the housing project for Ghana Armed Forces, $100 million on the core parliament for approval. Obi the 200 million your friends and dollars. I 1,502 housing units. With the $100 million, I just 360 housing units. Who is a thief? The Dauda, College Dauda that used 200 million for ano krampono ekwan ya yedada ekwan da hodada. Electricity wa hodada, insure wa hodada. You are just connecting to it into the building. That's it. When you not insure ni ho. Look at the many kilometers I was a chance and insure me abasagleme. Look at the many kilometers I also mu chance and a light at me akosagleme. Look at the many kilometers I also mu chance and a kwani kweda sagleme ho no. Yet me a bypass. So Kwabena no we akosagleme no. E ho nyina ye tout. It didn't include tie roads or third roads. It didn't include that. And now ko wa sagleme ho no o mata and na ku for the person oto. Anu nti no o mo se de ato private ayi. Private man bia ko o mo so mo fama no. E no mo ko se garage o mo fro mo say. Housing for the from mo say. State housing. Debbie housing ayi. Debbie private one no. Grader. I'm going to say grader for estate development. Yes, I'm going to say grader for enko for biachi. Say I'm say na nya say omo beto. Omo ko ya deal no went bad no. Omo say omo nyom na beto. They want to own everything this state owns. Obi nyansani biasi state project say Akufo-Addo wanted to own it like it is his. He has built Sagleme. Enuti oheya na saying odima asenso esro wentimi anye kodo opon kroma de mrade ono so odi ni minister and odi mrade nam ho o mbeba it mbeba Ghana for hu arise Ghana for call ho ene yekohu say say dwuma jo mama ye ni 1,502 housing units. This is one of the many things they have decided to do. But criminally so, a good many months but I believe that but he said also obey appeal. Because a lawyer near born in Ansah, how can you appeal to an appeals court?
No, I think he's going to Supreme Court.
So
that's what he said.
He's going to Supreme Court.
Going to the Supreme Court. Is it because he knows the justices there?
What was the scenario between a Pagos case and this case? Pagos did he win at appeal court? And the government went to Supreme
Court.
Or he lost appeal?
No, he lost the appeal. And Ansah on a movie called Supreme Court.
And he go and lost there too?
Yeah, and lost there too.
No, the Supreme Court wasn't Pagos. The Supreme Court was rather Unibank.
Oh, okay. Okay,
But in that there's something like GN Bank to on appeal court. That's what I'm trying to find out.
I remember the Dufour case, yeah, but the GN one.
Dufour went as far as to Supreme.
Yeah.
And lost.
Yeah.
But GN2 also went to court.
I don't know the outcome. I don't know the outcome. I don't know the outcome. So anyway.
Media. I am in to go for Ramifo. But I want to advise the justices who are in bed with this government. And maybe anyway, a diakaso. Some open justice, chief justice, and then make guasi organa ha. And no more. I just want them to make a tenanim. Who do bedroom man way?
Oh, yes, sir.
Eh, question in your boa. Well, no, I might for the year man pennies is here, yeah, any resource. How many votes I could for the year or the president? Or no, the quadia them would get $5 million. Me, I mean, we are question a free fa. And a kind, Bepim ne, or coffee and yet me with him a tiny truth to say sawa or the cook treasure. Me, sir, Tokonui. Oh, Banami Bunepa, me a body and your force is a buno, me muno. Because one mamma who say, I sorry, I would not beg you more yam na me a Christian or bois. Trumu to Asamaba. What the assem for and a wager trumu to Asama to or wabre trumu to neighbor court and an assassin neighbor. All right, it's in media. Minyam na catch almost Kwabena. Yam na catch almost say, or Monfra Quen so. Appeal no or power koye. There was Supreme Court.
Supreme Court said something that
na a koye on Befaswa, Abema, Assam no Danino. A honumna on Bayer and a pampe, Ghana for show.
Anyway, I think sir me kwa appeal just skirmish has been
the Jakwa was just representing his principals, and we all know of agency contract of agency. So if there were to be any judgment debt or any judgment to a crime committed, it is not the rep that you hold responsible, but the principal. And remember, the principal said, if there will be case, then let me bring your money back to you. Remember?
Yes, I do. All right. So yeah. All right. My lecturer friend at Legon just sent me this message, and I think
we need the money than to go for somebody to go.
Ghana about 2.4 million euros.
Okay. Deep Sea wanted to pay us 2.3 million euros to settle the so-called charge of outsourcing, causing financial loss to the state in the ambulance procurement saga. But we choose to go the path of witch hunting.
Say 23 million or
2.3.
As against Omodiani is saying
36, 34, right?
34 million.
We refuse to collect the money that was being offered to help defray whatever losses we may have incurred because of the politics of vendetta and inordinate desire to punish the minority leader for being a thorn in the flesh of this regime by merely demanding accountability. Now that Act 4 and Japa have been acquitted and discharged. The state gets nothing. We have lost the 2.3 million euros that was being offered to us, and the two have also been set free. Now, who has caused financial loss to the state? Exactly. All right. So this is.
And even the Attorney General would have even accepted that 2.3 million, and the case will still continue.
Exactly. All right. So this is a Facebook post. This is a Facebook post by one Salom Brandt. I don't know whether I've mentioned the last name well. Okay, so I read.
Is that the
Bronte?
That's the Ibani Ghana guy.
Yeah, okay. So let me just read his Facebook post. We lost $8 million in legal fees triggered by Godfrey Dame in the ENI case. We have also lost some 95 million Ghana cedis to West Blue for judgment debt. We are bound to lose some 100 million plus million in the looming GC net contract abrogation. What the hell is that dude parading as an AG for if we are having such colossal claims against us? Especially when, if you sum up the three losses, it is the full amount of IMF's intervention that the government was praising itself for. Seriously, why is the AG always smirking gleefully when addressing Ghanaians from his pompous high horse? He should be the one in the dock answering serious questions, unquote. And this one is coming from Salom.
I wish to also remind, what's his name? Salom? Is it Salom?
Yes, Salom.
Salom. That it is Godfred that did not attend court because he didn't know the judges and caused that financial loss of 172 million pounds in London.
Okay, so these are some of the issues still pending. And Yami Adma watchna and then Adichie, a bia bit me, I am Miliki be Ewofia 30 seconds. What do you think about this matter? 30 seconds.
30 seconds, me date here anyway. No say President Mahama and Professor Jinanu Pokwajiman. Omo Central Regional Makushia na na matna kunya.
Yeah,
omo ekudi nkomo.
Omko yi ni chire.
Omako yi na chire. Anti campaign no ano e na ashasi. And next month so and a year manifesto launch with the same Central Region. But before that, I'm fast that I can see Nkomo Bibiana now or Timmy Boye. I made me call
Inshallah.
Driving in and out in the air corner. It was 12 hours. Yeah, but no, we spent close to 17 hours. In the Myanmar, we be for municipal. And I'm going to be so almost now. No, be a Ibu I say. And Crawford petition, and I'm so show you in Crawford. Bye.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Yeah, didn't confirm.
More sisters no can.
Yeah, I'm Fabi.
Oh,
yeah.
And I'm my Japadi.
David Doguru at Doguru at
Mohammed Subacha, John Kuma, Alaji Mohammed.
Aruna, 30 seconds.
Ghanaians, omunim ne ekoso wo oman Ghana sisia. Say under Akufo-Addo corruption na omo chi ese Mahama ASC no 51 million.
Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
and the street in the moon come on na ye baba bidi. Then rent amount for bread and Yenya Frederick Opoku, Honorary Secretary General, Tenant Association of Ghana, is in the studio for us to have a conversation. Me I am is so dear to my heart, very dear to my heart. Ghana nkwa ena debia abambia ba or ese we see affordable affordable house in the $1 in dollars. The whole world Ghana nkwa for that. Etina ebinum jidi say review means cancel because the whole Ghana both MPP NDC etimi agia tum say you can't affordable as you say aban si dan near turn down $50,000, $25,000, $30,000 one unit and so near friend affordable to you know one share you who kunkunte bet me a friend salad. I mean that is the kind of system we are. Yes. When it comes to these kind of things, I mean let's talk straight. How affordable? But join me Osafo what you say the tariff increase is meant to help Baumia's campaign from Napo Oyiwa. Obeje Kwasi Nobo Agokpo says good afternoon, watching you live from Adenta, a man from Dodowa Road. But Ejapoku Obe rent issues in Ghana. Mahu mo statements, more ready issues. One, the prices. Two, obi was made crowd mempe 1 year, maybe 3 years, 4 years. There was a more doing come. A big crowd dollars, a big dollars. And these are issues, but rent issue. And come on, paid interview. So we want you to join. Because amount for affected seriously. But Ejapoku, a dime was some Ghana said say.
Very well, thank you. I will be Kafra. Sorry. Na Mada Mose. Na Mada Atifo Omomutie or Accra FM in Ase. In fact, and idea I cry from I'm say a very call to social matters. In Intino, Mijidi say, or no, no, said it will be kind and you paid for. We a now I was say to me, you have to be awakened. I say it to me, be any. Now, yet me, the agent 20 year share system, me pa over the years, you know. You say, yeah, quite we hear me, pa. Yeah. Who can't a dime once a month. In fact, I unfortunately say policymakers over the years, you know, are not taking into consideration. Say, so who can't adhere me and son? And here we are sepa nyagana shelter, food, and health or education is nowhere near.
I agree with you.
Any year, just to improve and develop yourself.
There's the society.
But what the obey survive? Education come.
I agree with you.
And you're part of it.
I agree. Now education is not best at I school there.
Of course. Now
school there so bedi.
School ba o meda hefa.
We need baby that better.
The effect of say obinya baby na yare. You
can't learn.
I mean, just mention it.
You can't
learn. Baby o wa otifie. Say oni ni kunu ne yire kwanya ntokwa na se pam fifi a obo asesa oni ne manyina no obo asesa se nkwa no ani afia kodu point bi a na adwamambo ne yare ene beba. So the implications are sa edan ho asem de ba no or homelessness no is serious. Na Bobie is it wodwen ho want eya it's like me can say we are I am very passionate at a point in time because me who say either say leaders are on my back on that either say omutimu yedin omu dwini pa ho and I say me know how to describe them because
Ejabogu for abako ka ho is either yent memfo we are just stupid
you see the truth is that anything you say education here we can't say I'm educated be any it is not about NDC. It is not about MPP. It's not about Afanfanto. It's about you and I. We know family no we don't know. A bread and butter issue near can handle. It is a if you say
you call him for a very long time. Now the ABI you say to about me wa.
Yeah.
One very important thing me no can say ye the letter mo be ye 250 ne.
Really?
As no obenya akwose vuvuzela
That is the point.
That is foolishness. Sorry my quote.
Ajabu.
What I say? Bobie obeshe vuvuzela asha asomade ye tu no. Ukaka pe o say wo ye MPP ni. Ukaka pe o say wo ye NDC ni. Politician who say ye nwi nkwa akire ya dwemu no. There be yen mean question because
Ajaboku say mama break down to him say a dying offer say baby depend on the location no the J no my fair idea.
So you see Bobie and name look say with the baby cry enye kra I mean start baby and me can we mfo no baby
yes sir me bam to onka say yes sir what time just here
no standard
me nu ye betimi akwakọ
enye cantonment enye East Legon na me
enye laboni enye
yen can't even from Dansuman what I say Dansuman cry high Dansuman no o share renter ni ball no what did Dansuman compare East Legon what I say and it's nothing
East Legon
of course nothing I'm telling you for
I to tell you I am from Kumasi and Santiman
exactly what I say Ofa Choco what I say Ofa Tessa no mo now for those areas now what I say Ukofa a single room bedroom Ukofa here now you bejo around 600 Ghana cedis a month.
Oh there
okay and then me say me say I'm telling you for uti
ahensia
make 600 Ghana
6 million
single room self-contained okay what I say
single room self-contained not just say
what I say what wetimi anya baby kakra abo ho adwa what I say at least from your bed no space kakra
okay like a hall a small
BBB what I say you are paying 600 Ghana cedis or more it took for 2-bedroom ubetua 3 times that be 1,800 1,500 1,600 a month 2-bedroom
Ghana
I'm telling you when I share income so amount for any rehosem. Upon all this, I can mean over the years, we must bring these politicians to account. We need to use some real questions, but only smart. They always try as much as possible. Almost free house, because they have all failed.
House, what their problem? And when they go on campaign, they don't talk about it
because yes, we don't question them.
Obia Sunday, me also commander in Dansuman single self-contained is 550.
Okay.
This is Jamila to Muhammad.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so Dexon Dagadu says East Legon single room 350 single room small room.
Okay.
350.
Yes.
Anyway, to us.
What I say? So proximity of what I'm talking about, that's what I'm talking about. It Osha sa no ma we nyina. Ade Ghana phone now. Young friend to change. Bobie. You say you say inuma egu me boa.
Yeah.
You can say rent and tenant and your residential one.
Debbie.
One of our high offices. All your bojo adwuma. What I say? Yeah, Joe.
Say your ma offices ne shop for no.
Okay.
Your ma offices ne shop for no.
Okay.
E wo dey yen dealing with because yen fa say enipa most calm the high offices e wo Ghana endru 5%.
Of course, right. Commercial and residential.
Residential. Then, omo was sikane ebe high store. Akofa ne free to go abegum.
Yes.
They probably rube 10%. I don't have the figures, the indicators with me.
Okay.
But when you look at omo probably do omo tiato keke. A chunk of them,
and they but they very issues of keeping home.
Yeah,
I say, won't you know man na fie now near Juma.
Won't me no man
now you have to go into trade.
Yeah,
something.
Yeah,
meboa.
Yeah.
Obia so ko na Juma so.
Won't me no man traffic wa bra won near Juma.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what you want to say.
Yeah. What I say? Etino so ko pa Juma ya sebi won si store e wo kromba bia no akofa. Meboa. Almost omo high residential no. Omo de ko kromko high dan. On argument no.
Yeah.
O ma say obi akọ adwuma so. De e bia wonye bosomi adwuma. On ko tena dem yentwa bosomi no. Sa ni pakro no. Okwa
even container crowd high sense here.
Wow. Ain't it been iron on table no, tabletop no.
Exactly.
It is tough for no, a shot.
Yes.
About you for no. A problem no.
It say offer nipa 10 e Ghana ha. Emu 9 e high die.
Yeah.
We nipa 10 eh.
I agree with you.
Na emu 9 e high die.
More official data.
Also, it keeps on, changing. But statistically, what I say, it has been a lot of study has proven what I say. Say, more than 95% of Ghanaians rent. Trust me.
I didn't know.
Ghana, I mean, say, in fact, 30 according to 2021 population and housing census, 30.8. Then, 2021. Say what day, sa numbers here can want to see. Young for among active population in Kra, below 18 years, they are minor. Difference of Munya Juma, they are dependent, Who you move from? Young for say, 10,000 10 million, rather. 20 million are active now, and 95% high dying.
I see.
So we are talking about 18 million Ghanaians who are renting this country.
Enya better. Enya easy.
They talk to be. But I want to say, I didn't know who here with Naba.
No. Salon. No. So,
I didn't know who here in Naba. Because of Enya Aban Aqua, Omoye Carlos, Omun Vini, Omuni Tema, Omoye Mabofo. Aban and Omabako, both MPP and NDC. Omu Niktema, Omuya a woody for because when you would in here, Uno Yere and Nansore. Now, wouldn't mean gain to cover the people who govern Omono. A country wouldn't mean make a provision for your house.
Can you imagine
what I say? Wouldn't future,
and Mamma Brofonia Babina,
wouldn't future. Abraham Maslow, the basic needs of life, the physiological needs are here needs. Or say shelter, physiological needs including shelter, are basic. No matter what you do, and now better sorry for this. A people say free education. What I say, it's unwise.
Oh, why?
As compared to I'm coming. You see, basic needs. I will never survive if I sleep outside. I'm trying to be realistic here. Sorry for my words. No, I won't survive. I can never live.
So how do you reconcile the two?
No, I'm saying that the point is that one is about life. What I say, without it, I can never survive. No, but good year, we can see how we can improve it. So you don't take all the monies of the country and I'm being critical here.
No, you are.
With that Uncle Sheba Kumu. Now people suffer. You come and tell me, say, fine, so be here support. But critically, 2023 budget, the allocations, then they just agriculture.
Yeah.
Almost about 2 billion Ghana cedis invested in agriculture. Health, about 15 billion. Housing, 470,000 or so. Less than 1 million. 23. Less than 1 million budget. Do the percentage. Almost
470 million.
470 some, yes, of course, yes. Million. Pachoti.
Yeah.
Apart from say, Omunye we nyano so no. Emraka krana e botima mu for ho ban. I friend the rent control law of this country. Ghana emra miensa nyuasem yenu ena ye regulatory rent or ha.
Yeah.
Ye ba Kwame Nkrumah pencil. And the Rent Act of 2022, 2020.
Yeah.
And Kwame Nkrumah by 1963.
Yeah.
61 years now. Will be the 220th law of Parliament, the Act 220.
Yeah.
1963 any war PNDC law 138 1986.
I see.
No, in this law no the framers of this law now want to say when you be able to die straight was the obedient means let us try to at least protect the people. So want to mean CB now we need CBA. The easiest abatement is Bobie. Yeden bo a down home buying bon crop for no buying. Now one like a cry there, our Muslim no omutimi regulate and at the rent control Kwabena Nkrumah pension buy. Now Ocha section 25 subsection 5 was amra yimo or say if you were bien near Kwenya e Ghana ha. Se wo si dan now no yire opa wo no yire no mamuntinam. Se wo mpena also to buy a business. There's law that put that so and so atoka se also wa wo betwia e ho mra wo ho na e wo de coast station ya do so ho mra wo ho kwa ya ho so fa so ye adwuma Bobie wacha se ya sa law no ene yeto na jeje mu now obi say me na me say me dan opa tena mu e dey say opa so ne ogire ntenam obi anko but at the end of the day you see the upper baby atena ne hia chain there or no see you know. Yes. That is the problem now. You see, Bobie, me say, you say, our government has failed us. Okay, you break. I'm making a point. No, you break it down. The government has failed us in all this situation. No, Bobie, you only pay go Ghana ha. Because the boss me 30 Ghana to Munyantia. It's true. What's it 20 Ghana? Oh nya bintia. On oyatemamini ye anything. In 2015, it took us 40 years to have a national housing policy. John Drummond, there be any law, a policy, and that policy they say when they have a roadmap, I make sure I want almost 1 year. Almost touching baby graduate. It is a over so sit down, or say we any plan. Shasuna fit down. I say there be the mepelamaye. Eti me no kase see obi. I can speak on authority say. What I say? Yeah. I'm buying abako and no mom so e dey Ghana hwamo. It's so sad eh. Omo di Ghana hwamo seriously. I double baako pe. O say of abobie bra pantan aboko bi. Omo koje single room, pot ketwa bi, no toilet, no bath. 700 Ghana cedis a month. 700 Ghana cedis. Also just 3 days ago. Okay, this is how it is now, Ghana. Now, Opokwadu says, Bobie, the government or Ghana government should take control over the housing, transportation, and social welfare of the country, and we'll be successful. For that one, I don't know how we can be successful with that because dying one regulations aban so nkwa so ofa aban kwa beden aban kwa beden but said they work now we have laws regulate your dying policy. Exactly. The other side of it is see how be sending me message also on all you feel cement. Now they are buying cement around 110 or 20 Ghana cedis. On Onkoto 120 Ghana cedis. Cement fancy die. Now you say on Famejo a board for. We are talking of iron rods. We are talking about Amia. We are talking about Yabo. Any tiles. Any the Kekahon. And Obi also say Ebi I will see if you know about 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the name I want to say. So, how do you reconcile the two? PC on say Emra. Say what's your mind more? Yeah. Not say what's your Mrasia. What means only continue thinking you do. Look, Emra say, Opa, you Obia, many sure say a band and a present did the so concept of Fadago. No, you decided you would do a person day to earn an income. Emra. Bobie, say if is a yes or in that street is what ya ba bon sini ba bi da. But law is law. You can never say law no say obi o ho a me no ka say 10 years on your maintenance on the fee.
Yeah.
10 years old. Yet Osidano 30 years ago. Yet to cement no sematum. And a banning show na omoya illegality, perpetuity.
But also
I've requested say there must be a rent task force. Let's find the solutions. Omoya tam omoya rent assistance. Yes.
Say no. Why na kwa kaso ko mfo se ko? Enyama too. And I get so sad about it in Ghana. Bobie, you know me very well. You know me how I have my stance on national issues. Okay. But there are certain issues I think say because both parties need energy politics need to any decongestion. MPP or power number so me decongestion. Political capital MNDC, they chance on it. Also mutumo, no man amasie. NDC will power no be decongestion. Political capital, Edma MPP. Nansai me pacho me come as straight. Me to about 2004, 2008, man to about my MPP. Maybe Asantina me jai me twaba mo mu biu. Okay. Mempe hey bia o masum. Me twaba Emma Kofo, man twaba ma Kofo ado. We go nam so o me yehu. Yare dey me opinion. Okay. Me opinions. It doesn't represent mo amotia. Okay. Me twaba ma atamios ne John Mahama. Right. But regional minister no koye no kese no. Yes. He was doing something wonderful. I mean, I'm a supporter. Within 3 days, 4 days, we are across Central clear here. Even though now I'm for so, I'm by some the PAP and Crophobia other side. No, me, I don't care. What I can is that there must be order. Ewo ye kronumu. And why not John Board no better see so? MVP for now, better see so say, wouldn't say ye call 2020 elections. At the end of the day, against the make the abc their work tax force so say MPP tax force housing tax force is here and NDC in your asem MPP for the crowd catch almost say massa at this hour don't do it NDC banners a John Mama say obeya and this for the catch and say a bad policy open say party the unpopular so we are in a fix as a country
we a call to the issues I can man tax force Oto wa no akọ franco we so green na what to masi abonten yes tax force na make na bibia say your rent law eba
yeah
it should be instituted in the law
your rent law eba
the parliament I say
for how long
I'm reading one I call 2022 until be 1.5 years na edi housing committee ho omunja mu no ma pass no bi ho ato no wa
omunfa
uti it is our task force no akwete saman if you saman district your 261 district
okay
you be employ people omo dey omo yes adwuma no
yeah
feel when omo charge kese no they were supposed to pay 8% tax we are commercial we for commercial we 15% and no pay sika twitwire die e betima boy e fie nsem
okay and the more you charge the more na mesuji free
and now they charge with impunity omu tax omu ye to bet omu tax ma wan what I said the law says Ghana revenue tax no you pay percent bia what the dollars I pay 8%
very interesting comment from friend
and is in the law and revenue when adam the omu timi jeje
Kofi Sama send you a message because say look tell Ajapoku to hold on his breath. He's just wasting his breath because those who are supposed to implement the laws are the same people who have built houses and renting it out. So, what is it?
And then you say your education you say okay monfa and then you can wa
yeah
you can so many years almost the events say Time who person think your person boy and one. This is the time it take critical decisions. I'm telling you, sir, if housing is the topical issue in Ghana, now you say we lose about because of housing. Everybody will make sure obey mala papa bi. Amana ye mala.
Because when my dear mama, yeah, me ma this manifesto, this MPP manifesto. Under the Fourth Republic, from President Kufuor time after Rawlings exited, at no point in time were housing issue be a topic in election done.
And nobody is questioning them.
And they don't talk about it. It's like they even supporters no mushia sebia Orajo Mama better say busame questioner. Last time Orajo Mama saw on Facebook. But somewhere last 2 weeks or last 3 weeks or so. Say I'm for Musa questions. Nobody cared. But I'm more free busan also. I'm on a bread with rental. But nobody cared. And I was like, really?
That's it.
Me follow at the end of no. Because on also or a penny. Who busan and I didn't be bad also say, hey, I dear way your man for a dear here.
So Bobie, me say Friday. Was it Wednesday? So I follow Mahama on the Facebook crowd. Tenant of Ghana. We pay critical on him.
Friday we are.
I'm on the issue statement.
Nenti. Any lecture saying I'm in a camera come and send me from.
I'm kind of aware.
I'm not aware.
No, we went in Facebook. Comment a lot.
So you see, even in the media circles, we refuse to discuss it.
Any problem? No, I thought to say, Papa, he made his intention. Say, okay, me free abamuno. This is what I'm quoting Mama.
No, so I
was me free abamuno. Makufi. But say, housing is a bigger issue, honestly. Now me name is Lodina Mahama. You feel about me, I say you're quite a ballon. You could probably be a
no more who say yes.
Now, me could choose the Kabia. If you Mahama is straightforward.
SSA.
And you
have the video here.
I'm coming back, Patrol.
Okay.
Or say, me name is Lodina. Me name Lodina Mahama. You're going and now you're brave. Now, my drivers and no more you my net or say me rent as soon. No more bar 2 years, 3 years, and me training me soon. Eti tenant union.
After the accord home,
until easy.
Accord home.
Now, me person me building legacy. The legacy no house and account. Eti no onufi say, sa affordable house and account once say affordable house and no enye adwuma. Eti yen fa low cost housing.
Low cost.
What Mama means by low cost no? We are waiting say onye bold. No function the manifesto na. No me defending on country how you do it. But okay no okay no maybe a me feel say senka oba na ko obeya me feel say nka be bot me mufo pa
wow
ti me first akunya we so na me di na sia ni ka be kese ya bo bibire dan won fiye
no more engage the current administration
me kaba in fact ya the letter to Jubilee House about 6 months ago. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wan fi obia. You see,
oh ajapoku jaisa
me say I can me like reminder call Jubilee House 1 year.
Wow.
And you see, yeah, politics.
Of course.
Yeah, ton policies. You promote policies. You tell policy. And now me catch up Bobie ne
yeah.
National Tenant of Ghana. I'm a 12 million yama ho so.
Yeah.
One on high then now about 50 million. And we decide who become the president.
Oh. Over to you see. But ebia more rent figures need to say, but ebia nyom nyina na se wase.
There be but what you say. Directly me got your 200,000 registered members, okay? Indirectly no me tell kan. Me say, wo for ni part-time emu 9 high dan.
Yes, it's true.
Omuntimi nkasa that means they have issues. It may advocacy. My advocacy is direct and indirect.
Okay.
Obi so say make wa.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But advocacy no is to influence the policy of the government and decisions of this country. Say jame boy kasa na sa ban ehu say ye no ye say e be boa me but on suma me. Independent advocacy no.
Anyway, so I don't pay many production crew. To be honest, name my team. But me news I'm the 5% increment in electricity bills, then the 2%. Then I started, let me drive it. Then I started asking myself questions. Like, into young guy, young lady, 20 years, 22, 25, or per se, or rented, or renting a say, no what Tokania say, no what Tunsu say, ni income ye say, ubu or per se or side to one school so, obey a dang food. And that is where about me to say almost share to be beside producer say you will be a tenant association as my team no see yeah all cross check here. And I think it's a very nice conversation. But Fuseni West guy says it is hard to control what you are not part. In reference to as what can say I dare no cost now on can to control it a be a problem.
Bobie, I'm fast to show quick now. Now you rent your national rent assistance scheme. So and I want it.
Yeah.
Can you believe say? Imagine say, come on, be launch and almost say it will be national tenant of Ghana. Dr. Mahmoud Boumiato, cabinet ministers, chief of staff, we went and represent Ghanaian tenants, and we cautioned them.
Now it will be.
I spoke. I gave solidarity for all tenants in this country.
But the point is, okay, so if so our program now, is it not enough to solve our tenant?
You see, time we put together that framework called National Rent Assistance Scheme.
Yeah.
They did not see the need to involve the stakeholders. Almost say interministerial deben.
Now, so scheme say tell me.
National Rent, almost say almost even the legality and the lawlessness aspect of it say almost to be 2 years rent advance. Which negates the same law now. I
didn't want fight to say 2 years in Kenya, 1 year. Was member 2 years.
That is where the law is handicapped. Wider consultation. I think they are not repository of knowledge. And also, me look say almost say come the 100 million Ghana cedis in the shame. Almost 30 million the shame. As that February before I sent so watch echo trade rose. Or my report to say 1,492 Ghanaians have benefited from the 30 million.
1,492. 1,492.
And they have expended 19 million Ghana cedis.
Hey!
What I say?
Oh, Mr. Wekasre.
They expended 19, and we said we made a statement. We issue a statement that we do not agree. One, your criteria of even getting musica it wasn't fair. Why? The informal sector
yeah.
And no more 10,000 15,000 so that's kind of national rent assistance scheme means on by campaign. Campaign say yeah, when I'm so making mistake. It's going to be serious because we are going to awake and make sure say be the premier Martin. There's no way but I say I'm not Ghana have you because even president, the people I speak for is 3. Pull your numbers that made you the president. It make us up personality for Ghanaian people, even if it takes my life.
Almost I'm a nipa 1,490
and almost spend 19 million.
So I'm from behind 19 million
and
yet 290 billion.
19 million Ghana cedis.
At 290 billion.
And I'm saying, look, can you publish the names?
Okay, yeah, because 1,492 there.
Google
yeah.
Na time but National Tenant of Ghana.
I see.
Every month we issue a statement.
I see.
We don't believe in flooding or cladding ourselves in red. We want to do a fair, objective analysis and make sure say we make influence or we influence policies. They need they call demonstration. I said red normally pictures and Juma. Man, I call demonstration my finance.
Anyway,
so I was saying that what's it about
1,492.
Maybe you see 1,500. So it's coming out to 12 million per person.
Okay. That's 12,600 something. 120 million
exactly
per person. It's average. You divide yeah.
Yes.
It's a big 300,000, 30,000. Okay. No,
so we know or yeah average
you use 1,500.
1,500 against people. Yeah, people. Don't just say yeah, ma obia sika pepepepepa. Now I could see 19 million Ghana cedis. 12,000 Ghana cedis, which obviously is a lie.
Me say, is it crime?
3,000.
Oh, me say, look and share. I have described the policy in the National Rental Assistance Scheme as a failed policy. They must withdraw it, call stakeholders, and redefine and review it. Now, but so say, I don't think say. Obi free MPP mu be jump on ticket and say yeah money pa na say because ye millions or more per than and omanya assistant no it won't team from money pa 2,000 ye nipa
but how then musia mahama no mo musa ne say sa affordable house no a eya no mo ya omo turn 50,000 100,000 Ghana no why and yeah both NDC MPP was affordable how affordable
Bobie me feel say Obi Amfani manifesto my member.
How affordable?
Obi, me say I feel young. I can't 5 months or 4 me boy. Me say Obama me opportunity near Bamo. I'm telling you for a fact that we are going to scrutinize these policies with the house and by you be MPP since 1992. Blah blah boy your housing. Uti, you better take a decision about 2 of them, especially MPP and NDC. Near 12, near more be at Chechim. We are see we go and check the year 2000. We went to International Press Conference Center. You compare MPP manifesto in housing and now MPP. They said the MPP are far better than NDC.
2000.
Go and check. Yeah, 2020.
2020.
And they declare support. Say MPP manifesto housing far better than Mahamadian. With no fears from them this time around. We are transit. Say Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and you face any yard. As a tenant union, you be check or support your campaign.
I see.
You can tag us. And I've said on authority, all the people we have in this country, we will meet them and make play campaign. Say, Minuanum, Yeni Mamudi, Yedimonim. Say, you're dancing a koto abana. Toma, John Dramani Mahamana, Toma, Mahmoud Baumia. Based on policy.
I'll come back to you. Louise Ama Ashiboy says, good afternoon, Mr. Bobie Ansah. Please, I want you to wish my father, who is an ardent listener of your Citizen Show program, Reverend Emmanuel Ashiboy Mensah, a happy 80th birthday. He's 80 years today. Wow. Hey, yeah, better. For Sydney West, it says a single room self-contained is now 1,000 Ghana cedis. Parts of Dansuman. Okay, so Fuseni says government had no right to control rent in Ghana because they had no houses to control. Commander, watching you live from UK, please. Well, it's okay, so let me move on. Ayi Michael says, good afternoon, bro. Good analysis. All right, thank you. Then another, Fuseni said the state lands that government can use to control rent had been given out to friends and family in the name of PPA, public-private partnership, PPP. All right, so Alfred Apo is here with us on your Facebook page. Star 413 has and ubedi di peche Mr. No one atun temansana yabobo. But konwano, so you can call. You say a citizen show, so we include the people and minim ASEPA think tank. The entire more friend na me see me busa because already should be about your friend is a scheme. To be honest with you, today is my first time me this figures we that almost as a super running scheme be to give rent loans to people. And as a super the corona figure the abano 1,492 people or so almost 19 million Ghana cedis. And we know say 30 million. Also no say 100 million. Omo enya no twa 30 million. 30 million no emu 19 and also omo dia ma enipa 1,492 for loans. Mr. Butcher breaking it down. So if you are to do, let's say round figure 1,500 now divided by 19 million divided by 1,500, then which means you are doing 12,000 Ghana cedis per head, 120 million per head. Tiama Kruma Nkola 1,500.
It will be interesting to know. Okay, so Ochina,
yeah,
Mayor RTI.
Okay,
I call Ministry of
okay.
Housing.
Okay,
for them.
That is why I called you as a think tank
of the beneficiary, because to be honest with you, this is the first time I made this argument. This is the first time I'm hearing say a bank say what my rent allowance
19 million Ghana cedis and 1,492 now benefit. It's on record.
1,492 Ghanaians.
And you know,
a coin best one way, and then what was the selection process?
No, Ajapoku say, and Domoka Chom said they should supply them names. Because 1,492 Nipan yeah at the SL
you should press it
to provide.
You should supply it.
It says supply us the names. Let's know. Sebia Ebia Regina Tagbi Yamanipa 3 Bobie Ansah Kuma Santimampo Yamanipa 4 Jamestown Yamanipa 10 Bono at least we should have a fair idea because it's our taxpayers' money.
Yes. We deserve it. We deserve to know. So we'll do an RTI on it.
And I've been probably almost like this kind of my main faith in jail. Almost non-refundable amount of 100 Ghana cedis, right?
Well, out of the money Obejeno.
Hey, before you be go document it's a nipa 10,000 apply ya. Not a thousand in ya. There's a nipa 9,000 in ya. No. There's a shit.
Another fraud. Another fraud.
Say a mobile.
So ube process. Go online. So me pay. Say me the wood.
You interested?
Boy pay. You best start to 300 for
processing.
Processing fee.
I found some. 80. 100 guarantee no. It's nipa 1,492 no me. Say nipa 10,000 apply ya. And 9,000 enya. Multiply 9,000 times 100 Ghana.
I buy with the BBI to send them one.
And on my private man, rent masters. It's a private entity, individual.
Matidino, okay, rent masters.
Rent masters.
Fiesta side.
Rent masters. Any Zoom line there? Okay.
We are private, no, in America. And we operate about 5 years.
Okay.
A move for him from here. Nobody buy it.
And the young say they are kind of nipa 10,000 apply. 1,500. And Tiaka say 8,500. 8,500 will be a 100 a non-refundable. And he say, I say
850,000.
850,000.
8.5 billion. It is coming.
Yeah. Hey! This has come,
This has come. And that's what I'm saying. Me per se election when you see the Tenant of Ghana, we will ensure say a moment example we come literally being for do campaign and fly.
Anyway, me per se ASEPA involved so that
but I'm really interested in this matter.
Yeah, until the man for us bit
you know Otina will file an RTI with the ministry. Say they should just provide the data of the beneficiaries. That's all we need. And then we can scrutinize. So yeah, because this matter I think it is worth pursuing. Yeah.
Anyway, remember back. So New York says Takrade, 1 bedroom hall is now 1,000 Ghana cedis in Takrade, and Ablek Molebu, a single room is 250 Ghana cedis. Okay, so Pastor Lai says good afternoon, Commander, and his team. Alright, so good afternoon. Let's come back. 03022088090. If you have issues about rent, yendin komo, e kromu ya yedin, water bill, light bill, but your boy hotel yesterday in Wajuma, mama me but Ansah na mensa back no. Then issues with plastic manufacturers, because right now idea bia say Ghana edi bia no packaging in plastics, water, food, building construction, and all those things. Plastic, but interestingly, so you better dialysis and so much. You better dialysis so much.
Today we had an IPAC meeting, I'm just coming from the IPAC meeting, so I hope so.
No. You're not so special. You're not so special. And we will deal with dialysis. You see, and then I catch me production crew and say, look, if we don't step out there and touch on the main issues, and here man be free and circle, then we will be just fighting among ourselves and all that. So plastic manufacturers, 5% excise tax on ex-factory price. What is it, Mr. Bobie?
I just said me because me maintias here. You nantias here. Ye kase bibi excise tax a punishment tax. Just say at the codina o kwa koto use no sade no injurious to your health. Example to say tobacco and I say alcohol.
Really?
And he say adieno injurious dear. And he emfa a Bobie tax being to discourage you from buying or using. Now ube to me akachre me say PVC pipe, plastic pipe now builders and as a construction you use for electrical wiring. And I say poly tank now to edin suegumuno injurious to your health. And I say plastic bucket and ice chest and I say cooler and I say next time there in buildings they use aluminium beam for window profile no nina a plastic. Are you saying say injurious? There be a beam sa tax way 5% no. There is no footnote. Into a government, pure government revenue. But Bobie, since 13 years ago, and I say you hear another tax, your friend 10% environmental excise tax. And no ye raw materials no a bahabo and say bit me you know ye tax no. In for the past 13 years no ye tax no as of 31st December 2023 Sika accrued is over 1.97 billion Ghana cedis
from sector
for a period of 13 years. The sad thing is Sasika we a core consolidated fund into me and you move even one CD say yeah they call akoye plastic waste whom ejuma. The footnote on this 10% environmental excise tax no enchechire munya ne say Sasika no ye be their support to omo plastic recycling and I say was say yenye plastic waste home management be Sasika no edia ye yentumi one CD kra emfan ye and which you know will sign asamba ede another 5% excise tax eno there a year pure government revenue. Now the thing is say almost can be a say a consumer tax into a money higher yeah plastic money higher
consumer tax meaning yeah
exactly yen push you and farm out yes it be ye pushing so ye juma begu because purchasing power na kasa no any hobby and yeah, eastern and western borders are very porous when it comes to trading and as a goods. In Tinkrofo, at the far Togo, a Freeport, at the far Abidjan, yeah, tax systems, Ghana, in the sub-region, we are the highest. We are the champion. Ebano taxes are. Until we cannot compete with manufacturing from Togo and I say Ivory Coast. Even today, Burkina Faso crack to Ghana. And as a company, they almost lose customers. But as a country, we have lost revenue. Ivory Coast,
even unemployment.
Yes, Ivory Coast have gained employment, and Ghana has lost employment. There were two, and so called Togo, and two more are doing simulation exercise. Togo. Until a year, we'll all go there. Now you're quite manufacturing. Yeah, by ECOWAS protocol, no. Yeah, export.
No, so is the trade ministry aware of this?
BBA we put them in copy.
So these informations they have it.
They should have it.
No,
they should have it.
No, do you know for a fact that they have it?
They should have it. Ube to me, Dr. Joseph Obin, Guta president. He is our partner. Government they don't. Omunim. Enti ye say sa tax way yen to me san jin ka ho. So omo eye chinchiran ya we will shut down.
So the 5% nothing ever.
Yes. Say last week and the week, right? No almost started say GRA for started say afi dey almost tata yen. Say sa tax ni eji. So one tua and ye be assessment of njuma wa ye ni ye twa ebo with penalty for you. And you say we dey afi dey matra red line. And you say ban sa dia you be shut it down. Now the thing say you can say you shut it down one. Workers are direct permanent workers MIN 39,000.
Were you
39,000
within the plastic manufacturing
and no pet. Ansah pure water for no bottled water any pure water no. Without yen they can't. You want to me find you paper more and I say
no way.
Yeah.
No way.
We have over 4,000 sachet water companies
in Ghana.
Almost create employment of 1.43 million Ghanaians. Ansah recycling. Me sure say monamo who say and Kokran we crown almost we near there. You're talking about 1.7 million people in that sector. And you can say jai we are talking about 3.7 million Ghanaians. But enumpono company bia ewo Ghana ye companies ewo Ghana be to say 100 at least emu 92 omu nyina enjuma omu ye no omu hia plastic packaging and so to me ayomu ejuma nti ye ka say ye shut it down asem kese pa nti ye kire aban say ye bonu kokko ye pese finance minister no on frey and for international on my shesa emrewe on one frey they be on one can be biantre
on my involvement
they be and a plastics and technical on tiasia on nimbi bia
plastic
so we say plastic no ye wo to say black carry bags no ye jutum say eno e hadwene e kwan wo ho bitumi e dia esi anokwan nti we say we dey eno we dey tax kakra bi to so dia it makes sense. But won't to me can tell me say like PVC pipes. And they just say Ghana water from better now transport ensue about Accra.
No, even various communities so because what they
exactly. And the way there am I yet so frustrated. Now when you know chino Bobie I can be being chill. Say yeah raw materials na ye de bano. Duties are yetua. If you put together, Yenka Krana, we are paying to government revenue 10.5 billion Ghana cedis in duties. Yen taxes annually. Yen taxes are yetua. It's 40%. Yen you might even 40%. Company to say ECG. Ye can say ye juma ECG ebe haumu. Because every month, your electricity bill year 146 million Ghana cedis every month, and year Ghana ECG for
from the plastic manufacturing
company. Exactly. Yes, we are on smart meters, and to make run ye home. So minti abayase. We are one of the economic pillars of Ghana's economy. And ebium
Mami Musa unia Joseph Obin of Obin
Joseph Bobie
many of our botcho are you doing command was say plastic manufacturing companies no like pens and plastics Omar located Cote d'Ivoire ebi ko Togo ebi ko ha ebi and mo partners nemo and where you dance yes me Musa now we ma the cry wo mo
also Ajadie na ye die no ye ni no kwantin crow ya ne ye West African countries no e na ehwebom eninti so wo ma ne mabo ye den bebre a na say you are being edged out of competition na say ye free akansie no eno e na akoba say wo ho na wo ye manufacturer wa ha na mom wo competitor wo Togo ana Cote d'Ivoire ono timi de ne niam no eba oman Ghana mu ya ebe ton no fo eten wo a won so ye manufacturer na then you realize say oh problem enu nti na wo mo a wo mu ntimi withstand those pressures no na say wono no wa join those countries no na say ama wono so the cost of production apart from into oka no kre
but taxes cost no see am no ka say we say 5% be a excise tax bi wo ho eya aban no e de ahoma to waso mo konso and that 5% ne ba into effector the only any option than to fold up, and if they fold up the repercussion on the system and the month me nya ho hwe say yo afred ye enye
don't do afro tigas
over me
no kwe woman say this is not the right time obia no because so the task for esabeka manufacturers so titu kra ne aban wo bota ne say nka wo be import substitution wo say ya import ne ma bebre enti kwan ya wo be fa so ne say local manufacturers no mo ne ma no e be ye fo ne nka ye nkoto bi wa manane ne nka ye to ne ha enti some way ya wo propagate sa import substitution no na wo ma local manufacturing output no ne bo no e ye dia there's a boabra and when ya cafe so we share the same rate within your woman na depreciation na yesike mo ye ha na businesses ya turn to wo just obia no abedeka obia capital esuhi last quarter of 2022 no your capital shine there 52%. Business person bia na will use dollar.
I see.
And they did to me biano.
I see.
Compared to 2023, you need stability kaka. 2024 anka ya benya growth kaka and exchange rate here assign from the city no ahoden from ama dollar ne other currencies na cost. Nti ama some way ya make say businesses no lose capital of about 30%. It is not the right time. I say a day a tubiano, a sabekeo. And when the passadia, one who be back say are buying or new businesses no one case or say womono a substitute to import.
But for you, says say Casanwa and more Casakeo.
Oh, somewhere no. Ya, and won't be bia can, ya near Banyakasa. Yani a policy implementers and also akasa enti they say akwese ya yenya emwa ye bia ne de ya endorso wo mu na so eya strategy that na say wo mo eya omo eya wo mo peso wo mo ye eya wo mo action wo mo peso wo mo ye
and for me and o support so obi so Cote d'Ivoire onko.
Oh, there be the American say, yeah, support two more local manufacturers and only such a phone. So, Omobe next week. I know there a Kwabena, as one we are now by who say, woman to me and contain any an additional layer of cost of doing business. Cost of doing business now, cost. Let me tell you, local manufacturing entities, where plastic industry, one industry I make a boom pa. Now and also na see a manufacturing will come here packaging industry the fat temper plastic industry it is will be a grow will be depending on plastic industry will be more bag but depending win so and as we track at Totovia now when you name it is any day petition by say one na epra was my council menye na ɛtoɔ no yɛnya mu kɔsaa me yɛde bɛka ho de a ɛbɛgu nnwuma de obi bɛka sɛ ade nti na aban yɛ a womfa sika no ɛnto so ma fa no kɔmpraa na sɛ wokɔ yɛ anaasɛ ɔbaa na sɛ w'adwuma na ne ɛguo nti obi a wɔdwen saa biara sɛ oh yɛ aban de tax atoa deɛ sɛ no ansɛ ɔde to so no ɛnyɛ saa na businesses running
ha Over, you better say.
You go, Bobie.
That's baby offer. All right. Okay. So over. But I think our colleague just confirmed
exactly.
what and it's so sad.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad.
But there was no demonstration. Sachet bottle water company.
The thing is, yama buying to say 1 week. Say yeah, train say beti bibi a free omoho. Na say yanti bibi adia. You be doing me a machine. Na plastic manufacturing machine. And yeah machine ya ube to me edum ne keke. Na wasan so ne keke. Enti ye sheda ama omo emre. And ye be ko demonstration nso.
Dabe
mo beti yanka. Ye hwese enkosi se the pan way no ebe ko enkodu na wie no. Ye wo hope say ye beti enka because ye mpese bedu sa ambre no empempenso no. In the history of business in Ghana, and as far as the plastic industry is concerned, ye position ye take it say a bin sida.
Really?
A bin sida.
I didn't hear.
I know I just said me busao, no busa buying. A bin sida. And one other thing, a war plastic industry we say, whether fortunately or unfortunately, no, about 90% of investors, are foreigners. And MMA relocation, are so easy. Me Ghana nino say me betu to me factory neko si Togo no. Na bed in kakrama me. But ubia or a foreigner on your Ghanani.
Or kwa nyedin.
And yedin.
And you free.
Exactly. Inti, that is the risk that we have. And the we have what we call capital flight. So just say the new be brain.
How for this kind of free system?
Se say $1 ni bi. I just have
yeah.
Kujo tokra.
Yeah.
Enti mejidi say Bobie ni mpeni for monso mo kasa abanti. E wo say monchire ebia na enchechire munu eni ho ye papa but
but more engage trade ministry ni on this matters
we finance ministry
finance ministry okay
yes
more engage you omo
yes na feedback ayenya no kire say enka omo ye hu ebribi na ekodu say minister no ono be ma approval
of what
eno de yenim review bia omo aye agi say e bansa
okay so munim the content
exactly but enkasa position where you take no enkanya dia enka ye be ye o but GRA for said no mo tata ye no
chinchira ombeje
and ombeje omo de omo ye implementers omo ye collectors they say and yasmami
the basic
exactly.
But said Dr. Bobie catch mo se mo hamo.
Yentumi hu de womo ni kura wom. Yes, we can't really phantom because you better say also there be
do you think so or tricky water?
We I quite to say 419 bikake. Because I quite to say penini say there be yen hamo. Ye kwatena ejuma muso a na ya frefre yen na ye ba yen na nso say muntia wontia and ye me penalty o and ye me close you down and ye me you say mwa
so I which means as ma Dr. Bobie can Jerry and free omo free no
maybe na Bobie the economy the enjuma no say dollar and another angle altogether. Funny says say ya my tax cry eno dollar na atem no kwa exchange tax
kura mo mene
na de yapa me pese me sure so pese betis asem way de yapa
tell me
and say you wo de friend free zone enterprises
yeah
plastic companies into ye wo few ewo free zones na free zone me need free zone me the raw material about 20-footer container no me duties are metia per one container at least 106,000 Ghana cedis for one container.
20-footer
20-footer 40-footer is about 138,000 Ghana cedis in duties alone, right? And obia owo free zone ono ontia capre they bring the raw materials, and they smuggle it and sell the raw material on the local market. And government is losing on the average 265 million Ghana cedis. Such a way echo private pockets. And then you are still coming back to ask us, yes, I'm big tria.
So they are using the free zones to push illegality. Then the money comes back to them. Then they walk back to you. Wow, wababe tria legitimately.
Exactly.
So we may squeeze you.
Exactly.
Na maji dia kwa kushim. Na mimi di we na kwa kusifi. Ewo trasako.
Oh yeah, prophet anka we be pa.
It's bad, eh?
Yes. And the tax regime say Ghana is here. I don't think you can find it anywhere in the world. I don't think tax regimes. Burkina High crash is here. Burkina High. I'm sure say you what in and saying said yeah tomato military government to crown. Almost stop. Almost say they need to add value to the tomato. And just say weather no per se, but almost stop exports.
Yeah, no need the entire tomatoes why
exactly. Exactly. Say you supply plastic packaging to say tom tomato plastic way no. Yeah. Na supply Burkina.
But say offer. You see, yenim komo bi Ghana. Say baby a Ghana yete no. Woni nipa no be kan asem no be tiase a. Say just we hunu say politics abem. Mo try say mo be engage Bawumia and I say John Mahama to know more stance say oh e dey policy na wo ma e ma ye say be ya wo kina bi wo meduru na afi dey onko tam bi mfa ma me say ye kon mo engage John Mahama on this matter.
I know it's quite a complex approach for us because we see ourselves say business people, and say on mine be Ghana on mine victimization it's very very high, and to say we a business person na say won't share and concentrate and your business, and then you try to mix business with politics. It goes really bad against you.
Over say mo makes here egu, mo makes here egu. Any nya makes here. I don't makes here egu, I makes here egu. Because if someone me come approach me and say, look, okay, so let's know your policy that you have for us as plastic manufacturers. Policy being a woman. Yes, you best support too. Because even when you go to America now and Ansah on CNN, almost surveys on my all the businessmen about 60% are tilted towards Trump.
Correct.
Yes, because Biden or Trump that look, we are a business community. What do you have for us? The favorable. They support you, they push you, they pump in money, you win, then you build the system for them. And see, me policy is saying it. Yes, about me, I catch them say, someone to a manua, excise tax in the eba. Fine. Moko John Mama on was so, excise tax no MPP the Abano, Messi support it. No one was a money for. But at least you should talk to both sides, and even if there is third party. Afrafranto, Alan Samati, why a trade minister that? What do you have for us? Openly, forum, big assembly hall enye Mr. Botwe nkwa na ekosia jomama ewo ni fie no aka say NDC ni no akwaji bibi forum kase ye nyina eto ya busa what do you have for us and I know ayi baomia call Kumasi osia Kumasi businessmen omo ne nya adwene kon ma adwene kire no omo ne nya adwene nso no kan wo mo adwene. I think if we are able to have that open air conversation because be a mo gyina there emfa
the all kind of no but yenso no you shut it down, you relocate it. All the hustle and bustle about this one is finished. Ghana the loser and Yemimi company, it is Ghana that is the loser. Young workers, over the 30,000 workers in Omunaya agitated now.
Okay, so they will speak for you.
Well, on their own, for the ICU for Akasa.
Okay.
And so from that angle, almost also epic from that angle, because say workers in Kofia, it will affect ICU.
So tell me, even with Kakrana or more are relocating, more data, let's say a creative number of unemployment, say more data now.
Of course, yes.
Can you provide us?
Not off head right now, but I can share with you later, because you know the most company or employ the most workers. One company alone, you're talking about 2,400 workers.
Why?
One company.
Ghana.
2,400 at least. Mini plus 1,400. One company.
1,400.
And yet direct. And yet indirect. Because we call to say mini plus and kind. Omo ye diane we ni ade ewo around.
Omo so
yes. Yeah, the materials about we don't count them. Those are indirect staff.
Uncle Bobie, me know Bobie, but with your age, tell me right now, what do you see? What is happening in Ghana? Tell me.
The future doesn't look good in terms of business. Manufacturing has become a death trap in Ghana.
From taxes to industrialization.
It's taxes. The taxes is just these are all.
So you think that talk was just a mere talk?
Oh yes, it is. You see, quite often, young president to coin, you see investments and this that. But you probably, if you check, say nipa 100 no do echo as delegation you might just get about 2, 3 or 4 as business people. Ya can ministries for. I remember there was an incident of COP23 or something like that. When you have
260 something.
Exactly. So there is no gain for Ghana. Until when you know Abrofono and all these think tanks as far as business is concerned, before Obabemi too no to senke AB and senka, of course would be a business, but example before Anka me o frame say me mbrambe too, you have already profiled me into winning. The kind of person. In here, because they don't have time to waste. I remember there was one time here, the Dutch government almost organized a trade delegation. Be FFH orientation. Say, good morning. How are you? Anyway, in Pacho,
ye pentamo.
Ukoya straight. Business, you talk business. If it good morning, period. But how are you? How is the family? Baby, yempenoha. But answer the your best start to be you should say 5 minutes. Ebusian for what saying anyway to say. You know. So we are in a global village. Into young quiet to me and yet a juma money ye. Ye near my machines in the way near the ebe free in Ebeba. And Bobby, and no man yet.
I know. I can tell.
And we thought, say, normally, no, enka election year, yeah, business boom. But this time round, it is really scrap.
Zero.
It's zero. It's
negative really zero.
Negative. Ankasa. You know, and some of it to me, I won't be so. Otherwise, you have no choice.
More problem be, and as much as me tuaba, then I feel like no, there are certain things we should do it right, as you rightly mentioned right now. See a conference. That conference was about
climate. Climate. Yes.
Now, the finance ministry for. Near the climate change. Meanwhile, your students are from KNUST, UG, any other places, lectures are Papa now architect now or Supreme Court drawings. Meaning share last 2 weeks and I'm catching and say, can you imagine somebody like Ansah Boakye as housing minister? He has no clue. When Nima the crop. Here, NDC time, no the allocated comes, echo a GMPC. Allocated echo 3PC FM. Then I was asking NDC like, really? Allocated comes there no can with GMPC. No, I got the and then I said, then we have serious guys who are school, science and technology near the let's put them together. Me, I don't believe Ufa politician had not got board because of support of party.
Correct.
I don't believe it. Sir, Wafa will be apiety and what ashe. Me ye penkrofo. Go to KNUST, go to other put students, put them together. Because when I have mass text.
Correct.
Almost also field worker. When to test them whether they can put it in place. But say obey BT system where we can be and ye kofa architect no j seed money 3 million Ghana what 2 million what the 1 million is. I mean these kind of things, but anyway so most more action no from next
there was a series of actions all
right,
but hope say could do some actions because it will affect Ghana
anyway. All right, so that's it. Thank you so much for joining us live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Ajaboku, mame no nwie so rent issue no. Ajaboku more action ne say. More last action ne say.
Enche manifestos any blueprint ebaba bonten. Yeah, politics.
Yeah.
But we believe say see it be scrutinize the policies of government. Yeah, where the sefata. Na me say me kan no afi we die ye nko say afrase no you can tag us tenant union no we your politicians and they wasem na woka because the year 2020 ye compare manifesto e support MPP no obi me kan che me say me see however no me can say e support John Mama na obi but the point is say ye besa omoto obi ade ba na ya san bisa say na wo aban mu no e de na wo ye meboa make pledges pledges now make ye no e dey na wo ye na dey compare dey wo dey ba na meboa na ya dey ya company a contrast it ye company a contrast a Bobie na ye take decision they take decision so ye be friends central for kese pa trust me e be mass one be house na ye issue ye be discuss this year in elections no na ye take decision ye gina so no ye we na ye desire the person ye esefata na ye ko more than door to door because tenant union no say community be ho ana
babia
ko na bia wa
babia
ye say edwom wonu se wuntimi han wo dan na wuntimi ntwa ka na ye tu a bi wani mo mpenifo ne aba mo na so no election we ne issue based elections housing and tenant issues play significant.
I want to be part of this.
I'll be. May I appreciate it, Bobie?
I want to be part of this.
Chief advisor.
Trust me, and Nima the cry, a come here, my friend, me production to like, let's talk about it.
Immediate because maybe we know me see crown. Mesanfa Konya so that John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, I say at TBCBA also who say tenant for you nipa. No be any door. No we tie no so dey na adwene intention. Ye hu de obekire wo. But the intention no dey beto no. Anka ye. Say ki ye hu mu. And all three so be no defend the any who are. The Timasu will say, hey, already on my say I can't until we can hold you on. But at least what show signal be is on record.
Say show commitment.
On record now.
Yeah.
And my
yeah.
Until if he say yes, then I say. Now maybe go this week or next week, you know.
Yeah.
You may issue a press statement.
Okay.
To say thank you and we appreciate your gesture. Yepa.
Meda say Japoku. For joining us in the studios of Accra FM. This is Citizen Show.
Thank you.
Yamiya Aduma, Ebia this week, Ebesia Shebi.
That's Bobie.
God bless you. All right, so that's it. Saniko says here, obviously, I'm on for to bump. Nasiru Mohammed, they can take any action, and we don't care. All right, so Greater Accra chairman, so 5% of water. 5 electricity and 5% of electricity and 2% of water. And amount for Benjamin Afunya, Greater Accra chairman, Ghana Hotels Association. Chairman, Akwaba.
Yeah.
Boko de.
Adum
niashe ye. Angaben 5% electricity increment, 2% water. More business now. How is it affected?
But any technicalities here. I just want to say, and awarding. My more typical example. One office or one studio hall.
Yeah.
You don't turn off your air condition.
It's so
already Nangsana about water. Omudia question new categorization and maybe quite a call demonstration receiving by 167% no more so and already now also did that into no increasing by a little margin crana affect Miss me catch us almost 2 more earlier somewhere February no March I call demonstration amount for the car. As at that time, na 5-star hotel be the car 400,000.
Light bill and water bill.
Water bill as na America.
400,000.
400,000, not all the car. In fact, amount for the car. We only free yaba light. Light is already Nangsana and was so that it takes chunks of our operational costs. Into no, my yajumano your my operational costs also was so. Into sound to me, but even though we will say figures here insignificant, but are going to affect us seriously. We are no question says you're doing CSA, and so within the pipeline, me outside up to a full so over coming Yabuma or not the macro a hotels more a day. Because at the end of the day, no, we are not NGO, we are working for profit. Into no, in Yabanesa and was said, yeah, they make your tune. Ubekaya and BB, with us $90 that we're charging foreign currency. But when it's in foreign currency, it saves our business. But BOG at the circular by said we should move away and accept cities. And anytime there is depreciation of the cities, it affects us and affect our business badly. We are to say. The next 2 months, 3 months, and you didn't see because they affect it's going to affect us by one shot. Free and nigh or do don't start say I just some prices kakra because already Nankasana most of your hotels ocean dollar no crown so most of them and nemana you import free way including meat.
vegetables. Yes. There was standards.
No, Meba Uncle Ben. So, Uncle Ben, hold on. Right now, more business, you are struggling with electricity bill, water bill. Owa ni adumu nkania no nti ese o plant o sustain o plant you know be so
sabe pepe
nti ye no obeto fuel and now fuel prices cost ro okay ye de no eto nchen wi a Ansah na more vegetables near the idea because you have a kitchen for the restaurant. More free outside.
Farmers do not even meet the standards. And we have to import them. Look, check upmarket hotels. Majority of them, almost about 90%, import everything, including vegetables, fish.
Do no imported chicken?
Bibia opinion. Oh dear, main count chairman and me. Said you make a cabin and make and some you go, you get the figures and they'll tell you. And you have $2 cost to capena as MSC because most of our farmers do not produce to meet the standard.
Na I'm gonna say Mammon charge in dollars no. Say pot I buy no charge in dollars.
Me patrol sanity.
Is Angabanti Ebey?
Yamini Esreno, Yamini Bompire, and then 50, and they don't lie because we share what in your projection now showing you down with the ma now Yamshisho.
Oh, I ask some more. So with this 5%, 2%, more any day. But the point is, more try some be engaging this government.
Oh, look, yeah, try. In fact, when we say government, we are looking at regulators. In Tiana, yes, PRC and maybe we try meeting them, let them appreciate what we are going through, because we know that elsewhere. Countries we are almost electricity a year jumano almost certain discounts because the electricity year juma we are employing farm workers new workers until now you says we jimmy bet me abakroma you did year jumano at least you bet me am wine high na ya funny padu draw on no more a year juma the question here 50 COVID COVID buy abaye bi an intervention near the buy yes but unse a big boy but entinyan so dodo ni na so nti ama nti what the be back nti ase e bi back kan wana it worsen our situation nti ama ya ho kire yen man kana meboa ya ho kire yen pa look I'll tell you hotels are closing down. They don't know close up because of showing to me. Not there this rentals EB. No, I told my company. Why is we working in Eddie? Last year, in fact, we lost about 10 of our members.
Wow.
Yes. It is a 10 members to cry now. Now, staff here 3 cry now, and yet 30 families.
Enti me pacho Angaben me ba wa bet me anya mo data me as to let's say the last 2 years the number of hotels are fully up omo mo deka o muntimintua obet me amam sa data no
Yegusua put them together. In fact, we are updating. Yegusua put them together. Into do so nyai ready between yabiama.
Mate Angaben Mate but nyamensa mo den na omo amono no mo. Why?
Yes, you dance.
I mean, Miss Dance Bebre. Live on our 100.5 Citizen Show. Back in the studio, we have Mensa Thompson, Mr. Mensa Thompson. Think ASEPA. Ono ena eye CEO. Eddie Maumo. Then we have Listu and Akusipoko in the house, and he's the CEO for GAC. And Mpacha, make how man for say star for 13 hash, star for 13 hash. Miaweni. And ubedi di peche mesremo. Ya na wo ye mame, wo ya na wo ye mame na. Mubedi di peche twa utwa edem tew. Na ona wo krono. So mamen kaimo enkomoni bebre wa wa ye bedi. The 5%, the 2%, the effect on hotels, the effect on other companies, and Mensa, before I buy a businesses are crashing in Ghana. Omo mu jane, omo bosienti bi komanu utie Greater Accra Hotel Association penino say. Say no money crown on lose be 10 hotels owners or more every business num or call them a car ameneno obu wa e bia nipa be 2-3 ababe da ho but insu a ekọ eden ko won't mean say nipa 2-3 into ko wura baby akototototo pipe no mu and how more electricity and all that. Now, I buy 5% aside the 2% from water and society. Echo. Ninya IMF and she say NWBA and UTA a plastic manufacturers. It seems all hope is gone. We are papa anymore. I so frustrated. UTA rent for in the or they high and dying. Now say it seems like the system is crashing.
That's it. My main charity for an area. Na me magana funya na yako.
Are
I say we yin when
you were yin.
No my I want to try your team.
And tell you anyway.
Until say shisha ya hoden kakra. To me bibia yako. Afi yansan kote so I say yasa de your friend is saying we unipa na ebe ye your friend is saying
napo
na ebe ram bit kamna wa ho kira ye namui na wa ho say baby ade na kodru no ayeka but Kwabena, you see about economic issues are here na pepi metabi same ho said inti se omo the policies no e ba bontia inti eya wa mu na ye omo ne omo dwene ho and some of the policies na ba bontia Kwabena, there were two types of policies. We have the fiscal policy and then the monetary policies. In the economy, we are the fiscal front and the monetary front. The fiscal front, any deal with a tour buying JJ, any coin a buy effort so a use a tour no. So the fiscal front deals with taxes, revenue generation, and expenditures. And then the monetary front, and the are buying edigu akwamu to ensure say yesi kasem ho ebe jina pinting. Na Kwabena ya bibisa me ho say for pa na ye tena se since aban baye omo fiscal policies omo de abanyina at par with their monetary policies. Into me bisa me say who sits down to design these policies?
Gab ni bedi to sits down to design these policies.
I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if these are the people who are, because it's very clear that the people who design these economic policies and bring them to us don't understand economics. Anytime they can actually say, for economy, Ghana economy, so the monetary front and the fiscal front. The fiscal front near taxes, monetary front near Bank of Ghana. So the fiscal front is handled by the Ministry of Finance. The monetary front is handled by the Bank of Ghana. Now in PNP, for you to achieve economic progress and development, the fiscal front and the monetary front must complement each other. They must work in tandem to give you a holistic economic development. In PNP, the monetary front is like the benchmark. Say, a bank here, now say inflation air cost.
Yeah.
The central bank at the MPC committee, they monitors daily inflation. Into the MPC committee, when inflation cost, what they do is that they will increase the policy rate. When they increase the policy rate, it will reduce spending and bring inflation down.
Yeah.
Because most of inflations are demand pull inflation. And they work in tandem. But the problem is that as a government, you don't always want to increase the policy rate. Because when you increase the policy rate, it has an effect on interest rate. The interest rate also have an effect on lending rate. So when the policy rate goes up, definitely interest rates will go up. Lending rates goes up in the banks. Yesterday year now the policy rate was about 27%. Bank of Ghana was lending at about 30%. The commercial banks were lending to business about 40 to 45%, depending on where you go to. Kwabena, who ye business? Na ukopo busia at an interest rate of 40%.
Nancy will say ya.
Oh, a juma be na odi sense kan kwakoye. Uko production at what cost? No be turn saying, and obi or China. The interest rate is 1.5%. Obi or America. The interest rate is sometimes less than 1%. Japan cry sometimes it be cry.
Say na Uncle Boche can say. O come to say Cote d'Ivoire or machine company be plastic company pens and something company. Or more relocate to Cote d'Ivoire.
Because even in your neighboring countries now.
Or no business environment.
Time now Ghana, your banks were lending at a commercial rate of 40%. Togo higher interest rate, bank interest rate was 16 was the average was between 16 to 18%. Togo higher. And who will produce the same item?
Yeah. And I say companies need to Togo or produce na Ghana ni akọ faba.
Exactly. And nothing na Togo because now uko Bosia is 16%, any 40%. Then na kabeko akoje. So maybe some will say all the time Bank of Ghana into the interest ni say they will manage the policy rate in such a way say the lending rate won't go up. But the moment inflation goes up, the central bank is inclined to increase the policy rate. So as a government, the finance ministry, the responsibility is share. Or the policies be bar, so policies and driving inflation and cost, so that pressure will not come on the central bank to increase the policy rate, which will then in turn increase the lending rate. Yeah. And so they depend on each other. Yeah, but share 2024 by the time they call parliament. And almost say almost increase VAT by an additional 2.5%. Come say okay. Yeah. Almost say the VAT air to electricity so. What you say? And sa nyoma we nyina ye ade a inflation drivers, inflation drivers. Because VAT is a consumption tax. Once you increase the VAT
rate, price of goods and services automatically goes up because the VAT is passed on to the consumer. So inflation will go up automatically. If you put VAT on electricity, electricity is an input in production. Once the input in production goes up, it will affect the market price of the product.
No, but the point is, you ain't being a BBA and far. I bind me interesting who's okay. Now, my percent production cost. 7 years for a bit me, enya, a year, a quenya, tonyama, our nebo no work from Kakra. That is the consumers. So let me do something about the electricity. And let me do something about the water.
And one thing I make say, sometimes me nim one more motna say this anshwe air sanche we eba. Because senkomo jeni
na bia o masada.
Because they simply want to punish Ghanaians. Because it simply does not make sense. Because the economic policies are just at par. The fiscal policies are at par with the monetary policies. So you can't achieve any synergy. This is the reason why our economy is the way it is. Kwabena, a buy way a campaign or car say, I am going to move the focus of the economy from taxation to production. No? I thought to say, not Dr. Baumia, or the fiscal policy I say. I thought so. I have done economics up to the master's level. I was taught that fiscal policies, there are two types of fiscal policies. There are contractionary fiscal policies and expansionary fiscal policies. Because taxes are a double-edged sword. You can use taxes to grow the economy. You can use taxes to kill the economy.
When you are no money.
Into contractionary
in the case got the third point in the buy. Yeah, no, economy or more to economics. Or more, you know. Well, no money.
No, but it falls in the second one where would they kill the economy?
The contractionary fiscal policies. Is it contractionary fiscal policies? No, come on.
Anyway,
the contractionary fiscal policies come point.
Because I fact didn't hear me.
Yeah, so the contractionary fiscal policies in say, and all your taxes are introduced you to certain aspects of the economy where you want to discourage spending. What I say to refocus spending towards a particular direction. So you introduce certain policies in certain areas to contract
policies spending. Sir.
For example, you find say the importation of rice so.
Yeah.
Now consumers talk more local rice.
Yeah.
So what you do is that you increase the taxes, the import taxes on maybe rice. What you say? So the rice no bonne
So which means you agree with the current import taxes on rice. So with this government, you agree with them?
It depends on how it is. How you implement it. Economic policy is how you implement it. It is not blanket. They make a lot of sense. So you must look at.
So the next question is how now?
I don't know how they are doing it, honestly. I don't know.
Obviously, today, rice duties on imported rice.
Yes. Because if you look at the excess
so I'm coming. So you see, that's what I'm saying. That you see, you don't introduce contractionary fiscal policies in a vacuum. If you want to cut the consumption in imported rice, then before you do that, you might have made provisions to substitute for the cut in consumption.
So in the absence of
say, okay, until one process local rice ni one farmers no support and subsidies to do set to be able to produce to meet the demand on the consumption of rice. Now, sorry, critical in a vacuum, say mako increase. Your friend is saying, but the taxes are cut to rice as well. Without any alternative for the consumer, you have not solved any problem. The consumer has no choice because a mono pesodi. So they have no choice than to go and buy the imported one like that. And that is going to drive inflation. You see, so Intermaker say, sometimes some of the policies are just not thought through. You need to sit down and look at, say, which areas of the economy do I want to influence? And you know, I buying, encourage local production. So, and I buying the policy. No, I want to encourage local production. Now, encourage local production. All your factors of production are over the roof. All your factors of production. Now it is on Ghana is one of the worst places in this in on the continent to be competitive. If you want to produce at a competitive rate, what I say, you know, all the economies of scale in the factors of production do not favor Ghana. And you know what you are doing is that in the end you are, instead of, apart from driving inflation, you are encouraging the weakening of your currency. Because all these businesses who are relocating to neighboring countries now, when they produce, their goods are going to find their way back on our market. How are they going to find their way back on our market? Through exchange, through the pressure on your currency. Because so wako Togo, na say oko producer na me ko fado maba. Say you see them they become the safer and the beko. Me ko pay safer, then I put pressure on your city against the safer. Anyway. And you know about these things sometimes me name say a bon no ma bon say share no ma share that no person punish ye say ya adwene no mo nwene. And I'm inclined to believe say adwene no mo nwene, because in the midst of all these challenges no wo ko probi adwene na ya mre amana be chair the next economic management team. Now say Napo is the next person to chair the next economic management team in the midst of these problems. To resolve these problems, not just say, "Wow, meaning the how." I just don't know what is wrong with you.
All right, so one quick comment. Lawrence Agbanyo was Bobie a grabu economy. That form. All right, so Jolate is here on Facebook. Lawrence Agbanyo says Ghana will crash if the necessary measures are not taken like Kenya. Ghana youth are timid, and that timidity will crash the nation. Look at Kenya youth who realize they don't have future if their president is still in power. I really respect the people of Kenya and the military for pretending they are against the protesters, because they knew all the taxes imposed on the citizens affects them too. It's by the time the youth of Ghana rise on their feet. So, Listo, Kania Echo 5, water Echo, and you heard the your friends say rent for no. I had him because and so many factors. You had the Greater Accra Hoteliers Association. It's like the business is crashing. You had the plastic manufacturers, and so our sisters say no only about 5 big companies, and one company can employ 1,400, 1,500, 2,000, and say companies 5 a year be employed even 1,000 5,000 deficit that we got to deal with. It seems like what businesses for no Joseph Obin. It's like, look, you'll be a person you be on yet. There is no hope, and I jegu.
I'm in chair for. I'm in chair. Mensana, Mr. Mensana, and more Bassos. And I'm in chair, Mr. Bobie. Mr. Bobie to be. You see, a new Nien Sabina, say, I was say, my any echo home. Dear Amma, when you know, Bano. A new mamiensa. The decay. Oh, you don't try to teach economics when you know that you have a president who read economics. However bad he was, or a third-class student of economics. Is that also? And you are supposed to have Obia or also why any doctorate or PhD in economics. Is that also? So me can't come near until Alan Chematin left Osafumafo and all those people that read economics, no. Omo aban we mu a omo esua economics. Kabiya ye same say aban bi enu a wanya sa number of persons a omo ewo economic background to say aban we. Na ade e wo si ehu ni say enye amemuo intina Akufo-Addo bai enya dia obeya ebema meme ne wo ye ho ahenha ye ntina obeye mampani abusuafo a odo mu twa ne ho hyiaye a owa aban mu ne ayonkofo a odo mu ebu man no enye amemuo nti ena omo bai se meme tiasie yie se ne ye ko school ye kire yen se ade we ena a kire se obi ebu man no ade be se o de periperiyo accountability obema uyiu ayi uyiu trustworthiness obesom wo man se sa enioma miensa we se ni amemu biemu a ye untimi qualify ne say a good governance anunti no enye meni wo mienu ene etiefo a ene ahwefo nti na Akufo-Addo be ye mampani seka
more ready
ye nti ene obe ye mampani a enka de ye behu ni say ade a edikan pa Akufo-Addo wo senko ye as president and he say near obeto ye ajo mahama krampo na enioma mu aye diama no e wa mamuo mu san say Kwabena economy kania nimu ya kania no enye se wo ba ye no ebi bodan ho no wakodum no economy a chese or inherited ye from President Kufuor no na ye economy a adisi ye koton o man ye japade ne de atua adwumayefo ka economy a single spine ye de agyawo a President Kufuor na oye ye friend is saying the former president no the predecessor no when to make single spine no even 1 month Ansah no free abamu enye se wo kono no abofutuo bi da ho se mabofutuo yefa sa futuo ni musika entua adwumayefo ka na ebi ni ho sa now they had to think outside the box now within a shortest possible time omatimi grow economy no ama ababe jina brane oni Professor Mills of blessed memory. Yeah. May he so rest perfectly in peace. Now, almost send your money bano. You could just clearly see, say, between the economy of Mampeni Kufuor Jaye, PLS Kufuor Jaye, any day, Ura Mahama, Edija Akufo-Addo no. Ura Mahama no about the home modern chain, President Kufuor. Because President Kufuor, when you futuo bia to what is a stabilization fund nothing when you bibia to honum say heritage fund when you bibia to say your friend is saying a Ghana investment and infrastructure fund gift na bi ni ho when you bibia to say ye di sika to futuo mu na da chi bi oyo nsensem sikasem ba na so man ho kwa atwe na say ye de your friend is saying oil for car ye de bekwa kotua esla na ebi ni ho get fund President Kufuor kona hwinim but ene so wo hwe sa sika sem ya obi a tikasi a ewi adwe Akufo-Addo ti abonte o ka sa adwe emre na it is because John Mahama wo pepa wakuma pa said there be ma me nso me ma yie na anye bia no aha na me fire o man pani sori a o kasa che o ka brofo che broni ene no o hu ni ho so ye Ghana ni onu kwa ni se ni obeyi ne si ase aka brofo no broni kura ti busa se pare mi because obuni ho se onu no kura no oye slave master and I was a slave ye nyina ma ye hu se o my way no o mo capture emu nyoma nyina and that is the only motivator Emma Kufuor be pra kunya. He has not come because of men set theories you have it na high propound discuss and economic way Kufuor wo enka mensa oyobi a adwene emu abo bill a ye adwuma ekoko school no economics go enkonya third class obi a wakọ akọfa bawumia na emu na ọkọfa ne say omra meri economy ne so no ene wonu emu we gwan afri economy ne ho he's at large
no and I say onu akọfa na po o say on
economist at large
onu edictor akọfa na po
na program meri what I say etino enye ne ewu kekanti na waka say na hwan ne tu ne fo onu se futu ewo tia yeden o hia because ye wa maso bia betu no wait no bae wa maso bia betu no fo no mfa utiase na kro no so we ye ko husu obi aka da pa no kra complain say obutu no fo mfa utiase so eno na me pese mi hu that's the point number 1. Point number 2
na say ahemfo no say omo sore nchiatia no
point number 2
oni afutufo
ke economy no ye Ghana fo nyina ye ka ho bi e na say I won't blame it only on Kufuor because Sebio Wesidan Kwabena na watu wa afa ho na wakofa gateman so gateman ni da bia oba no afa kunya baako no de adwane if you for ho da bia oba no afa kunya baako no de adwane afi akoba se fie no ayetimu no emu nkonya nyina yeden asa akaba ako a Sebio abusua pani eteso na afei na akaba ako na nkonya nyina sa ofie ho no this is the time a yen yasha ase a ye kasa a kire se akwa no awia ye nkonya nyina afifia ofa ba ako e de no mo kan businessmen in Ghana eka hu bi na Kufuor etimi a repo ye off because at the time na ye bo do no etisi mountain so ka che Ghana for say enioma ekoso ebedu baabi enya mo fo obadwen hu say oh me de enka me dan after all me ton enioma wodwom me ton ayeto minyam kakra wa me komfie na tebedu baabi no dem na say that time obi nhise ye bi nti na me yeto a ne yeto yes so abodam eti no nhise ye bi koso wo mamu a eni kwasi ye twen e ma ne duru baabi a afei aso mene kane na so nan na wodo se sane e na so mene no ebi a wodo se sane na da be so nsa no and I be say a Kwabena na be fa so a betima eden asane you etino ye ka ho bi sometimes it's like you don't have to be empathetic or sympathetic towards and you may be but sebio guta force a anya omo wa na esu e ka di osu nani wa e ka sebi nkan kameda ya me so kametra mba bi ahwe but guta esu a e so hu se ono okofa ne nuama ne ba anya ono na eton ma ne ho esa ato enuama no obeton ma yen it is a guta force other trade organizations esu a the rippling effect no and say the commoner ebi American or consumer no ono na why embedded because
good ani o timi nka se ne mfa so no on fa nto enioma ne so obeton. Then Kwabena, in the course of all that we are also supposed to be responsible citizens, no? We have sat and watched enioma play to and sometimes it's so sad.
He has done it.
Yeah, no.
Be citizens.
We just watched him.
No,
you just watched him. In the bush, for now, what me? Eto tutum basa. Can you fret that to a young Quasiade? Obiakan and what to? But and it's like, but Nana, win him, me, baby, I'm a difficult one. No. Me a finra me yes me track it down on issues from Kenya. Sure. Unim say Kenya issue no. The ma and Mebruno emboldened to step out no. Not knowing they did consultation with the opinion leaders with various cities. Yes. Mombasa. Do you know what? Any other places? The preacher now, there was a preacher. Yeah, what he preached in his church. Yeah, no. It's about time. A Chromo Asofo Ephraim Mebunu said they support them. Yes. Then, according to information about even Ruto, the Christian council there approached him. Yes. Says how they now the peace council or they ban also ye ne the assembly. So time and Kolani G, a chronomum penning for a software near Infunina, they went behind Encolano. Yes. Yana a bar soldier for no name, a police for him. No, a soldier for near police for no crabby. Even those, they supported Ruto. Yes. They backed down because and penny for Cromos, yes, omu you omuti. Kufoti he mudibi. Now you read dibi. Otun for dibi. Yeah. I talk about for the DB. Government DB. I really DB. To say the meet me akasama no. Because we are not just no, but where glory is deserved when for him. DB. I can't say anything. Obi over. Ube kom kra na no duka daya. Ebi atama ama momo no anya adwuma na dedeba. Tom kunkro a eko off. Oh ba kwabra. Ekroma enka odibi na wapo baako ankombeka of ana meka say ye krom ha asema ye tihui yeah me nim dia wo kan but obi e me stand out against the many over and also na was say ma ye bomb abaso me say others nim me almost ya ye be bomb akufado nam krom a o bro so ahemfo asum atwe obata re sori gina ho no what it to gba fede akasa maintaining. Oh, so the whole issue ne say Danka Williams DB we DB obi DB entino se maburu no kwa say listo wa ni Bobie say no ye be sori a ubenya wa won krofo a ebi fira santimem nkrofo ebi firi nkra nkrofo ebi firi a omo na be kwa gina Akufo-Addo ene ba omi achi na Akufo-Addo ne ba omi akọ omo o ga say Akufo-Addo Sade no de ye ahemfo no ene nkohene na no oche no Akufo-Addo ye no sori ano so no obo mu ma no a o hwe Akufo-Addo asum pa te de obi hwe makro asum no a o ga se nke kroma nke street kan come from Tingu street so o hwe Akufo-Addo asum ene ne bodyguards no de o wala adwo no say o mo do o mo nsa beka no a o ga se samre nke Akufo-Addo ne ma hotel ni nyira nka down we are dead aha o mo nyira ye dead but ye nya pani bia obesore. And you say we are not timid, but almost but that even expresses how timid we have been, because you see, no make a mebunu you're timid. Well, very docile. Yeah, because you see, penny Ansah phone you kube what name penny fieso. What you say na. Emebuna ewo Ghana ha no say ye bo Rollins din na ye busase no wadi fie sen ni fie na no wadie no Kwabena na odi gunse ni na o kari
na wo hwɛ sɛ saa brɛ na wadi mfie sei no na ne bra no mpanifo kura wayam mu nyinaa aye tamed. Sometimes omo kura person omo organize bibia they couldn't because they realized that akwane energy no dey bano enye energy a eye energy wa otiase. The timid nature of yen no every awofo ntetie bi a omo ede ehye yen ye mofra brim ena ekwan a ye fa so a ye ko school enkyerɛkyerɛ utiranye ye kura na osako Sunday school kura de ahwa obese Jimmy kakra ka ho meho enti ode asenim sa nneoma no ena ama the youth no of this country no are timid. I understand the way now ode ba no say in Kenya no and penifoni bi kwa time it is the whole system now Kwabena. I must also be able to tell you, say, some of the youth got to a point that na penny bien will be to stop woman. And no, na encourage you almost say no. Then, yeah, say, for example, some preacher now almost say on the preach violence now. Almost so no. Or no was the first person. Or catch a youth to say in a youth service interdenominational, it wasn't many of the pastors. But second, I saw for Nibia or mutimi a preacher, wow, tear and semi walker. You must be encouraged as a youth. I know Munana, I a prosa. Anya say bet me abuko fi odro no ba ko mienu mi ensebia at least you can see say they are eager to tell or speak truth to power. But don't na say it must not take obia to come together as a union to say emebunu muntin krom. The question is Kwabena say komo de wa o papa na ba be catch say me hu say o ti we de kom do ntikodidi. Eti mebruno we have been yeah there ye place ye hwe yachi ebusa ye hu say so ye say na we beka omo apen so obusa se du ngati ebusa no de ono ene akufo ado ye otie nso yi de omo de ye e champon eko formu PMFG what you say so time no it was as if say they are encouraged, but ene bebuno no ono opeska kwa casino opeska kwa my bet onya my bet kakra na bunu akufo ado afa o mote se nwa eya ada akufo ado timi mark no foyata ana adwini ma botowe etim de 10% beto my bet so a man hu se mabuna tie sikrom yeah na wo ye my bet na wudi find say we the 1000 na ya 200 why be that minim ye enkameye minim ye midem nyame o me pe ball pa ba minim ye enkameye minimu because minim ye be say na Ansah me no na ye temia ya ko mampo aye ka wo yawu me ye ena ke temia hwe enka ho abufuo no ti se mimi say me na maye na menya 1000 ya temia minim ye enka ho abufuo no minyini se babunu bi betimi ama ne bu afu saa eno na ma mi hu se mabunu na wo ga na hanu mom no enye opani bi na wo so osore be ka che o se eti wo ye bu kwase na ye de se bia edua wo to no hu se ye oya eti he me ya and eno na ye na me make reference ye nsua emabunu na omowo ye friend say Kenya no because anya bia no enye wo papa na ba be ka che o se come do na kodidi enyo papa na be ka che o se akufodo papa panimu a wadi mfie de wotwe na watimi atena ho no mama papa panimu wei ono aka che o se wo akoba wo bra no fa wo bra ni musika 10% bra no ono fa nkofuru wiem hyen ekodware na motom kankan wei na wote ho wo ye babunu enti ade ato ruto no enke wo se ke bia to akufodo da but unim it has sent a very good signal, especially when we are very much aware say The same consultant that the Ruto campaign team consulted is the one that is here consulting for Bawumia.
I'll come back to you.
That will give us a clearer picture as to what is likely to even happen before the election or during the election and after, right after.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Lami Zanza says, very sad. We are not angry enough. Dinah Bakar is here with us on Facebook. Seth Tony Bone says, will be accept the fact that the youth in Ghana are super timid. What people are going through in Ghana from judiciary to the presidency is more than half of what Kenya is going through. Greetings from Denver. Okay, so such a saints mention Agrada. Kingsley Light says so too for new the prominent chiefs are all chopping left, right, center, and it's sad. Such a sense as Otabe and Duncan Williams are the chief eaters. Who did this? All right, so Napo Apophine. This one is coming from Kofi Simon. Napo Apophine. Kingsley Light says vindictive president. Sambamfo says esimpa anyahwe na araba. Yay. All right, so okay, so let's do Sambamfo already. I've touched on that one. Kofi Simon says courageous list one and Nakusipoku is on the seat. Joy Atega says we are watching, it's just a matter of time. KBN is a Chakai Ghana youth. Akpabli Maxwell Jagite says Ghanaians are very quiet, waiting for December 7th, and that is the issue. Kuma P Jr. says watching you live from Techiman. Imoru Farouk Ahmad says Listo, you are right. Givens says if it was Mama and Kadias Kenyan and Kesi Ghana, the only difference here is just that NDC is not in power. That is why. Okay, so another angle to the matter.
See what baby Emebunu having known say to say okwa santimemwa na se mehene e say opese onu na tufo say muntu abama Bawumia ana muntu abama Jomahama na wa amfa wo wasetinam na o se ohene say na mpacho eya so ya no pa ko menhia kodidi eti ehonum na wo se nyina yema e focus ne ko say Usofu so usofu akodiska tsede na anu Bawumia ko kumase chicheska yi na wakodiska na wo tena ho as obabunu anase church member covid by no pageska dia koma kufu do say onyinu oni na ono so aba one good 10 deserves another amani bi na wo te wo na asore be komodo na wo tena ho na wo jimi wo ho ekoto aba ekoma Bawumia ya wadi emie ya ehon na wo se ma focus ne kose. Don't allow those people to influence your decision, because in the end, on the better Petrana Adriana.
Anyway, all right. So, see, I'm just catching there. Anyway, my losing and pump chop, my fan crap. Now, Ibia Kwame Manfo and Kwame Manfo Kumase, so Kwame Manfo to me in Cabro, Chow. And our brother, very good brother, Kwame, very good brother, very solid man. Yeah. And Osaneme a tweet me from Collins Wanderi, Mombasa in Kenya, and it reads Nairobi has become very calm in a week, even in heavy traffic. Not a single politician is using sirens or pushing honorable citizens off the roads. The flags on CS cars are missing. They are not overlapping or using chase cars. They are often rude, ugly, and menacious. Bodyguards are timid. No big looter wants to be noticed. Pride, arrogance, and hubris is gone. The city is calm and peaceful. Viva Jeze Aluta Continua. Kwenu Suleiman says, please, I want to know whether I said Nketia among the NDC campaign. Obviously, he's the national chairman, so he's part of it. Hello,
Captain One.
Aja.
Hey.
Afa okay akwano ya afa no
mate mekaino
okay no ayi chasopoku ase no
yes
and ebeka be 2 days am ya to aba no na media for koye no interview no musi ase na ebeyi o se afa anyway na unya say
Minya 500.
Wow, 5 million. That's great.
5 million.
At least
70 cedis na je.
Hey, 70 na dia fan la la za no.
70 na me dia fan pala no.
Okay,
me member.
Oh, yeah, member.
Remember.
I could depend on yo, Boswane ASMG sketch at the end now. Yeah, that's a bit all right. So, star 413 hash. But you are joining a CMG sketch at the end. So now someone won 1.2 million Ghana cedis, and Akufo-Addo and Bawumia took 120 Ghana 1,000. Hey, now my daughter Obi to me dika sasa
1,000.
Obi we need 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Yes. And the deductions near 120,000 Ghana cedis. Yes. Obi to me do 1.2 million Ghana cedis.
Oh yes. Obi to me took a sepa.
My bet, you know.
Yes. It's a business.
I just said you are going to
Oh no. Over. I go for the pan. Now say Kwabena the man the year.
Now wouldn't me.
Minim yanka me. I mean yanka betia I will be kind minim kotobo anka metinsuano. Oh, the tenant say. The journey say, Kwabena.
Now we go to school.
Let's get this thing.
Mommy,
about the electronic day.
Okay, the 1.2. Where
is 1.2? No, che. Mami chadi bi. Kwabena. Sa 1.2 na odie no. Enye Akufo-Addo na man idwetire. So when ofa so a ono etimi taking a risk. A born ne gamble game. Enya sa 1.2 million no awo wati mu 10% no
ye musa nkwala no so mo ye ne sei no mo nkyere ye
besa enya ha na abesua
enya me hia ne he
na ho na betima kyere wa unim ye
kwadu ebo a omo se kwadu ebo a
wo de kokan
okay, so you better I pack, but before that I'll be back. Me ba Bills microcredit, quick credit for Oman aye Adania Bayer Bills microcredit, 15 years in service. Yanko.
Give us P capsules. A memory. Manum bia ye benemua. Kani metutu ya na minkuma bua sese die. Petro esa kum menia G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules ozwe. E mane meme nyina akoko yade. Sisi yade amamanya yem timotete womono. Yedro no. Manum bi amama de me ho. Give us core capsules. Mesisi mo ye ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh, yeah. Hey. Give us in no. A man need ya bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomunum dia. Na eni jeni ahwodeno. Wabrudo. Give us P capsules. A man wadi if you do what you do kronkwa na efa. Give us core capsules. A painful abata one more menu for one kwada woni if you do me nunka ho. E wodro store bia motofonko Give us Herbal Center. Teshi mobile. And na Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050-68-51135.
FD Aje Edwedi Nkratui Atu.
A member you don't know, a million young day, and a member drew, a new thing a band may be here, and to 4 and you'll be a pretty good tractombia, and chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and they have bar shops beer. I was gonna have beer. And that's a frame. I was 0243 686861 and 0245 749206. Sankatwe FDA Fwajatu. Kaise Tabia Takumye. Bembebia Yetakum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Mika Emra Bills was here. If you say, Asumja, when you were in Bosia Bonshaya Hoodie, Educhum, Obibia, and into Media Biara Woody, Bills will be Bimao, won't hear Susu, won't hear our Nana, we hear no national ID card. Ain't it to Mika Frame was 0302-200-390 and now 0596-920-833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batan. Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills microcredits Jumedium. Bills Uposia Boho Adamfo. Kai say Jumedie in Shishaka Crown.
FM 100.5. 100.5.
Wabatele Accra FM. FM 100.5.
All right, so that's it. We are back here. Mohammed Yakubu says, for sure, I know someone who won 1.7 million Ghana cedis at Meduma Kwabena East. Hey! 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 Media metro. Media me come to me mupa. Ah! There be on the microphone here.
Unim say unim to enenka watu na wedi ne yato 10% na. Eka wo cap demonstration ka be lead.
Make us adaga. Say do 1.7. Wo dey for 7 ne ma mo wan.
You see how? Oh. So you are the ones that discourage.
Yes.
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 Oh, we obi na sisi wo. Onipa ko no. Okonsu na okwapama na okwado. But the risk that you take to make that money, no, and the money that you have to invest to make that money, no.
Anyone one nkrofo bi na area mpanimfo bi na area nkola no so wia bi. Nyame be manko wia, nyame na adom me. Anyway, but Listo has a point anyway. Abubakar Rice says, good evening, Accra FM. Watching you live from Kumasi. God bless you for your good work. Thank you. Now, let's come back to issues. Now, Yenya Mensa Thompson, so, oko IPAC meeting, Electoral Commission. Pacho, Ediane siye, yeni komo. Bogana fon komo.
Yo, Kwabena Mitas.
Belemo.
And the Electoral Commission here, IPAC meeting. Nah. A few issues why I think it is important to say Ghana for assorti because elections you need the cheaper and there is no way you better not say on my electoral commission every year about we but electoral commission no no it is very, very, very important, sir.
Obisimen chairman, no. Kofi Pafo and Kobe. Do you have such friends?
I don't know.
Kofi Pafo.
I don't know this name. I don't know the name.
All right, Kobe. Any Kofi? Almost mentia Muna Mom.
Maybe I know them with a different name.
Okay.
Yes.
Seke. Bachayanko.
So, Kwabena. 3 key things. May boss you quickly because this is not our main topic today.
But in here,
agenda.
Yeah.
The agenda for the meeting was transfer of vote.
Pacho, my entity infantua. Here pa, we my information free.
Agenda. My church was so clear, but any problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so give me
because I had to write a few things.
Yeah. They want to be. So won't try. So maybe I was. So won't try. You also there. Hey, what's that? We the one for Petra called information. See about Nigeria. All right, thank you. So listen, do the thing for.
So the main issue was the transfer of vote and proxy voting. And you know, I'm say Mokaina say easy transfer of vote.
Yeah.
We no say or yeah proxy voting say enkofobi wo hwa on election day no because of a normal back community bi ntino mo ntime ntoaba enti sankofo no isi no air transfer proxy ama omo enti say me a na ma transfer me vote e de amade list well say time e beto aba no na me ni ha into list well and a better abano amame and only a friend proxy. Kwabena and at the IPAC meeting, a beto just say proxy transfers na electoral commission a year for the 21 days or years at proxy no single BVD biometric verification machines were deployed to the district offices to capture biometric data of the proxy votes.
No. Mpacho. Oh, Monfantoso. Oh, say you don't hear. I hand into the man moji. So, because no, I don't know who can. See, I don't quite a topic 1 hour. I like it because it's very, very important. So, I'm person de to so now start. Agenda.
Or say transfer of votes and proxy voting, and then the whole period you're discussing.
NDC was there.
The NDC was represented by Dr. Manebuama and then Alaji Rashid Tanko Computer. They were represented. The NPP was represented by Director of Elections for Nimakon.
Yeah. Gary.
Ekwadonko was there. And Ekwadonko was there. Reps of all the main political parties were there. Then we have our development partners, the European Union, UNDP, Adakeki, Kodeo, CDD, our development partners, including us, civil society, were there. A few of us were there.
So agenda 1. I'm sorry they cannot push this thing on. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Or say, under the meeting, they told you, the Electoral Commission are your proxy transfers maybe 21 days. Sir, 21 days now or year proxy voting. Not a single BVD machine was deployed to any of the district offices where the proxy took place. What it means, they say, one more Electoral Commission here proxy voting in my woman. Electoral commissions and any form of verification, biometric verification, to ensure say or to ascertain say nipana oba be proxy diama will be say nip to abamano. The person is the real person on the register.
Across the country.
Across the country.
And you capture names.
Let me explain this. You see, no, the people are already on the register. So let me explain. Kwabena yemfa say me. Okay. Ebia election day. Me ye adwuma bi. Ebia for maybe for the European Union or for any of the development partners. Entino saa day no mintimi ntoaba. Me say list to war. Me call voting center district. Me call me district center.
Yeah, I know. So the agenda was just one issue.
Just one issue.
Votes and proxy
voting. That was what was discussed today.
Oh, okay.
Until we are, and one say me did list to well. I call district office was say me buy proxy voting. Until you bet take me buy proxy voting no. Now me card. Me a say me didn't register no so ampa. Then they do the proxy for listover to vote on my behalf. But before they should be able to do that, no, they have to verify, say indeed I am me, Mensa Thompson, me, and I may ye proxy and I'm listover. Now what can happen? They say, Kwabena, what can happen? They say, won't be to and conform with voters ID card. And conform with voters ID card. Na se bi obi a wawu ye the voters ID card na mame. Me ba center a me say oh election day me ntimi nto aba. Enti mema list o abeto aba na iden ama me. Because there is no verification but BVD at the voting center to confirm say indeed me amekuta voters ID card na ekuta me me nkofo bi say obeka say oh na say o picture boso picture no any assurance black and white photo no any assurance and can you introduce the BVD machines? The BVD machines was put there to eliminate this problem. Say obia and you know they say of course we don't look at your face. You just put your fingerprint, your finger on the BVD machines. So Kwabena, it is possible say Oma consistent for Oma voters ID card. And on what they are my proxies ama omo call for in on election day aware
at the
meeting. So they are going to investigate and get back to us.
The commissioners, including Jane Mensah.
Jane Mensah was not at the meeting. The meeting was chaired by Boston. I didn't want to find director of EC director at the voter which is director of electoral services. I don't want to find EC director or Tamale.
No, even with that one, a change BB.
Kwabena, it does a lot. Kwabena, you see.
Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
This way, there. Then we have our development partners, the European Union, UNDP, other KK, Kodeo, verification. To ensure, say, the person is one part. Then they do the proxy for lister to vote on my behalf. But before they should be able to do that, no, they have to verify, say indeed, I am me, Mensah Thompson, me, and I may ye proxy and I lister well. Electoral Commission say he almost say, in fact, at the meeting, commissioners said they were not aware.
At the
meeting. So they are going to investigate and get back to us.
The commissioners, including Jane Mensah.
Jane Mensah was not at the meeting. The meeting was chaired by Boss Manasari. Almost say, all of them say they were not. In fact, they sounded. This is the last IPAC meeting. In fact, they sounded surprised. Okay. Kwabena, they sounded surprised. So, Kwabena. So,
and then I surprised mom.
They were shocked. Say, proxy votes near proxy transfers no. They did not deploy BV